County Board is now in session. Welcome to our Tuesday, September 15th carryover meeting. And all board members are present virtually. We will continue doing our virtual meetings. And I'm going to start out with a number of recognitions and proclamations. And I'm kind of sorry, this one is one of the ones that's sort of hard to do virtually because usually we have people in the room and it's really a nice time to see people and connect with them. And like our first one is Hispanic Heritage Month, and people will come with all kinds of nice, dresses and things like that. So unfortunately, we can't do that. But I will go over these proclamations. I have always thought that September feels like in some ways New Year's almost more than January because everybody's starting anew on so many things, which I think is part of the reason we have as many proclamations and things as we do. So the first thing I just want to let everybody know, it's Hispanic Heritage Month. And yesterday we were celebrating Hispanic businesses and, particularly trying to help our folks in the Hispanic community and particularly in the small businesses, which have been so affected during the pandemic. So here is the proclamation, and it's always fun to have these. And I don't know if my colleagues would like to say anything, if anybody was able to help celebrate the business day yesterday or not, but anything that you would like to say would be just fine on all of the wonderful people in our community of Hispanic heritage that really make us such a vibrant place. And if you don't, that's okay too. I can move on to the next one. Mr. Carantonis.
Just to remind everybody that Hispanic businesses have been suffering like all other small businesses in Arlington, but it happens that most Hispanic owned businesses and immigrant owned businesses are small businesses, and remind Arlingtonians that their active support for these businesses, patronage, is really now needed more than ever. If they can take a takeout from a restaurant, visiting the neighborhood businesses that are mostly immigrant owned, it's a very good thing to do right now, and we should remind everybody that it's a good, civic duty to do that.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, Mr. DeFranti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share a little bit of if we think just for a minute of the diversity of Hispanic heritage that we have. We have, of course, Bolivian and Salvadorian population, key pieces to Arlington, and it spans the gamut. We have a Colombian community and leaders, and just wanted to offer that thought and then think just a year ago, I had taken time in Bolivia, and now we have come so far. We are in the midst of this COVID pandemic, but I think it's important to remember, estamos juntos, we are together working to try and make sure that we value those with Hispanic heritage this month and are mindful of the challenges that many of our Latinx community are facing while also celebrating the positives as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a great holiday. And, for me, it's actually a family affair now because some of my grandchildren are of Hispanic heritage and I have some in-laws as well. So the next proclamation I'd like to talk about a little is Constitution Week. And this is another one that's sort of difficult to do during the pandemic because Constitution Week, the Daughters of the American Revolution, do this usually every year, and the board does a proclamation. We actually updated this one a little bit, but they go into the schools and talk about the Constitution, and it's a little bit unfortunate because this year, 2020, I think we're all talking about the Constitution. It's really, this is such a time where all of our eyes are on actually the federal level as well and what our Constitution means to us. So we did the proclamation of it being Constitution Week. Thank the Daughters of the American Revolution for all they do to help with the education and the efforts here in Arlington. I had a good time getting together with them just for a photo opportunity outside, socially distanced, and it was nice to see them and thank them. If anybody, I'm going to kind of roll on through. If anybody's got comments they would like to make, just raise their hands and I will try to see it or interrupt me. I see one hand up, I think. Is there someone who would like to comment on? Yes, Ms. Crystal.
I believe it's actually Mr. Dorsey with a hand up, but this is an excellent opportunity to recognize Darla and the team from the group that really reminds us to put these constitutional liberties front and center, and delighted to see that proclamation expanded to emphasize that our Constitution indeed did not grant liberty to all. And it took a series of amendments, hard one, to do exactly that. But in fact, I'll defer to Mr. Dorsey. I think it was the one with his hand up.
Yep. All right. It'd be lovely if we could do a little rap from Hamilton, but I don't think we'll do that. Mr. Dorsey.
Ms. Crystal pretty much encapsulated my remarks. It's great to have a thoughtful reminder about the living nature of our Constitution, but its original imperfections that are made perfect by the efforts of successive generations of Americans to make it so. And while constitutional liberties and privileges or freedoms are often bandied about, it's good to reflect on what that actually means and the hard work of so many people that went into not only creating the document, but in enduring, living under its imperfections and our tireless efforts to make it more so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And then the next proclamation I have is actually Headquarters Marine Corps Henderson Hall Volunteers Celebration Week. And I'm going to be going to Fort Myer on Friday to read this proclamation and be with them. And the Henderson Hall, they do quite a lot of work in our community. And the volunteers are really part of our Arlington community in many ways. I work through the Northern Virginia Regional Commission. We have regular meetings with the various military bases in the region. And of course, Fort Myer Henderson Hall is our very own. And Colonel Peebles there is doing a great job. I've really enjoyed getting to know the various base commanders. They're always really wonderful people and really anxious to connect with our community. So I will be reading that proclamation for them on Friday and want to recognize what they bring to this community and invite colleagues, if anybody would like to make a comment, please do. I see hands up by Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey, but I don't know if those are new hands or old hands. They are
old hands, Madam Chair.
They are old hands. All right, thank you. And I'm looking forward to that on Friday morning, although it's a little earlier than I like to be places, but it's okay. And then also urban agriculture. It's Urban Agriculture Month. And I think with climate change and all of the things we have going on, we very much more realize how important urban agriculture is. We are just starting to stand up a committee actually at the Council of Governments because the whole region is recognizing that urban agriculture is really important to us as we all look to be feeding ourselves again in a time of climate change. When we were starting this process, I was thinking, what does our agriculture really have to do with me from Arlington? Why should I volunteer? And I, at the same time, was reading an article about something like 75% or more of our fruits and vegetables come from California and Florida. And Florida tends to have trouble going underwater, and California is just having such a terrible time. And our hearts really break for what's happening in California right now. So clearly, I think it behooves us to be doing more with urban agriculture. I really appreciate the Friends of Urban Agriculture who've been, front and center leading the charge on this, and happy to declare this Urban Agriculture Month. And just see if there's anybody that would like to say anything about that. I see a hand from Mr. DeFerranti, I believe.
Yes, thanks. Just very briefly, probably you received, I think we all probably received, there's a note in the last 2 weeks just celebrating how much the Friends of Urban Agriculture have done to address hunger in this time. There's been a real stepping up and some extraordinary number of thousands of pounds of food being provided to help and donated to AFAC. So I just thought I'd lift that up. Thanks.
No, absolutely. As I say, when we sort of formed this a couple of years ago, thinking about the need for this region to sort of feed itself, and little did I imagine how quickly we would be here with really worrying about food insecurity for so many of our people. So thank you for the Friends of Urban Agriculture and everybody that's doing everything just in their little backyard gardens. And sometimes people are growing things inside buildings, which is cool. And then that brings me to my last sort of proclamation for today, and it's Affordable Housing Awareness Month. And this is an issue I'm going to move on right now, actually, after this to a resolution, and I will invite comments when we get to that. But I am declaring the month of October. We're declaring it September because it'll be a while before we get to October, but declaring October 2020 as Urban Housing Awareness Month. And I thought I would, colleagues, I've asked our staff to prepare a resolution, which I would like us to actually vote on. And just to affirm our support for fair housing. And I thought I would read a little more of this particular resolution if Ms. Jacobs, you can get that up on the screen. And then I would propose, I'll make a motion that we adopt it, would love a second, and then would invite any kind of remarks that colleagues would like to make. I won't read absolutely everything of this resolution, but if Ms. Jacobs is able to get it up on the screen while I read, that would be great. So this is a resolution affirmatively furthering fair housing. Whereas housing justice and racial justice are inextricably linked, and today's housing crisis is disproportionately impacting people of color. And whereas most renters paying more than half of their income for rent and utilities are non-white, the result of decades of discrimination and disinvestment. And whereas in Arlington, there are significant income and poverty rate disparities. For example, Black adults are substantially overrepresented among the homeless population, comprising 83% of homeless individuals while making up only 9% of the general population, whereas cost burden is most prevalent housing challenge in Arlington, whereas the 2015 Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Rule, AFFH rule, within the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, was a critical step in addressing historic and ongoing discrimination. And whereas the AFFH rule was rescinded in July and replaced with the Preserving Neighborhood and Community Choice rule, using a unilateral approach that bypassed the federal rulemaking process, including public review and feedback. And whereas the new rule ignores the history of segregation housing policy, downplays discrimination, decimates accountability by HUD and local jurisdictions to further fair housing, departs drastically from the 2015 AFFH that created a data-driven approach to assessing fair housing and planning actions to address disparities, integrate communities, eliminate concentrated areas of poverty, and encourage compliance with civil rights and fair housing laws. And whereas Arlington has long recognized that housing policy and a history of racial segregation in our communities continues to shape our neighborhoods today. And whereas disparate life outcomes for Black and Brown households have been exacerbated during the current COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas Arlington places great importance on racial equity and fair housing, and whereas we are undergoing much change in 2020, our commitment to fair housing and racial equity are unwavering. Therefore, be it resolved that Arlington County will continue to model its upcoming consolidated planning process on the 2015 Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing model, because we believe that data-driven analysis and robust community engagement helps communities identify and address barriers for immigrants, people with disabilities, and families with children, while also addressing historic and ongoing patterns of discrimination, segregation, or disinvestment based on race and other protected classes. And be it further resolved that Arlington is committed to collaborating with other jurisdictions on a regional analysis of impediments to fair housing, a process initiated in 2017 to ensure that we are doing all that we can to affirmatively further fair housing goals. The rigorous approach of this addresses the aims of the 1968 Fair Housing Act to end discrimination and segregation in our communities and recognizes that regional cooperation is key to reversing years of racial segregation and disinvestment. May I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much. I will say that reading this proclamation is, I will say that as my remarks as the mover of the motion and invite other comments from colleagues. Mr. Dorsey, I believe your hand is up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wholeheartedly endorse this approach and appreciate the well-researched and crafted resolution. This is something that the Washington Council of Governments is also implementing as part of its 2021 work plan to assist our regional neighbors in that work of using the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing model in their own housing policies and plans. And this has become certainly politicized, as most things are in today's climate with recent actions of the Trump administration, but it's useful, and this resolution well reflects that where we were when the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing rule was proposed in 2015 is a long cry from the promise of the Fair Housing Act of 1968. I forgive a lot of people if they thought that fair housing was solved decades ago, but in fact, it's been very clear that while overt discrimination in the housing market has a way to be redressed, the secondary and no less important goal of integrating our communities was never achieved by the Fair Housing Act. And the attempt in 2015 was to use modern tools and the ability for planning to solve that whole idea of the barriers that still exist that prevent people who would otherwise want to be a part of communities from having a chance to participate, whether it be by buying in or by renting. So this work very much dovetails with our emphasis in Arlington, and thank you so much for offering it for our adoption today.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and many thanks to staff for preparing this for us as well. Mr. DeFranti, and then I'll go to Ms. Crystal.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Dorsey covered much of some of the ideas I had. I just do want to put a point on the 2015 rule was decades in the making, and that reflects how pernicious this challenge has been for us as a nation, and certainly one that we in Arlington are not immune from and need to continue to focus on. So that's one thing after decades, this reversal is particularly disheartening, but we will keep at it. And I am thrilled that Mr. Dorsey and others on the COG board have made this a priority, and glad for that second resolved clause in particular. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to join you in thanking staff for the excellent work in this resolution, which we are trying to make real in the coming weeks, and in fact has been a large body of work for all of us, I know, in recent years. I think this resolution reminds us of the relationship between human rights and the right to live, work and play free of discrimination, and housing and affordable housing. It is incredibly important that one enables the other, and certainly that the right to rent housing, to buy housing in a neighborhood of your choosing should be a human right, free from discrimination and affordable to you. So I'm so pleased to see this go forward, and I know that our Tenant Landlord Commission increasingly has been trying to work at this intersection of affordability and human rights. Increasingly, our Human Rights Commission has been considering this as well. It's not quite October, but I'm looking forward to continuing our missing middle conversation in September as well, to prepare for this in October, which I think is very much about trying to address the historic discrimination that has been baked into our zoning ordinance when it comes to housing and integration of our neighborhoods. So thanks very much for bringing this forward for our consideration.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing in missing middle, and we miss our colleague, Eric, all the time when we bring up that subject. He's still here with us in many ways. Takas, Mr. Karantonis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Everything is said, that everything is covered by my colleagues here. There is one stat in the recitals that I think should give pause to every Arlingtonian, especially as we go into this Affordable Housing Month, and we're thinking about what we can do here in Arlington, how we can do it better. 50% of our tenants, more than 50% of our tenants pay more than 50% of their total income for just housing. If that's not a chilling fact, I don't know what it is. So I just invite everybody who's listening to us right now to just pause for a second and think about that. 50% of our fellow citizens, tenants, the absolute majority of Arlingtonians, our tenants, pay more than 50% of the entire household income for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Thank you very much. Certainly housing is one of the major issues, long has been, and certainly is now during COVID as well. That brings us to board member reports. And Ms. Crystal, I believe you have a brief report for us on something nice that's been happening.
Absolutely. So speaking of volunteerism to address hunger in our community, which you and Mr. DeFranti were talking so compellingly about during Urban Agriculture Month, we wanted to just share a little bit of an update about everything Arlingtonians have been doing to rise to the challenge of not only hunger in our community, but in fact, the need for school supplies for many of our young people who are trying to learn at home. And so we just wanted to celebrate for a minute the generosity of the Arlington community. I was compelled earlier when Mr. Karantonis was talking about the importance of supporting our small businesses and restaurants. And one of the attractive things about the Buy a Neighbor lunch campaign is that it has gone to support not only feeding our neighbors, but supporting our neighborhood restaurants and buying food and meals from them. So thank you to the Arlington community that has donated $50,000 to that Buy a Neighbor lunch program, which originated back in March and April when the lockdown began. And has now gone on to spend nearly $10,000 in buying neighbors groceries and $40,000 in buying neighbors school supplies for our kids. So we just wanted to, again, thank you for those of you who are giving through Volunteer Arlington, as well as in numerous other ways, groups like the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization, which has offered a Pike Buy a Neighbor lunch program, many of the food pantries associated with our schools, and many of the other ways that Arlingtonians have stepped up to meet this need, dramatic need in our community. And of course, a reminder to anyone who may be watching that you can participate and buy a neighbor lunch, buy a neighbor groceries, buy a neighbor school supplies that they may need by visiting volunteerarlington.org.
you. Thank you very much. And this is really what I mean, and this is not the only group with the volunteers stepping up. So it's really been great. So colleagues, while we've been doing this, I was reminded by our ever vigilant clerk that we have a wonderful motion on the table and a second for our resolution, but we never voted. I apologize. So I'd like to go back and call for a vote on the fair housing resolution. And I will go around the virtual room and start with Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. DiFerranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. I vote aye as well. Thank you very much. And thank you for catching that, Ms. Jacobs. Sorry about that, colleagues. All right. Thank you very much. And Ms. Crystal, thank you for that report. Again, as I say, we're getting so many wonderful volunteer organizations, individuals stepping up. That's really one of the bright spots in the middle of this very difficult pandemic. This brings us to appointments, colleagues. And I think before we start on the regular appointments, I believe Ms. Crystal has a motion for us first. Is that correct, Ms. Crystal?
That's correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, related to an appointment that we'll see later in the list of appointments regarding our Trespass Towing Advisory Board, I move that we end the term of John O'Neill on the Trespass Towing Advisory Board.
I'll second that. Thank you. I don't think we need any discussion. I think I'll go ahead and call for a vote if that's all right. Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DiFerranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. I vote aye as well. Thank you very much. All right, so we have removed Mr. O'Neill, and then that brings us to the appointments. I have a lot, colleagues, so I will be as expeditious as I can in going through them, including the replacement for Mr. O'Neill is on this list. All right, so I will move, this will not require a second, the following appointments. To the Aquatics Committee, appoint Jennifer Connor for a term ending August 31st, 2022. To the Citizens Advisory Commission on Housing, appoint Sarah Rubalcaba for a term ending August 31st, 2024. To the Civil Service Commission, appoint Adora Williams for a term ending September 30, 2024. To the Commission on Aging, appoint William Way. Let me just check, they're all the same termination. Okay, on the Commission on Aging, appoint William Way, Alfonso Lopez, reappoint Herschel Cantor, Lincoln Cummings, and Cheryl Beversdorf, all for terms ending September 30th, 2023. To the Commission for the Arts, reappoint both David Scott Carlson and Susanna Hallworth Dunn for terms ending July 31st, 2023. To the Crystal City Citizens Review Council, appoint Emily Norton for a term ending September 20, 2022. To the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, appoint Lynn McQueen for a term ending September 30, 2023. To the Human Rights Commission, appoint Stephen Krieger for a term ending September 30, 2023. To the Industrial Development Authority, appoint Peter Loria for a term ending on September 30, 2024. To the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, appoint Ben English and appoint Colton Gibbons and appoint Kateri Gajadhar Smith and reappoint Michael Griffin, all for terms ending September 30th, 2022. To the Transportation Commission, reappoint Chris Slatt for a term ending September 30, 2023. To the Community Development Citizens Advisory Commission, appoint Jose Quinones for a term ending September 30, 2023. To the Trespass Towing Advisory Board, appoint Al Leach for a term ending September 30, 2023, and reappoint Matt Chisty for a term ending September 30, 2023. And finally, and under chairs, we want to designate Steve Baker as chair of the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2020. All right, again, this does not require a second. All in favor, please say aye. And I will go around. Mr. Carantonis?
Aye. Just a little footnote. I believe Mr. Herschel Cantor's last name is not spelled correctly in the list.
I know the name and I didn't even look at it closely, but we will double check the name and we will, as part of the motion, yes, it's with a K. Thank you. And I think it's ER.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. All right. We will correct that. And that's part of my motion is the correct spelling of Mr. Cantor's name. Okay. Mr. DiFerranti.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Garvey, I vote aye. Thank you very much. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you to everyone stepping up and being willing to volunteer. And Mr. Cantor, so far, sorry, we will get your name spelled correctly. All right, thank you very much. That brings us now to regional reports, I believe. And the first report, I will ask Mr. Dorsey to talk about the Council of Governments. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've already referenced the COG a couple of times during this call, and I thought it would be a good time to just update you on sort of the year that has been and the year that has been planned for at least in its early planning stages for both COG and the Transportation Planning Board, where I represent the county. Both organizations are embracing equity and anti-racism as guiding pillars for its work, looking to embed a professional analysis of both disciplines within all of the areas of work that both COG and the TPB do. We well know that the Council of Governments sponsors the cohort that has provided some great professional development and helping our county develop equity action plans within our own scopes of work. And the Transportation Planning Board is looking to increase its capacity to integrate equity into all of its actions and decision making. On the COG side, next year, there's going to be a big focus on helping jurisdictions really prepare for the moment that exists. As we all know from working in various COG committees and capacities, the regional cooperation, the forum that you get from being able to interact with colleagues on substantive matters is certainly important. But one of the things that COG has not been necessarily as useful in is sort of forecasting where communities are going and what they will need in the future. It's almost like it's been an organization built to help people deal in a reactionary way with things that have occurred. So we're going to try and take a different approach at COG and see if we can anticipate where our needs are going to be over the course of the coming year. And at this point, that planning has landed on, helping local communities build the capacity to be both equitable and also resilient in the face of co-occurring crises and challenges, the likes of which we are experiencing now. So there will be more to come in the coming months on that. Certainly the work that COG did last year on housing targets will continue in the year ahead with professional guidance for the land use teams across all of the jurisdictions. I'm proud to report that the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance, NVAHA, has deemed COG worthy of receiving an award for its work on the housing targets. Ms. Garvey mentioned the ad hoc task force that we adopted this past month to look at food security, both from an urban agriculture, but also from a supply chain and suburban farming lens. We very much look forward to that work. And what will be ongoing is providing a way for all of the subject matter experts in public health and public safety, as well as the chief administrative officers, to continue to convene, share, and learn in our coordinated pandemic response. And on the TPB side, just a couple of things, since I don't update you on the TPB's work that often, some important considerations and conversations that have been had this year have been how we increase ridership of existing transit assets through infrastructure investment. You know, there's always a lot of talk about what new transit programs and policies and routes and initiatives and modes that you can deploy. And as we've taken a look at existing transit, we realize there's a great deal of already invested in transit facilities that we can leverage by driving more ridership through making sure people can walk and bike to them, increasing the useful walk sheds to those transit facilities. There's definitely been a focus on how we bring Vision Zero and the principles therein to a regional basis so that we can have some sustained improvement in actions that we take that produce safer modes of travel for people across all modes. There is the beginning of some really important work on how transit and transportation will lead to our region's desire to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions in line with not only our locally adopted energy plan and its targets, but what seems to be a growing sense of the region to be aggressive as well. And as always, a lot of TPB's work is figuring out how we make the aspirational elements of the long-term visualized 2045 plan to become perhaps more feasible in the near term. And one of the areas that people are looking at very closely is the build out of the National Capital Trail Network. So that's all. Any questions? Happy to address.
No, I just will make thank you very much for this. I think, Council of Governments is, and the regional cooperation has really stepped up quite a bit during this pandemic. And I want to recognize all the work our staff does, because not board members do it on the elected level, but on all of the multiple staff levels, we've got all kinds of coordination going on. And it actually is taking up a lot of people's time. I think our public doesn't often see it, but it's really important and crucial coordinating effort to do, and it does take a lot of time. And I want to express, my thanks to you, Mr. Dorsey, for what you do, and obviously to our staff as well, and all our colleagues, because we're all on different groups and committees with Council of Governments. Thank you. All right, I think that brings me to I have one regional report, and I wanted to talk just a little bit about the town hall we had on airport noise in August, because I realized we might kind of forget about it, and it was kind of a big deal, really. And I want to thank my colleague Matt DeFranti, who was part of that town hall with me, and we both welcomed Andrew Friedson, who is on the Montgomery County, Maryland Board of Supervisors, and he is a council member there, and he is sort of heading this up for them on their side. And so this was a joint town hall with Maryland, the Montgomery County, Maryland, and Arlington County, Virginia, coming together. It kind of first, I'll have to look and check. I didn't do that ahead of time. I'm wondering if this is maybe one of the first kind of a joint town hall. How often have we had them? We did have one with Alexandria, but I'm not sure we've done them across the river with Maryland before. So we did hold this, and a lot of people participated. Let's see, and I just got a note. I had asked for the number. Apparently, between Facebook and YouTube Live and everything, over 3,000 people participated in this town hall, listening to the presentations from our consultant and asking questions, which we endeavored to ask. And I'll go through I'll just cover a real brief bit about kind of what we did, and go to the next slide, please, if we can. Because one of the things was we've hired this consultant, and it's a joint consultant. It took a way longer period of time to make this joint contract work, but we've got it finally. And one of the things they did is do some presentations about what they're sort of preliminarily seeing kind of as they start their study. So this didn't mean much to me at first, but the point is, and it was as our consultant pointed out, is that in 2014, that model that shows the colors show where all of the different airplanes have been flying. In 2017, same group, but except what you'll notice is 2017 is a slightly slimmed down version of 2014. But it's not fewer planes, it's that they're all much more concentrated. And what that's doing is making that those who are affected down on the ground here in Arlington, and in some cases in Maryland, and obviously in DC and Alexandria as well, much more affected by the airplane noise. So that if you're affected by airplane noise, it's gotten more concentrated. There's more planes, and it really has been becoming almost unbearable for some people, which is why we have launched this effort. Next slide, please. This one just shows another instance of how, so the FAA is looking to change the flight paths even more. What we have traditionally tried to do is keep planes over the river. There are not so many people right below to be bothered. I'm sure it bothers some ducks and things from time to time, but kind of keep it away from residential neighborhoods. There is now moving closer and closer to Arlington and going right over Arlington, and we hear about the effects from our residents. And there are our views. It looks like the FAA is moving forward to do even more of this, and we really need to find some ways to cope with it and do what we can to get the FAA to reconsider and mitigate. We want to keep safety. We want to keep all of the important safety measures in place and security measures. But we and our consultants firmly believe there's a better way to do it, and it wouldn't take that much effort. And we're trying to figure out what we can go through and then offer that to the FAA and hopefully advocate to have that adopted. I think we'll be much stronger if we can do it with Montgomery County, Maryland, than if we're trying to do it just on our own. And the only way we would get the proper data to do this was working with a consultant. So I want to thank our neighbors, our friends in Montgomery County, and particularly Andrew Friedson, for helping with this effort. I think we're much stronger together on this, and also sharing the cost of the consultants. So thank you. And thank you for everybody who has been, next slide, please. Everybody who's been, writing to us, and when they write write to Don Beyer from time to time. We now have like a set web page. Will go to our consultant. They are bringing in all of this information. They are working to respond to questions that come in, and also keeping track of the feedback as part of their study. So, and there's a web page where you can get the information about the project. And I invite anybody who would like to please check that out. Mr. DiFranti, is there anything you would like to add? I've sort of talked on and on here. I really appreciate your support and help with this.
Well, just a quick thank you to you for leading us forward in that and persevering as we got the consultant. I thought the first session was very good. And the consultant brings expertise, which I think is a baseline crucial step for us. So this is a bit of a moving target, pardon the pun, but because of both COVID and so we have fewer flights, but we still have this issue that you highlighted in that second slide. So just to thank you for your involvement and persistence on this issue, for helping me join that effort, and for the patience and also perseverance of our residents as we work to try and address this as best possible. Thanks. I think you're on mute.
Somebody in the control room muted me. Perseverance and patience are absolutely operative with this particular issue. It is such a difficult issue, but we are not giving up. We're going to keep working on it. Thank you so much. All right. Are there any other reports or items that board members would like to bring forward? If not, we'll move to our manager's report. I don't see any hands up. I don't see anybody waving at me. All right. Mr. Schwartz, I think we are over to you for your manager's report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I have 4 items today. First one, I'm very happy to welcome back to the county board Debbie Albert, who has taken far too long of a break from being with us, and she's going to provide us an update on progress on Permit Arlington and the really good news we have there, the work of her and her team. So over to you, Debbie.
Great.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm going to have a PowerPoint I'm going to share.
I agree. It's nice to see Miss Albert. It's been a long time.
And members of the board, it is nice to see you all as well. And like I said, good afternoon. It has been a long time since I have been here to give you an update on Permit Arlington, so it's good to be back. And it is also quite timely that I'm here at the September board meeting, as Permit Arlington celebrated its first birthday last week. We went live on September 9th, 2019. So it's really good to be here celebrating this milestone, which is a big one, because as you all know, this has been a long time coming. So I do want to give you an update as to kind of what the team has been working on over the last several months, as well as what's coming in the next year and a half. And I want to start by just kind of doing a little bit of a recap, because I always do like to keep touch of and keep close to what our original goals are and make sure that we're always looking at those to make sure that we're achieving those, which include, bringing our permitting system into a modern technology platform, improving our customer service model, providing more transparency into the review process for applicants, as well as, as part of bringing the permitting process online, streamlining processes to make things more efficient on both the staff end as well as the customer end. So we don't want to lose sight of that. And I've included our customer experience vision in the top corner of this slide here. We're really looking to achieve one team, one voice, so that we are thinking about how our customers are experiencing the permitting process, and making sure that customers don't necessarily have to be aware of what discipline needs to review their permit at any given time. So that's a big piece of what we're working on, in addition to developing a permitting system. And I'm going to start with kind of a brief history of Permit Arlington in one slide. As I said, Permit Arlington went live just 1 year ago last week. And in phase 1 of the system delivery, we delivered 33 of 75 permits. That represents about 19% of the applications we receive on an annual basis. And I just got some statistics from our first year out of our new system, and there were 7,800, just over 7,800 applications submitted in our first year in the Permit Arlington system. So that's pretty exciting milestone. And again, those represent a lot of customers who were formerly coming into the office to submit their permits. In the first year, we also established that customer experience vision. And we also learned a lot about the system we're developing. And those are some of the things that we're going to be applying to phase 2 over the next year. One of the biggest things that we learned over the last year was about how the process for which we're delivering permits is working. And one of the big changes that we're making as we work on phase 2 is we're moving into a more agile development strategy. And what does that mean exactly? Last year when we were working on phase 1, we were kind of working on all of those permits over a 2-year time frame, but we really weren't able to kind of walk through each of those permits from start to finish until we were very close to go live, which didn't give us a lot of opportunities to kind of have rounds of refinement and to make sure that they were working the way we wanted them to. Moving to an agile development strategy allows us to, we will group permits into smaller groupings. We will try to deliver things in smaller groupings, work on fewer permits at once, and develop them from start to finish. That gives us an opportunity to have a better feedback loop between our developers and our subject matter experts who are defining the requirements, resulting in more opportunities to refine those permits along the way, and hopefully at the end, resulting in a more reliable product. So a couple of those interim steps that we've taken over the last 6 months. The first one was kind of a bonus interim step that we added in response to the COVID-19 closure of the permit office to the public. You'll recall that 2 years ago, we added online payment to our e-plan permits, which at that time included building permits and civil engineering plans, as well as land disturbing activity permits. And once the permit office closed to the public, we needed to find a way to allow customers to pay online for all permits, and we were able to do that. One of the reasons we were able to kind of pivot and provide online payment for all permits so quickly is because we had already decided that one of our major goals as an interim step was to get our trade permits into that e-plan process. That's not fully into the new Permit Arlington system, but we wanted to allow for online application and plan review of those trade permits because they are the highest volume that we receive in terms of permits. And I have a little bit more on that in the next slide. But because our team had already started investigating what it would take to get our trade permits into e-plan, Brian Hyatt, who's our senior on-base developer, was already kind of in there looking at the code, and he was able to take a look at it, and he thought, it really wouldn't take a lot of work to get online payment for all of our permits. And that was obviously a huge advantage for both customers and staff, as well as getting permits issued more quickly, as well as looking out for the health and safety of our staff who then no longer had to come in on a weekly basis to process paper checks. So that was a pretty exciting advancement. And I just missed a slide there. But looking at the next slide, talking a little bit more about trade permits. So as of last week, we delivered the 5th of 5 trade permits. So as of yesterday, we now have 5 trade permits added to our e-plan system, and we've got customers applying for those online, which is a huge advantage over the email process that we've been using since mid-March when the permit office closed to the public. This was a major goal pre-COVID because really the majority of the people waiting in the permit office were there for trade permits. A substantial number of those people were waiting in the office and had commuted to our office in Arlington just to pay for a permit. And so we really, from a customer experience perspective, wanted to find a way to make that process simpler. This is one of the biggest chunks of permits that we receive, as I mentioned. There are about 14,000 trade permits submitted and processed and issued every year, about 36% of all the applications across all of our permits that we receive. So this is a huge benefit, and it certainly is. It was a lot of email submittals to keep track of before we had this e-plan system. So we're pretty excited to have those 5 trade permits now available for the online plan review process. And the other good news about getting these into e-plan is that e-plan is actually the plan review portion of the Permit Arlington system. So that means that about 50% of the system development work for these permits is already complete before we even really have started on phase 2 of the Permit Arlington system. So moving on to phase 2, we've broken our phase 2 into 3 phases. We are currently in the middle of working on phase 2A, which will in December of this year deliver 9 more permits available in the Permit Arlington system. While this is actually a small chunk of the permits that we receive and a small number of permits, we've been able to gain a lot of things by working on these 9 permits over the last 6 months. These were all developed 100% by staff in-house while we were working with our vendor to actually to refine our statement of work to accommodate the more agile development strategy that we're taking in phase 2. Our staff was able to refine that agile development strategy so that we knew what to put into that statement of work, as well as to have the opportunity to develop permits from start to finish, which is something that will benefit the county from a long-term system maintenance perspective. There's always new regulations coming up that might require new permits to be developed, and we don't want to be reliant on our vendor to have to develop those in the future. So again, we're planning for a December launch of these 9 permits. So that's the next thing that will be coming on board, and that work is well underway. Phase 2B of Permit Arlington will then add the remainder of most of our permits. And we're looking at delivering that at the end of 2021 timeframe. This is a big chunk of permits, and these are probably the most complicated permits that we'll be adding to the system. Some things to look forward to in phase 2B that we haven't had in our system yet because they haven't been required is many of these permits require inspections. In addition to combined 20,000 building and trade permits every year, the county performs about 65,000 inspections annually on those building and trade permits, as well as some of the other permits. So we'll be adding inspections into the new system as well as mobile apps. So we'll be excited to be able to bring Permit Arlington into the field for inspectors as well as contractors to be able to check permits while they're in the field from a mobile device. So we'll be configuring that as part of phase 2B as well. A couple of key process changes that we're excited about is, right now, if you need a sign permit or a fence permit, you file one permit with zoning, and then if it requires a building permit, a separate permit with ISD, our Inspection Services Division, for a building permit. And we are looking at bringing both of those sign and fence permits into a single application for both disciplines. And that's one of the advantages of having a system that will route it accordingly based on some logic and some questions that were answered as part of the application process. So we're pretty excited about that. Also, as part of phase 2B, we will bring our building permits, our land disturbing activity permits, and now our trade permits, all of which are in the e-plan process, into the Permit Arlington system. So that will get us most of the way there. My last slide here is just a summary of the whole process. I didn't spend a lot of time talking about phase 2C. Phase 2C includes proactive inspections and complaints. For the most part, not entirely, but for the most part, these are records that are created in our system in the back office portion by staff. They're not necessarily, they are proactive. They're not necessarily something that people are applying for. So we've left those for last because they have the least impact on the customer experience. And we're also looking at how some of those things relate to other systems. We want to make sure we get things into the right systems. So that would be the final phase, and that would add 9 more permit records into our system. So that's the end of my brief update. I would be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Let me see if we have questions. So I'm getting some feedback. colleagues, I don't see any hands up. I can, Mr. Karantonis, go ahead. I see Ms. Crystal then. Okay, Mr. Karantonis, then Ms. Crystal.
First of all, thank you so much for all the work that is being done here by staff, by Ms. Albert. This is really important. This is a governance that's a huge desirable deliverable here. I have a question that is kind of, comprehensive or global. Can we already say that, dealing with the permitting in the governance way that is more resource, that provides for savings, that is making, the use of our personnel and other resources more efficient? Is there any way to quantify the benefit from that point of view? And that's question number one. Question number two is, do we have any insight of how satisfied our customers are?
Very good questions. And certainly that is something that we are interested in terms of what the efficiencies are of the new system. I don't have metrics on efficiencies at this time. One of the things that we were planning to look at was kind of customer wait times in the lobby. So, and at this point, one of our customer experience goals, we were really kind of forced into adopting kind of in 48 hours when we closed the permit office to the public in March. So that's something that we're no longer looking at because we don't have customers coming into the lobby. So from a qualitative standpoint, that's a huge efficiency from a customer standpoint. Customers waited anywhere from 15 minutes to 3 hours, depending on when they showed up. And that doesn't include, obviously, their commute times, because not all of them are coming from Arlington. So that's a really big efficiency from a customer side. And certainly there is a lot less paper being printed. And in terms of one of the other kind of more qualitative things that the permitting system brings is simultaneous review by multiple groups. From a staffing standpoint, the review still needs to occur. So, the same number of permits are still coming in. The review part and the person labor and the skilled labor portion of the process doesn't go away. So it's a good question, and I don't have quantifiable metrics at this point, but certainly there are a lot of efficiencies. Your second question, can you remind me?
Are our customers satisfied? Do they have issues still? How do we measure? How do we, what's our estimate of how well the rollout of this system works for customers from their point of view? Do they say, well done, we like that, or we would like this or the other to be adapted, changed, evolved? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I do have some, anecdotally, again, not statistical, but anecdotally, I have had multiple conversations. I regularly do reach out to the NAIOP Real Estate Development Group, as well as the Arlington Chamber, as well as some of our utilities participate in some of those groups as well. And anecdotally, I have heard some very complimentary comments for staff in terms of it being much easier, and I think in the beginning, I spent a lot of time kind of when I would go through the goals, explaining to people all the benefits of online permitting. I don't need to tell people the benefits of online permitting anymore, and we certainly hear a lot from our customers about how great it is and how much easier it is. Certainly there's a lot of refinements that still need to be made to the system. It's not perfect. One of the things about having our staff build up those skills to support the system, we know that we have until the end of time to continue making things better. And with any new system, they will continue getting better and better. But I have heard some good feedback, so I hope that that is reflective of the broader community. I know that we also have recently reached out to our customer base as part of exploring how customers are responding to the office being closed to the public, and I do have some comments there to review from that survey as well that are.
Thank you. I have to say I heard a lot of very good feedback on how the system is rolled out, with all plus and minuses, but all overall that was really very encouraging.
I appreciate that, and I do want to kind of recognize the Permit Arlington team, which has been really working so hard through all of this, and it's been a difficult process, and I'm really proud of the work that they've done.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
No question. I actually just raised my hand to say that I think you should be proud of the work that they've done. Certainly one measure of client satisfaction is how often things get escalated to the county board. And I can tell you it is considerably less often than before this was implemented. And I just actually wanted to follow up on one thing, Ms. Alpert, that you noted in response to Mr. Karantonis that I think is especially critical and worthy of applause is the simultaneous review by different departments, which I think was certainly one of the greatest frustrations we'd heard from folks prior to the implementation of Permit Arlington. And so I'm so glad to see that that is advanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Albert, this has been a long journey. You and I have been on it longer than anybody else. I'm so impressed that finally we've gotten here. I think it's a heavier lift than anybody really realized. And certainly, thank you for complimenting your staff. Hats off to you too. This has got to be, just thank you. I think there's a reason that you sort of disappeared from sight for a really long time, and now you have emerged with this Permit Arlington so much further along than it had been. One could say it took too long. I think we probably all agree. But my, oh my, what if we hadn't started it when this pandemic hit? I mean, the fact that it was sort of underway when the pandemic hit was, again, one of the many things that it was really a blessing for us. So thank you. I do want to ask you on the surveys, do you break it out by sort of professionals, and I guess I'd even call it amateurs? So permitting, you've got folks that do it all the time, and they come and they know how to pull permits, and it's not a deal for them. And then you have the homeowner who's maybe acting as their own contractor, overall contractor or something. They can experience a lot more trouble because they've never done it before. It's a first time for them. And I'm not expecting maybe an answer now, but at some point when we do analysis, it would be great to break it out and see, is it user friendly for people who this is their first time trying this. And I'm glad that we're not hearing a lot, as Ms. Crystal said. So I think it must be going pretty well. But I think sometimes it's the smaller homeowner that has a tougher time with these kind of systems, because the big guys that are professionals do it all the time and they figure it out. So if you're able to break that out at some point when we do a kind of an analysis of how it's going, that I would be interested in that if that's possible.
Great. Yeah, that's good advice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thanks very much. Stay well. This is great work. You just take on the really big ones. When I first came on the board, I forget, it was the zone. It was like fixing our zoning or something, right? It was huge effort that you were doing.
Yes. So this is a little bit of a different project, but I will say, just in closing from me, I will say that, one of the things that I think we've done as we've gotten to phase 2 is we've really developed a really great partnership between our staff, who are really the subject matter experts on all of these permits, and our technology staff, who are the experts in building the system. And I think that that's really going to benefit us in the second phase of the project in terms of really developing a good product.
Absolutely. And I'm sure those skills will help both sides, both departments, continue to provide better services as they go forward, because I'm sure one of the tricky things with technology is understanding each department and what they need and how to meet those needs. And we're needing to do it double quick now because of the COVID. So thank you again very much. Stay well, and it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Yeah, thanks a lot. All right, Mr. Schwartz, back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, I wanted to give a brief update on yard waste collection service. Arlington's residential curbside collection did resume about 2 weeks ago on Monday, August 31st, after suspension that had started in May due to contractor staffing issues for COVID-19. And we did hear a lot about that. Wanted to let you know that during the first week of service restoration, we experienced very high demand, and we asked that those people who are using it to try to cut back a little bit, but we were unable to the first time through to complete all the routes on time. But I think as we go through this week and the following weeks, we're going to be able to hit our mark, and that we're going to have full services return to normal this week. And so just a reminder to everybody, this came up previously, we're going to be issuing a credit of close to $11 on everybody's solid waste rate quarterly bills that they receive. More information forthcoming on that. And I wanted to thank staff who did a spectacular job in standing up some temporary yard waste drop-off locations at the Trade Center down in Shirlington, and also up at 26th Street and Yorktown Boulevard. Those closed down as of September 4th. And finally, a real thank you to everybody for being so patient and standing by while we work through the disruption in the service.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you very much. This was a tough one, I know, and I'm glad we're finally getting out the other end of it. All right, colleagues, if I don't see any hands up, I think we're ready for the next part of your report.
Okay. This is going to be a fairly lengthy presentation, and I wanted to, as I had said, come back to the board and the community and give an update on our revenue outlook for fiscal 21. Now, we're in the middle of fiscal 21. We're 3 months through, and when the board adopted the budget for fiscal 21 back in April, I told you I would be back to give you some revised estimates as we worked our way through the pandemic. And we think, we had hoped that the recovery that we had anticipated at the time in March and April would be further along, and that's simply not the case. We have some revised projections. So I'm going to turn it over for the presentation to our Budget Director, Richard Stevenson, along with Maria Meredith, our Head of Department of Management and Finance. And then Telly Tucker is also with us, who's the Director of Arlington Economic Development. So over to you, Richard.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon. I have a number of slides I want to walk through with you. Pull that up. And what I wanted to start off with was sort of quickly highlighting our journey that we've undertaken the last 6 months. It was at the beginning of March that we started to realize the magnitude of the pandemic and the impacts it was beginning to have. The February manager's budget was basically thrown out the window, and we began to scramble to project what the human and fiscal impacts were going to be on the next year's financial plan. And
Richard,
so,
you need to put the slides up, Richard.
Okay. Maria's going to help me on that front. She's able.
There it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologies for that.
No problem.
All right. And so the next slide that we'll see just a little milestone of what we've progressed through over the last 6 months. But as Mark mentioned, from the very beginning, we knew we would be wrong in some of our projections, but we wanted to take a measured approach when we were developing the revised budget proposal for you. And again, stating that we would come back and give you updates throughout the fiscal year. I think most people would agree that we had hoped life would return to a more normal state by this time. The kids would be back in school and we would have resumed our normal sort of work life activity. But clearly this is taking longer than we had anticipated in terms of both a health and economic recovery. And so we're making some adjustments to the financial picture for the remainder of the fiscal year. So the next slide illustrates sort of this initial curve projection that we made, and then how we're revising it now. And obviously, we have certain taxes that come in at particular times of the year. Others come in monthly. So what I wanted to illustrate here was meal sales and transient, this transient taxes, or hotel taxes. Overall, we had expected along with many of our sister jurisdictions, a more V-shaped recovery curve. But obviously, what we're seeing now with actuals and the length of the pandemic, that this curve has flattened out, and the recovery period will take a longer period of time. So we still only have a couple months of data for revenue, which report monthly. But as you can see, we're revising our projections for the lines that are on the far right, where the arrows point to the revised ranges for these, at least these three particular taxes. So let's sort of back up. The next slide sort of illustrates the adopted budget information. When we adopted the budget back at the end of April, we had already made revenue adjustments of something approaching $50 million, both impacting the county side and schools. And ultimately, what the board adopted after revisions to the manager's proposed was an operating budget on the county side of $821 million for the county, and the schools of almost $525 million, both being negative in terms of a percent change when compared to the prior fiscal year, or the fiscal year we were in at the time, which was FY 2020. Now, the next slide shows the general fund revenues, the revenues that fund our operations. And as you know, real estate is by far the largest tax source, funding both the county and the schools. Real estate taxes account for almost 60% of this pie chart, and total taxes fund approximately 84% of the budget. And as you know, the schools on the taxes that are generated, the schools share in almost half of those revenues. So these adjustments are impacting the schools' transfer in their budget, as well as the county side. The pandemic has impacted many other revenue categories. Fees and fines and charges for service in a number of departments are all experiencing lower actuals than we had initially projected. And I'll talk through a number of these in a couple slides. But I do want to point out that even though from this pie chart, some of these slices look small, meals and transient tax, which is hotels, when we're making these adjustments, they're still significant dollars, even though they're smaller portions of this larger revenue pie. So the next slide breaks out from that prior graph just local taxes. And you can see the different components of our local tax revenue. And again, real estate totals of this pie about 60%. And that consists of residential real estate with single family detached and townhouses. Condominiums are here, along with our commercial and apartment properties. Personal property is our second largest tax source, which includes business tangible, and business professional occupational license, which is BPOL, is 6%, but our third largest tax source. And again, we have a number of other taxes supporting our overall budget. So these are some of the areas I'm going to focus on here in a moment. So the next pie is a breakout of the last slide. And what it's highlighting here is, compared to our current budget and that's in the adopted budget, these are the areas that are most significantly impacted that we're having to make additional adjustments to. The pie slices that are green, we have a little more confidence in where those estimates currently are. We have some early indications with vehicle personal property and residential real estate that will be okay budgetarily in those areas. Sales in real estate are showing that they're coming in above existing assessments. Now the assessor still has to do all their analytical work this fall. They'll be looking at market transactions, but at least from a macro level, early indications are that we should be okay from what we budgeted on the residential real estate side. One important element, and I have a slide later in the deck that adds a dynamic to this revenue reestimate, is property tax collections and people's ability to pay. And we've built this into some of our forecast assumptions where if people are not able to pay their taxes and delinquencies increase, that impacts the revenue received by the county. Okay, so what did we assume in April when we adopted the budget? Well, as I mentioned, we had made a number of adjustments from the February proposed budget, and we had made changes to real estate taxes, business license tax, sales, meals, and hotel taxes, along with several other non-tax categories. And as I mentioned, we assumed a recovery would be occurring in the summer with most taxes and fees coming back to a normalized level. So what are we projecting now? Well, longer recovery period, unfortunately. Some revenues will not return to normal for some time. We've had a lot of conversations with economic development and what that looks like for hotel taxes. The reality is that those taxes probably will not recover this year, and we're well into fiscal year 22. And some may think that we might never see the levels that we have if the number of rooms goes away. So there's some concerns with that. Fortunately, it's one of the smaller tax revenues as a percentage of the whole. There's increased uncertainty in real estate taxes. As I mentioned, the January assessment, the assessor will go and do the analysis there. But this will also play into the assessments in the following calendar years. And again, as I mentioned, commercial and residential owners' ability to pay. And then we have certain non-tax revenues that have been impacted more severely than we originally forecast. I think anybody that has driven around the county and been able to get a parking space much easier, we've seen parking meter revenue drop significantly and parking tickets, as well as the parks program and transit revenue. So here I have a chart that shows consumer spending, and it sort of illustrates what I've been talking about in terms of the recovery curve. It's a chart from Opportunity Insights. That's an economic tracker that is tracking the data in Arlington, and you can see how the spending significantly dropped in March, bottomed out, and then starting to recover. But this, again, there's lots of tertiary pieces of information, but it shows it's not a V-shaped recovery curve that we're experiencing, and this will take longer for us to come out of economically. So the next slide that I want to sort of walk through is, and it's related to the first slide that I started off with, but you can see the monthly tax revenues as they were going along for the first few months here in this chart, all positive month over month compared to the prior fiscal year, and then the significant drop off as we hit March and April. And each of these tax sources are showing different recovery curves, and that's pretty much to be said for all our revenue sources. They're not all acting the same, and so we've tried to factor in some of that behavior in terms of anticipated recovery into our projections. So, bottom line, we're projecting from our adopted budget for this fiscal year, FY21, a revenue shortfall in a range from $42 to $60 million. On the tax side, it's 30 to 45 million in the aggregate, and on the non-tax side, which impacts the county side of the ledger, 12 to 15 million. As I mentioned before, the schools share in local tax revenue, and so their proportional piece of this adjustment is revenue reduction of $14 to $21 million. And again, out to the right, you can see the various major areas that we're making these adjustments in. So let's, I'll talk a little bit about some of these revenue sources. Real estate is almost $800 million in the adopted budget. And when we revised the budget for April adoption, we reduced the forecasted assessment growth from 3% down to 0. And now we're making additional adjustment to to this tax source. For context and order of magnitude, each % difference in the assessments this January from the base impacts revenues by $4 million. And that's the June payment next spring. And again, that's shared with the schools in our proportional way. And if, for example, commercial properties, and we've run lots of different sensitivity analysis with residential component pieces being up in different rates and commercial being down at different rates. But if commercial properties were down, less than 10% in the aggregate, and we had positive growth on the residential side, we would still see from our current assumptions revenue loss of 5 to 15 million, just because how large this tax source is. I mentioned BPOL as our third largest tax source at 63 million in the adopted budget. We had reduced it approximately 12% in the revised adopted budget from February's proposal. And this is a tax source where, for us at least, almost half of the revenue are coming from professional and specialized services, the contracting and consulting. And anecdotally, at least, these are some of the areas that are weathering this pandemic a little better than some of the service areas. So we've built into the range some additional reductions in licensing tax, but it's not as significant as we initially thought it could be. We're adjusting business tangible property, concerns with delinquencies there as businesses struggle. And as I've mentioned, the slowing of the recovery curve as we had originally assumed in sales, meals, hotel, and car rental tax. On the next slide, just a couple of the majors that I've already mentioned before. Parking meters, because of the activity being significantly down. We're hoping that the second half of the fiscal year, there's some recovery in that revenue source. Parking tickets, again, not that we want to issue parking tickets for non-compliant parkers, but that revenue source is sort of going same curve as the parking meter revenue. And we've had to make some significant adjustments in some of the parks programs as those programs aren't being offered or offered at a lower level. And of course, transit with just lower utilization with impacting the fare revenue. Getting to the end here. So just wanted to create a little graph to sort of, again, to highlight the order of magnitude with the timing of taxes and overlaying the collection piece. And when we will know more, which I think is important for the board and community to understand, especially as we move over the next few months and we come back to you and say things are different, wanted to give you some context of why things may have changed. And it has something to do with the order of magnitude of the taxes that we will begin to see come into the county over the next few months. So I have June 2020 here, which was last fiscal year. That's our real estate tax payments that were coming in. And we were very concerned back in June and having many conversations with the treasurer's office about those revenue receipts and what were people's ability to pay. Fortunately, the revenues that came in were what was expected, a little off of what the treasurer would have liked to have collected, but didn't impact us budgetarily from what we were worried about. Now the question is, and we're watching the September and October tax payments. So in September, business tangible is filed, and then as many of us know, car tax and our real estate tax are due in October. So we're working with the treasurer. We're seeing how collections comes in, but that's significant revenue here in these next 2 months that we're watching closely. And then is again the next June payment and what people's ability to pay in those taxes will be we'll be watching carefully. And that's 82. There's 2 periods in time is almost 82% of our tax revenue. And then finally, that's the problem. Now, how are we going to address the revenue shortfall? And there's a number of options to consider. We can further slow spending or start with the elimination of spending, can utilize to close out discretionary funds that we will be talking with the board about next month. Utilizing the existing COVID contingent that the board adopted and included as a part of the budget right now, and utilize reserves and a number of other sort of levers. And so our next steps with you are coming back in October with the closeout recommendations and how we ended last fiscal year, identifying discretionary dollars that may be available for consideration, and whether that's for fiscal year 21 or planning for 22. And then in November, adoption of the manager's proposals and anything you may change to that, and the board providing guidance to the manager as we start to, well, we've already started to prepare for the development of the FY22 budget. So that's the overview of the revenue picture right now. I just had two slides here that I wanted to, update again the board and community on the CARES funding, summarizing the funding and allocation. This first slide shows the total allocation with our obligations and planned expenditures. For the unallocated portion, there are several COVID-related cost areas that still need to be explored, as that note says on the bottom. Conversations with schools, additional needs on safety net, mobile testing programs, and aid to community nonprofits. And then finally, the last slide just breaks out the obligations to date by the various categories. And with that, I will conclude this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Schwartz, would you like to have questions now or to complete the presentation with Mr. Tucker's first?
No, now would be a great time for a presentation. Mr. Tucker is here to provide further information if you have questions about how the office market is doing and general economic performance, but no additional slides.
Thank you. Very helpful. Very helpful. And I assume we will have access to those slides. Do they get posted as well,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz? Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Very, very good. Start at the beginning of what's going to be a difficult conversation for next year, I think. Ms. Crystal, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the sobering presentation and the good analysis. One of the questions I had was with regard to the revenue sources. You had given us a really good estimate of which ones might be affected by or have been affected by COVID and the economic impacts, and which would be relatively steady. Could you give us a sense of, I know many of our different revenue sources, some are collected once a year, some come in throughout the year. I suppose my question is, can you give us a sense of the question marks of the sources that we're anticipating, for example, might be fairly steady? Are we expecting a second payment or quarterly payment, and so we don't have a complete picture on that?
So yes, they come in at various times. As the one slide with Maria, maybe the slide 14. So real estate comes in June and October. So that's what I mentioned. We're watching the October payments. The assessments are already set for that tax category. So it will be a function of delinquency and collection loss. Personal property is two component pieces. It's the car tax and business tangible, and both of those are due in September and October. So we're monitoring that for the current fiscal year. We're monitoring that right now, and we'll know how we fare in those two large tax sources. Business professional occupational licenses, we've talked about before in other presentations, and our third largest tax source isn't known to us until the spring, when they self-report and file their revenue. And in the current budget, base budget, it's $63 million. And so we're looking at and talking with people like Telly and AED and others in the region about how businesses are performing in this COVID pandemic era, and how is their business activity being affected. And then we're trying to extrapolate that information into what we're assuming in our budget. And then the other tax, and those are mostly the ones that come in the larger chunks: meals, sales, hotel taxes, car rental tax. They come in monthly, and so we're monitoring those each month and during the month as those revenues come in. I think in terms of concern are the ones I've highlighted here. We have a number of smaller taxes. They sort of just chug along: cigarette tax and short-term rental tax. We're watching recordation tax, which has actually been a little positive here, probably due to the refinancing market. But what can affect that one, which we're watching, is the large commercial sales. And if they don't happen as historically they have, that could put some slight pressure on that. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
You are. This is a really helpful picture. I was hoping to get a little more granular. So I think the only follow-up I'd have is the gap that we're anticipating of 60 million throughout fiscal 21. Is that based on actual deltas we've seen of what comes in and a mix of that and forecasts, or?
It's a mix. So what we've done is, and some of the graphs sort of show it, we've run various sensitivity analysis of how, and these are guesses on some of them, because as I mentioned a few months ago, we thought the curve would be a much quicker recovery. And so we've run different scenarios of each of these revenues, what that looks like. And every month that goes by, we get another data point that's helping us inform, each of these taxes that come in on a monthly basis.
One thing I did want to, Maria, if you could put back up slide 14 just for a second, because Ms. Crystal, I just did want to tell you the one thing that you actually, I'm glad you asked this, because if you look at slide 14 again, that pile on the right, that pile of cash for June of 2021, that's an assumption based on what assessments will be in January of 2021. That right now, that's our estimate of the size of that pile. That pile could get, I hate to say, it could get a lot smaller depending on how commercial assessments do. So we won't really know that size of that pile until December or January.
Okay. Thank you for that grim point, and probably worth emphasizing, right? Because I know a lot of folks are seeing, as Mr. Stevenson was noting with the recordation taxes refinancing, but also we're in something of a bizarre housing market bubble, it seems. So I think it's probably important for folks to know when we say we're worried about real estate assessments, it's not that housing market bubble side of the residential, but the commercial. Thank you for the presentation. Grim though it's been.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and colleagues. I'm willing to call on everybody, but I am personally going to want to call on Mr. Tucker to talk to us a little bit about the business outlook, just give us a little background. So I'm happy to go ahead and take questions now or call on Mr. Tucker now. I'm happy to wait my turn. What would you like? Would you like to proceed here or ask Mr. Tucker just to kind of give us a little bit of his overview? All right, I see one thumbs up.
Whatever you prefer.
Is that all right? Okay, I would like Mr. Tucker, because you are here. And so much of what we're talking around also is on the commercial aspect of things. If you would, like to just kind of give us a summary of what you sort of see, and I know you don't know everything, I think, because when nobody does looking forward, but be happy for your perspective.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add maybe some additional color to what Richard has already shared with you all, we have been meeting weekly with staff to talk about revenue projections, and just to give you a tangible example of some of the uncertainty around one of the taxes, for example, our hospitality taxes, our transit-oriented tax, TOT. What came in June was likely escrowed from the end of 2019 and maybe the first 2.5 to 3 months of 2020, such that while it was slightly reduced, much of that revenue had been escrowed from the activity that happened when the economy was much healthier. What we are concerned about with the October payment is, the ability of our hotels to be able to make the October payment based on the lack of activity that's happened over the last 6 months. So they much lower revenues to escrow those tax payments since March. And so, when we look at what on average has been about a 25% occupancy rate in our hotels over the last, I would say, 5 to 6 months, whereas normally they would be somewhere around 80%. Some of that has gone into the calculations and the forecast that DMF have put together. Similarly, we continue to see many of our small businesses, particularly those that depend on those customer-facing oriented businesses, so restaurants, retail, personal service as well. They continue to be impacted, and I think it will remain incumbent upon us to think about, to the extent that we can, what, from a policy standpoint, how do we support many of these types of businesses as the weather continues to get colder? And I know staff is already working on a number of recommendations for the county manager on that as well. Of course, as Mr. Stevenson said, the housing market remains strong from a real estate tax point. From the commercial market, it really is a bit of a mixed bag and less predictable. What we are seeing is a fair amount of renewal activity. Not seeing a lot of new leases being signed, but certainly renewals, people kind of staying in place because of the uncertainty of what will or will not happen going forward. We've had many businesses that tell us they do intend to return to the office. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it's appropriate and it's safe for their employees to do so. We've had a fair number of businesses also say that they may need some additional space because of social distancing measures and making sure that people are comfortable entering the workspace. But similarly, we've had a few that also have shared with us that they may have a more flexible working experience for their employees, where they may use hoteling and reduce the amount of square footage they have. So I would say it's a little too early to tell how the implication for the the change in assessments, though, may rely on our vacancy rates. Obviously, a building that's 100% occupied assesses much higher than a building that's 50% occupied. And so while we are trying to forecast that based on some of the information we get from CoStar, where we can see when we have expiring leases in the market, it's still a bit early to tell whether there will be people who will be changing the terms of those leases and the amount of square footage. Certainly, anecdotally, we haven't seen anyone raise red flags to the extent that we're overly concerned, but certainly we're cautiously optimistic of what will happen there. But I think it's wise for us to think that there is some risk there, and pending what will happen in the 2021 assessments, there is some vulnerability for the county there. So happy to answer any more specific questions or provide other examples.
Thank you. I was wondering, just to follow up a little, if you could elaborate a little bit on, companies coming here. Before, when we were doing Amazon, everything, all of our thing was, going out to the globe and bringing companies here. I assume that has slowed down quite a bit. Could you talk about that? Are we still seeing any interest in, coming here? Or is everything just everybody's just like waiting to figure it out?
Sure. I would say the majority of clients that we had engaged prior to COVID, where we had active site selection projects, they are still in queue, and we're still having active ongoing conversations with bringing those clients into Arlington. I will say we've seen a reduction or a slowdown in new requests or requests for proposals or information, RFIs coming out, requests for information on space. This is not unique to Arlington. We have regular calls with Virginia Economic Development Partnership in Richmond, and the state as a whole has seen a slight reduction in the amount of new activity that's coming on. But I would say the existing activity with clients that were looking at the market prior to are still healthy. We have heard from our broker community that they are still getting some pings, primarily in the tech sector, which is experiencing growth during COVID. Some support around transportation and logistics as well in the back office that supports those. And some of that activity, of course, is outside of Arlington, but that market remains healthy as well. So I would say, we are optimistic that we will still be able to close some of the deals that were in queue prior to COVID. When we will re-engage in new activity to build on some of the momentum that we had with HQ2 and others, I think the timing on that remains. We're optimistic that it will return, but the big question is when. And I'm not sure anyone has the answer to that.
Thank you very much. I mean, the pipeline then is still there. It's just that the queue is kind of shortening up. Got it. That's very helpful. And now I'm not quite sure what the order was. I'll just kind of go on my screen for colleagues to ask. I'm sorry to take up a little bit of your time right here in the middle of everything. Mr. Karantonis, please, questions, comments.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Many questions, but I'm not going to. We're not going to discuss everything. I thank you for the both Mr. Swartz, Mr. Stevenson, and Mr. Tucker for their presentation. Of course, these are challenging times. We knew. I have one first question is about the expenditure side of our projections. We are spending less, not of course much less, and in some things, and spending more in other things. How does this? Is that any? And does this have any measurable impact on potential deficit thinking here?
Real quick on that, and then Richard, you might want to add, which is when we adopted the budget, the board adopted the budget in April, we built in what we were doing back then, which we had started a hiring freeze and had anticipated a slowdown in certain expenditures. The biggest one, obviously, is our salaries. We assume no salary increase. We have not, except for a few temporary employees, reduced the number of employees. So as of right now, we have assumed reduction in expenditures. We've achieved that. The question about whether we achieve more is really deciding what programs we might want to slow down or stop.
So that means that savings from less operation, less physical operations, or our fleet circulating less, etc. These are not really. There is no impact from that.
Richard?
Well, so we're going through that analysis now that we'll be coming back to the manager on to compare what we assumed in the adopted budget and how that activity has changed, and whether it's fuel utilization or the hiring slowdown that we put in place. How is that variance to the adopted budget look like in terms of savings that could potentially go to offset this revenue shortfall? That is the ongoing analysis right now that we will be providing to the manager over the next couple weeks. I will say that we made a number of sort of corporate assumptions in the adopted budget that assumed the hiring slowdown going into the fiscal year, and we set aside, we made assumptions for fuel usage being down. So we have already made some of those assumptions in the adopted budget. We now have to see how those are tracking with current expenditures. But that'll all be a part of this fall's expenditures analysis, and then what the manager's ultimate recommendations will be to close this revenue gap.
Thank you. And a short question for Mr. Tucker. So we recognize that bigger businesses, tech businesses, the environment of our Department of Defense, the contractors, etc., they're relatively resilient in this situation. Some actually are thriving. So this is a good thing to know and to take into account. Our small businesses, especially those who are in the service sector, hospitality, restaurants, bars. We don't have bars, restaurants. They're still suffering. They're looking into a dire winter and fall and winter. So, are we already thinking about potential helping them also financially? Is that part of our budget thinking right now?
So internally, we have had some conversations around whether there's a possibility for additional funding and who that would go towards. We recognize through the feedback we get through our BizLaunch team that about I would say about 40% of our small businesses that we have come into contact with are still struggling, and similarly our hospitality community it has as well. What I think we're faced with is how do we do that in a fair and equitable way? Certainly, there are some businesses that we were able to help during the first round of funding where we partially used Gazelle grant funds, and we were able to use some CARES Act funding. were a significant number of businesses we were not able to award. And so in the interest of fairness and equity, how do we come away with a recommendation on how to assemble a program that rewards businesses that certainly still need it, and the activity, the behavior that we want to see that gives them, we think, the greatest chance of sustainability post-COVID. But at the same time, there are many businesses that have received some funding through either local or the federal government who, while it certainly got them through the last few months, they are in need of another boost, if you will. And so with limited resources at our disposal, how do we craft a program that's fair, that rewards every business and gives them an opportunity? And those are some of the internal grappling that we're doing at the staff level. And certainly if any of the board members have any recommendations or advice for us and thoughts around that, we welcome to hear that, because there's a lot of brain power being expended, both at the county manager level and at the AD level on that.
Thank you. I think we will be engaging on this very much so very soon. I don't want to take any more of the time, yielding back.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a question about commercial property assessments, and I realize, we're guessing here. This is very much a guess part of these projections overall, but given that we are so tech sector reliant, given that we've had relatively fewer of those businesses actually cease operating on an emergency basis, is there a plausible scenario that the outlook in the commercial assessment sector could be a lot better than what we're theorizing here today?
$1 million tax question, or millions of dollar tax question.
400 million, yeah.
Right. Yes, we've run.
So I guess in other words, Mr. Stevenson, I'm not asking you to guess what will, but did you project scenarios that look at something, better than negative or flat? And to what extent do we evaluate the plausibility of all of those scenarios?
So we, apartment buildings are in that commercial sector, and so we did run scenarios where apartments were flat or slightly positive. We ran scenarios where hotels were dropping 20-30%. As Mr. Tucker mentioned earlier, they're a smaller proportion of the tax base for hotels. So whether they're down 20% or 40%, it's significant, but it's not hugely moving the needle when in the aggregate. And then, the thing with office buildings is, and a lot of decisions will be in the assessor's purview when, how they're anticipating what investors would do in those sectors. And is the risk of certain properties greater now that will lower value? I mean, as we know, office buildings, they're multi-tenant for the most part, multi-tenant buildings with multi-leases in place. And it's not like every year the leases turn over in an office building. So if all the office leases are the same and the tenants are still, and it's income to the property owner, right? Not the business there. And if they're paying the landlord and the landlord's receiving that revenue and their vacancy rate hasn't gone up and their expenses are about the same,
right?
Value would be similar to the current year.
Right.
But if they assume that investors would pay a lot less for that building, if makes those assumptions, that would drop value based on anticipated revenue. So yeah, it's we ran a lot of different scenarios. We've as Mr. Tucker mentioned, economic development, real estate assessments meet weekly, along with we talk to the assessor's office weekly, and we have conversations with the commissioner's office and the treasurer's office. So we're trying to, along with our sister jurisdiction, so we're trying to get as much information to understand where we think we are, and we'll make those adjustments as we move through the fall here before we get to the January. But you're right, yeah, good. And I hope that that's the case, that commercial is And we've taken a measured approach, as I mentioned. We set assessments in the adopted budget at flat, down from a 3%. Other jurisdictions had made more significant assumptions in their base budget. And so I think we're taking another step in.
Thank you. I'm certainly not going to count on a miracle, but it's nice to know that one is still possible in that sector. So it's a different story. Just a quick follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair. So it looks like, if I'm understanding correctly, that sometime around the end of October, early November, given the receipt of the September, October payments and being through a full quarter and having reconciled the full results from a quarter, absent the 2021 real estate assessments, we'll have a pretty good sense. Those projections become more like forecasts with those other pieces of revenue in terms of where we're going to look. So it seems like somewhere around that time is really when we need to come together and make firm decisions, with perhaps APS on what operational changes, if any, are required by our budget scenario. Does that timetable sound about right?
Yes, by the time we get into mid-November, we'll have the receipts of those large tax sources. So that will be relatively set for the fiscal year, and we'll be making projections. We'll have another 2 months of the monthly taxes, so to give you a clear picture as you're giving guidance to the manager for 2022, and as he comes forward with recommendations for what we may be doing in 21 that you would opine on. But yes, that next month, when we talk to you about the closeout, there won't be a lot of new information, in the next 3 or 4 weeks on the revenue picture from what I just gave you. It really will be like 60 days out.
Okay. And so the final question is really for Mr. Schwartz. As I kind of frame this and think about framing this for people in our community, this update, which I do appreciate, is more to sound the alarm, but it would be sometime in that November period where, if there is a need to figure out how we, address the conflagration, we're going to put pen to paper and figure it out then?
That is correct. And, the one thing that I have not talked about, and I'm not even going to try to guess as to how the impact would be, the election in November, because we have not, as everyone probably noticed on our slide, included any additional federal aid. So we may know more in November, we may not.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think the November election might be the closest thing to a miracle, Mr. Dorsey, that we might reasonably expect. So we'll see. Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, just to the manager and Mr. Tucker, I just wanted to particularly, I noted that I've been thinking a lot about what happens when it's too cold to eat outdoors. And so I appreciate that you guys are already ahead on that. And just a thank you there. I did have a question about the slide with the 60 million or the 27 to 38 million on the county side, if there's a way to pull that up. While if that's possible, so just it's because of I guess this is mostly for Richard. It's because we're not having the V-shaped recovery that this is above and beyond the projection in the revised budget where we took 50 million out. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. I just wanted to figure out how sobering the projections were at this point. So, and then there's there's a couple of contingencies. I think you had a slide with reserves. I think I would at least benefit from, I'm mindful that you're running, Richard, you and Mark, you guys are running multiple scenarios, but I think and also that you wouldn't have new data before November. But I think I would benefit from a little bit of an offline, just short conversation so I could understand the background of some of the assumptions. And so I guess that's just a request. It doesn't have to be more than a half hour, but I think it is entirely appropriate that you were working relentlessly to get to this projection, September 15th. But if you had a half hour or an hour over the coming month, I think that'd be probably great for a number of us. And then the last question is for Mark about the CARES Act funding. Those 2 slides are really helpful. I don't know if you had thought, keeping in mind Mr. Dorsey's point, whether next month, given we have a December 31st current deadline for CARES Act, at least for me, I think it could be helpful to see the CARES Act funding again next month. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, it's my intent to update you next month on that, because as you pointed out, as the current rules require that all our funds be expended by the end of December, as we get closer to that time, decision-making becomes that much more important, and things where we have even said we would like to spend money, we actually have to, as opposed to plan to do it, we actually have to do it. So yeah, it's important that we update you in the community, and we will do that.
Really appreciate it, particularly in your point that there's a lot of uncertainty. I could certainly anticipate it as possible that the CARES Act funding would be, the deadline could be extended, but I think we have to, of course, plan as though it's not. So those are question and thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Mr. Schwartz, so October, you're gonna come back and we'll kind of keep refining. I mean, in a way, I think Ms. Crystal kind of said, this is a first sort of sobering presentation. And, you know, I think many of us who have been doing this for a long time, we always get to budget years and we're always saying this is going to be a really difficult year, toughest budget year ever, except for this one. We were anticipating January is going to be easy. We were saying that, right? So this one really will be really tough coming up. And I think it's great that we've got sort of the preliminary little bit of foreshadowing here. We'll get more information, understand, in October, and then a lot more in November, and have to start making some real decisions. We've got we're working on, have not got a date yet, but I think working on a joint work session with our school board colleagues on budget issues and things coming up, when I think we'll get into some of these difficult issues. I wonder, Mr. Schwartz, if you have anything more you'd like to say a little bit about the situation APS is facing. They don't have quite as many levers as we do to try to adjust, but I assume they do have some. And I don't know if there's anything you want to add on their situation, or if there's not anything at this point, that's fair too.
I would add 2 points. One is that we keep in touch constantly with the superintendent, and Arlington Public Schools has incurred additional expenses beyond what they assumed in their adopted budget. And those expenses are around things related to the pandemic, and also expenses associated with virtual learning, which we have as a county provided additional funding to them to assist with. But they have additional expenses, and you correctly point out they have some fewer levers than we do to adjust. So it will be a challenge for them. One last point I wanted to make, which is next month when I come to you, we will have an estimate about closeout for fiscal year 20. And if you remember last year and the last several years, usually the board has chosen to take those funds and set them aside and allocate them for the future budget year. I think it's unlikely my recommendation will be to do that this time. So that begins a conversation in the community already. Traditionally, some of those funds are set aside to do things like to go towards affordable housing and some other needs. And so that will make the choice even that much more stark starting next month.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. I think you've got one more item, please.
One more item.
All right. Thank you.
And wanted to report back, and I'd say in the before times, a year ago, the board unanimously adopted a equity resolution committing the county to work on an equitable approach to decision making, with a focus on trying to address disparities in outcomes. And so what I'm going to do right now, without further flourish, is turn it over to Samir Bird, our Chief Race and Equity Officer, who has a presentation, and then I will have a few slides towards the end talking about some additional issues. So over to you, Ms. Bird.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. I've been before you all many times over the years as a principal planner or deputy county manager. And as the manager said, today I'm here before you as Chief Race and Equity Officer. And so we are going to share with you some things that have transpired over the past year, and then talk a little bit about where we are and a racial equity plan and framework for moving forward. And so I'm going to share a few slides here. Sorry. A moment. Not working. Let me try again.
That's okay. We have some background static or something, I think. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but probably not.
It's possible. I'm going to, is anything happening yet? No.
No. That's all right.
Okay, give me one moment, one more time.
Absolutely.
Samia, I'm gonna come to your rescue. I'm gonna try.
Okay, great. Do you have?
Yeah, I have. Oh, yeah, I have. Hold on one second. Let me see if this works.
We're all holding on. Ooh, there's Ms. Aha.
Yes.
That looks correct. Yes?
Yes.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so you can advance to the next slide. Okay, great. So I wanted to take a look back at where we have come over the past year. So back in September 29, as the manager mentioned, the board adopted an equity resolution, and it indicated the board and the county's commitment to equity, and there were a number of directives as to what that means and how. Also, starting in September 2019, about the same time the resolution was adopted, and through July 2020, we participated in the learning cohort, and when we adopted the resolution, we had GARE come and actually present in advance of that. It was 10 months, and I actually have Battalion Chief Wesley here with me, and she can talk a little bit more about the cohort program in a moment. In March of 2020, the county board had a work session on equity with Mitch Landreau, the former mayor of New Orleans, and the founder of E Pluribus Unum, an organization specifically focusing on assisting elected officials to lead for equity. And this was sort of a kickoff to our budget work sessions with the different departments. Then in July of 2020, the manager created a new position for the county, Chief Race and Equity Officer. And then in August of this year, we had a leadership training with senior leaders and executive leadership team, as well as some of the board members who participated in that, focusing with GARE on leading to advance race and equity. Next slide. So the equity resolution set forth a number of directives for the manager, and also that we would report back to the board September 2020 on our progress. So as listed here on this slide, periodically we were to report back on the learning cohort. And over the 10-month program, we were before the board bringing a manager's report, I think 6 times is what I recall. Each time we had different staff sharing their experiences and learning. And we will have, as I mentioned before, Battalion Chief Wesley to provide more about that. And she was the lead for our cohort, and she'll give you a brief update on how that program ended. The other bullet here was to develop a racial equity tool for use in policy practice and budget decisions. The sub-bullets here were actually listed in the resolution as examples of things that we might do. So the pilot project the cohort is working on is intended to serve as one tool, with the pilot really to be a way for them to apply and refine the tool so that it could work specifically for Arlington. Capacity building and organizational structure, it is determining what needs to be put in place to advance racial equity within the structure of the government. And as mentioned before, in July, the manager appointed a Chief Race and Equity Officer. And that's the beginning of working to determine how to advance racial equity within our institution of government and what our capacity needs are in the structure. The framework for the racial equity plan, in many ways, that was the resolution in some respects, but I'm going to speak a little bit more about my work plan, which serves as the racial equity framework and a plan for how we are to move forward. And then finally, applying a racial equity lens to department lines of business as part of our FY21 budget and CIP processes. So in March, we had a number of departments before you, including the work sessions in their slides for their work sessions, an approach to how they focused on equity. And they were to look at those 4 questions: who benefits, who's burdened, who's missing, and how do we know? And this was just before the pandemic that we were able to at least have a few of our departments present. And what I recall is that for those work sessions, we had CPHD, DHS, DES, as well as DPR and DTS. They included in their presentations a slide focusing on equity and budget considerations. And so the other thing that we focused on is when there was a discussion on the CIP with the board back in July, we did include deliberately and intently a slide about equity with respect to stormwater and the considerations there. Next slide. So now I'm going to turn it over to Battalion Chief Wesley to give you a brief update on the learning cohort, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit about the new role and the plans moving forward.
Thank you.
Good evening to the board. Thank you for having me. I'm just going to reiterate where our program is. We started with a 10-month learning program with 13 staff across departments to include APS. And that cohort, if you remember, we were sharing within and across departments very valuable information. And currently where we are, because of the pandemic, we are not finished our pilot project, which is we're focusing on workforce diversity among leadership. But we are still tracking along, meeting regularly, and we're still waiting our data. And as soon as we have that, we're going to be able to present our finished project. We have all also committed to continue to help Samia in her efforts, and so we're still going to continue with our cohort. There will be a new implementation cohort with the COG region starting from September 20th through June of 2021, and a new introductory learning cohort with a date to be determined. But as I just shared, everyone on my team has committed to continue with the work, to continue to assist in other departments as they go forward and present in the equity projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully the sound is a little better.
It's good.
Good. Okay. So I wanted to now talk a little bit about the Chief Race and Equity Officer position. And I often find myself in a position when I'm talking about it to let people know what it is and what it is not. And so this position is not intended to be a compliance officer. I'm not going to be focusing on individual resident or employee concerns, even though it's helpful to understand what some of the broader issues may be. That is not the focus of this particular position. Not the expert, not the only one doing the work, and not going to be able to fix racism by myself. So what I will be doing is leading, convening, organizing, and then working to coordinate the efforts for all of us to advance equity within the government and in partnership with the community. I'm focusing specifically on laying the foundation to address systemic racism and where and how it shows up, and then focusing on organizational from the perspective of policies, procedures, practices, and in partnership with the community, as I mentioned before. Next slide. So the framework of a racial equity plan is pretty much my approach, which is, if you can advance marks, they will come up. Normalizing, so that we would have a shared understanding, knowledge, and nomenclature around racial equity within the organization as well as among the community. Next. Organize, that we would have a sustainable and supported structure to advance racial equity to include our personnel and resources that become a defined and integral component of the organization and the system. Next. Operationalize, that racial equity is a matter of principle in developing and considering the impact that our policies, plans, and decisions have on all of our residents as well as our employees, and that at the end of the day, every employee, resident, and person who interacts with the county can see themselves in the work, the process, the system, and the structure. And last, assess. So this is shown in a circle because this work is continuous. We're going to constantly be normalizing, organizing, operationalizing, but it's all going to be based on assessing. So starting with an assessment, continually assessing to be able to measure our progress and make relevant adjustments in continued advancement. So we may be doing all of these things at the same time. We may be doing some of them one at a time, but it is a continuous cycle because this is not an initiative. It's not a one-off or a checkbox, but all of these things we will continually have to do. Next slide. And so, and if you advance one by one again. And so applying a racial equity lens intentionally, consistently, and constantly, we can start to change our mindset and thinking on how we should approach our work. And so this is the tool. I think this is a great tool. We started with these questions in our resolution, and there's something that I think we all need to start to utilize. It's one of the things we can do almost immediately. Ask the questions every step of the way, at every decision, at the beginning of a process, middle and end. Who benefits? Who is burdened? Who is missing? And how do we know? And I've actually added another question to this, because once we know, to make sure that we continue to stay top of mind and action oriented, the next question I've added, and what did we do? So it's not enough to just gather the information to ask the questions and know about it, but we have to then take a next step and actually put something into action and respond. Next. And next slide. So,
I wonder if I think, this might be a good place to take a pause, Ms. Bird. And before we kind of go to the moving forward, you've covered a lot. I'd like to invite colleagues perhaps to see if they have any questions or comments and then move forward. Does that work for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you. And maybe go back to, this is fine, but I'd like to sort of look a little bit about where we've been and see. I'm suspecting there may be some questions or comments before we move forward. So, Ms. Crystal, I see your hand up. But you're muted. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Ms. Bird, I'm really excited about this work and so thrilled to have you in this particular piece of leadership at this time in the county. You had mentioned in one of the items in the slide was the effort to review our departmental budget proposals and CIP proposals through that equity lens. I know that work kind of began this year. I wondered if you could say a couple more sentences about how that will look and how departmental leadership is being prepared to ask those questions and shape budget proposals that reflect the results of those questions and a prioritization of equity.
So that's a big question, especially given what we are dealing with now. It was definitely, I think, when that was part of the resolution and we started on that path, the beginning of the budget process for FY21, there was a lot of kind of consternation about, well, what do these questions mean and how do we apply it and what do we do? And, I think departments struggled with that because it is a big question and it's a very different approach to budget than what we have done in the past. We're very focused on projects or programs and not necessarily focused on how we think in terms of applying equity to our programs and projects. And what does that mean in terms of how we shift our thoughts about how we will actually put forward things for budget. And so having those questions out there, I think it's still going to take quite a bit of time to be able to work through to train staff to understand how they look at the budget in that way and change their thinking, quite frankly, and their mindset in terms of the approach. Training certainly is one of the things we would like to be able to do. We've been looking at a number of other jurisdictions and how they've approached this, and I will say that it's not been easy in any of the places we looked at. And they've all struggled, from what we can tell, with this, looking at listservs and, just being a part of conversations with other jurisdictions. It's a huge thing to tackle, but something I think that we need to continue to talk about and really focus on people understanding what those 4 questions mean and how they
start to apply them and what that's going to mean in terms of the outcomes. They're going to look different than what people are used to. And are people prepared to present something different, I think, is a lot of the challenge in the question.
I know in Fairfax, their chief equity officer ended up pursuing a model of sort of a consultancy almost, right? Folks who would sort of sit in with their departments and help them go through that analysis. Do you think there's a possibility that the folks who've participated now in this GARE cohort, like Ms. Leslie, who's on with us, and who now have some expertise in guiding these questions, could sort of go back to their departments and help facilitate those conversations?
I think that's a possibility. One of the things that I've been looking at is how do we leverage the experience and the expertise that some of our cohort members did receive and deploy those within their departments, and looking at a little bit of what is a good structure to help to undergird some of the work in departments so that they can actually start to be hands-on. That is definitely a good approach. And I see Tiffany has her hand up if you want to weigh in.
And I should say Commander Wesley, right? Not Ms. Wesley.
Oops. I say
Chief Wesley, yes. And that's a great question. We have started in the fire department. We started a racial equity initiative, and it's 3 particular focus groups. And I'm the co-facilitator and also the liaison between the group and Samia, the chief equity officer. So I think that's going to be a great model in which we can follow to kind of share, how to do that liaison, make sure we're always tracking back to our chief equity officer, making sure we're in line with the GARE principles as well as our county and organization principles.
That's great. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, I think you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Bird, just really thrilling body of work, and I love the inclusion of the 5th question as a critical piece in the assessment part of this work, which I know usually gets a lot less attention, but is nonetheless important. And I just want to, point out or just remind everyone that the grand plans that we had last September for how we expected this year would roll out got interrupted by, the co-occurring crises that we're dealing with, and as a result, we have stood up a lot of efforts that I think have very much been informed by the growing sensitivity and understanding of racial equity as applied to our COVID response specifically. So I would just put out a plea that somehow we begin thinking as early as possible about how we assess the appropriateness and the quality of our COVID responses that have very much been driven by an equity perspective. My sense is that they're good, but I don't want to just rely on that assessment. I would love a professional way to think about all that we've done to try and manage the pandemic. And, not that you don't have a number of things on your to-do list, but helping us think through that would be extremely beneficial from my point of view.
Thank you. It's interesting because in a lot of ways, like you said, that has helped to kind of structure some very essentials and, basics in terms of how we look at what really is needed for everyone to achieve a certain quality of life that's equitable. And so that does help to inform, I think, a lot of things moving forward. And we've put a lot of good things in place that I think we can build upon.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Karantanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bird, for presenting and updating us on this. I appreciate a lot your work. I wanted to follow up on Ms. Crystal's and Mr. Dorsey's questions. So one of the questions in the set of 5 questions that bothers me the most is the how do we know? Because in order to know, one of the biggest tricks that government had always in the pocket was, we don't know. The answer, we don't know. And we usually didn't know because we didn't ask. And usually we didn't ask who we should be asking and who could provide, the right information, the right answers. So how do we include our community in that? I was very encouraged to see that finally our commissions are meeting again, and several of them, Planning Commission first and foremost, have engaged already, and they are, taking up equity very, very seriously. They even reworking their charters. So how do we how can we open the gates, the doors to our community to engage with our process?
So I think there are a couple things that I wanted to respond to in what you said. The first one about how do we know, one of the things that we talked about a lot through GEAR and we learned is the importance of data and collecting data. And I think, for many, many years, it was taboo to ask people about their race or their ethnicity. So we didn't collect the data, and we could say we didn't know because, we can't ask that. Well, now we have to be intentional about figuring out what data do we need to collect and be okay with asking it. And not with the intent of, doing any harm, but to be able to understand whether or not there are any racialized outcomes in any of the work that we're doing, whether we know not necessarily intended to, but that may be a result, so that then we can respond accordingly by maybe changing our direction or our policy or our approach or what have you based on what the data is telling us. So that's one thing. In terms of engaging the community, I've been meeting with a lot of different people in the community, and one of the things that I really like to remind people is that, engaging the community, we always focus on kind of a certain model where we maybe focus on people knowing or email or, a certain way of approaching or reaching people that doesn't reach everyone. And so when are we going to start to actually meet people where they are, take approaches of going out to people, going out to the community, actually becoming more relational and more hands-off and talking to people, getting to know people who are not like us in different neighborhoods and different communities, and finding out why they're not participating in the process. What are the barriers to them participating in the process? Is it the time of day that we have meetings? Is it where we have our meetings? Is it, how we have our meetings? Is it that they don't have childcare? Is it that they are working during those times? And how do we respond to them in a way that makes it more accessible? And quite honestly, are the barriers also things related to race? They are not comfortable with government or they don't trust government and they'd rather participate in different ways. And we're not going to know that if we don't connect with people in different ways and become a little bit more intentional to do that and relational with them. It was interesting. I talked to the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Commissions last week, and they were asking, how can we become more diverse in our membership? And I said, well, you do know Black and brown people, they bike and they walk too. We can talk to them, find out there are groups of Black people and brown people who bike. Can you do some research? Can you educate yourself on, where they are and what they do and how you might be able to connect with them and just build relationships with them to bring them into the fold? So I think that's a lot of way in terms of how we might be able to start engaging. It really is going to start with trying to make connections to people more directly, intentionally, and in different ways, and focusing on understanding the areas or what I like to call the lines of business. So the different areas and the ways people focus on those areas. What do you understand about the commission or the area that you're representing more broadly than your perspective, but from other people's perspective? And educate yourself on that so you know how to then move forward in outreaching to people in different ways, in different spaces and places, quite honestly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent answer, Ms. Bird. Appreciate that. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bird, I'm thrilled with the work. It brings back to mind each of us individually sat in and for part of the early August conversation, and it is bringing the strength of that time right back to mind. I love the question, what did we do? The one thought I had based on another conversation that I had is that sort of related to Ms. Crystal's point is that this work is evolving so I just wonder if you have, I'm guessing you've thought of the sort of benefits that could come with having a check-in with colleagues in other jurisdictions doing this work. I had a specific conversation in August with someone who's been doing this work for years, and I was struck by what a resource it could be as this is such a fast evolving area and also so important, that I just put in a plug for that. Sounds like you're already there, but I may have a resource that you can consider that would be your choice, of course, but there's someone who's that I know with Leadership Greater Washington who's been doing this for a while and could provide a benefit, I think. So
thank you. Yeah, no, it is. So networks and resources are always welcome. That was one of the benefits, and is one of the benefits, I think, of GARE, is that it's a networking organization and sharing of resources and networks across the jurisdiction. And the cohort program was really intended to be one that was regionally based, so that there could be more of a regional collaboration and sharing on equity. And so I definitely appreciate that. I am connected with and in touch with colleagues in other jurisdictions in Virginia and Maryland who are doing this work, because the other thing is it's hard, right? And so having support and resources is necessary, and especially in order to be able to sustain the work and yourself in the work over a period of time. So I definitely appreciate that.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll build a little bit on that network. Ms. Bird, would you like to touch just a little bit on your work with Aaron Rodgers and the school system? Because I believe you've been doing some collaboration, and I think that's obviously an important part of our community as well.
Yes, Madam Chair. So Aaron Gregory is
great. Oops, Aaron Rodgers. Oh yeah, that's sports. Sorry, my mother's favorite. Sorry. Yeah.
He is the Chief Diversity and Equity Officer for Arlington Public Schools, and he is newer to the area as well as new to his role with APS. He is part of our learning cohort. So one of the things that we did was make sure we were intentional about having APS part of the cohort. We would do the same with the implementation cohort and any new cohort that goes forward for introductory learning. We have some really good and strong people partnering with us from APS in our cohort program. And Aaron and I have continued to talk because we, looking a lot at how Fairfax has approached their work, has been the One Fairfax model, where it's the school system as well as the county government, and they approached it together. I mean, they've been on the journey for quite a long time, so a little bit different in how they set that up from the very beginning. But we both have talked about the importance of being connected, staying connected, and sharing and networking to make sure that we are coordinated as a county in terms of what schools is doing and what the county is doing moving forward. So we would continue to strengthen that relationship.
Thank you very much. And I know that was going on. I just want to make sure people, we touch on that. And I'll have to tell my mother about my little slip here. So, I really appreciate all this. I know we want to move on. You touched about how it's not easy, this work. And, when we're actually trying to put it in budget, how people are struggling to try to incorporate it. And I think sometimes when we adopt these 4 questions, people think, well, all right, so we answer the 4 questions and we're done. And then you add, what did we do? Of course, that makes it a little dicier. But frankly, if you had come here and were presenting and saying things were just going swimmingly and it was really, people were adapting quickly and it was working out well, I really wouldn't trust what you were saying, because this is hard work. And I think it's not until we actually get into it that a lot of people realize how difficult it is. I also think the Pollyanna in me, or the positive person, that this pandemic and, of course, the terrible murder of George Floyd and all of the things coming out of that, it's made a lot of people realize that systemic racism really is a thing. I think a lot of people, they kind of just thought it was just sort of buzzword and it didn't really exist. I think people understand a lot better. And I think they're seeing the current crisis is making us see the need, where it's so clear it's the most vulnerable who are really having the hardest time that we really need to work with. And surprise, surprise, they're mostly people of color. So I think in many ways the pandemic is helping in an odd way. And I'm so glad we're doing this work. So I interrupted you in the middle of your presentation. Would you like to continue now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And let's see, I can maybe get the share back. Oh, there you go, Lynn. Okay, thank you, Lynn. So here, I just wanted to talk about a few things in terms of how we're moving forward. So the first thing is focusing on a series of facilitated conversations on race and racism within the community, as well as with the staff in the county. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the community effort separate from this. But, we've seen that there have been a lot of conversations that have been happening organically through the organization that we facilitated in some way. Groups that form that are doing a lot of reading, watching videos, and having conversations, I think is great. But if we want to start talking about race and racism more intentionally, having facilitated conversations just to make sure we're not doing harm, I think will be important. Education and training on race and racism. So one of the things that we would love to be able to do, while it was great that we could send people to a learning cohort, and we have another one, we have a large organization, and I think it's important that everyone is rooted and grounded in the same understanding of what we mean when we say race and racism, and receive the same level of training and education on how we advance racial equity in government. One of the other things that is happening as well is each department is currently in a space where they are trying to work through, okay, how within our department and how do we advance it? And I know there are certain differences for a lot of departments, their line of business and the way they approach work. And I think that that is great that they are doing that. We see a lot of departments setting up steering committees, groups to focus specifically on race and equity. And one of the things that I think is important is that if we're going to move forward together and be coordinated is to have a core team that is a working group that can make sure that the work happening at the department level is connected to a broader plan and goals. So the goals that I set out in terms of the framework for our plan, making sure that we're all connected to that so that we're all moving forward in the same way, in the same direction. And having a group that's cross departments that can help to work through that plan and think about how we implement that at the department level is going to be really important. And then in addition to that, thinking through whether or not there needs to be equity leads or champions within each department, or it's enough to have a core team that helps us with the planning work. The other thing is, in order for us to be able to regularly assess where we are and how we're doing, we have to have some sort of a baseline understanding of people's perceptions and understandings on race and equity, but then also continually do that over the course of time so that we can continue to evaluate how we're doing, what progress we're making, where we are. So two things is one, which I'll also talk about in a moment, is the same thing with the community, understanding what the community thinks and perceives about race and racism and what issues they understand or see that we may be having helps us to focus our efforts in some ways. But then similarly within the organization. And so GARE has a survey tool that we would like to look at and see whether or not we would like to use that for our organization. And I'll talk about what we'll do with the community in a moment. And then the next thing is, just making sure that we can establish, and I can establish some allies, some relationships, and look for funding opportunities as well to help sustain this work over time. And then also being able to find partnerships and establish partnerships with the community to do this work, because I am in a unique position of balancing work with the community while also working within the organization. So that's a pretty huge lift. So having partners and allies is something that we really would like to be able to move forward and do. And like I mentioned, I'm doing a lot of talking, a lot of listening, meeting with a lot of different groups to just, share my thoughts and ideas and plans, and then understand from them where they are and how we might be able to partner together. Next. And so this next slide, I want to talk about what we're doing, which I'm really excited about, is a series of conversations to begin with an assessment with the community, and we're calling it Building Dialogue on Race and Equity. So we're going to be partnering with Challenging Racism, who has a curriculum in place based on how you have challenging conversations about race and how you can learn and educate and talk about race in the community. We're going to start that process probably in the fall. Hopefully in the next several weeks, we will have more information and details about that. But starting that with a sampling of attitudes and perspectives, as I mentioned, with the community, asking a number of targeted questions to understand what people's thoughts and perceptions are about race and racism in Arlington, what some of the issues are, and be able to have that leading into the first thing we're going to a series of conversations that are more broad about race and equity in Arlington, generally speaking. The other thing we want to do is to be able to partner with community leaders to help them build their capacity to then be able to have conversations and train their members and in their sphere of influence about race and equity as well. So another series of conversations with partners and leaders. And then developing what we call sort of a toolkit so that any individual can have conversations with their neighbors, with their friends, with their family, and they can use this toolkit on race and equity, because one of the other things, as I mentioned before, in having these conversations is important for them to in some ways be guided and informed so that we're not doing more harm. And then the last thing is throughout each of these conversations and these series of conversations, we will be assessing where we are, getting feedback from people on how they felt the conversations went, gauging their opinions and understanding, and be able to roll that up into an overall report on what we heard, what we know, what we understand, and then maybe make some recommendations about some things that we can do moving forward with the community on race and equity. And so the next slide. So I just wanted to leave this slide here, which is, again, we are just now in the process of starting to set up our information for our challenging racism conversations to go forward. So for more information, if you want to sign up, when we have that available, you can go to www.challengingracism.org/DRE. And for people who want to just follow what we're doing and learn more, we're going to continue to build on our current website, which the link is listed here. And people can always contact me as well, and my information is on this slide. And the next slide I just want to leave this here for a minute. It's the quote that I have been leaning on. It is my quote. And I think it's just really important for us to remember that we are on a journey. It is not going to be easy. It is very challenging work. It's constantly evolving. And if we're looking to do something that is sustainable and make some changes to our system for the long term, we really need to be patient, persistent, and persevere. And so with that, I can take any more questions you have or turn it back over to the manager.
All right, thank you. I think the manager has a few more slides for us. Is that correct, Mr. Schwartz?
I do, at the risk of testing your patience. Yeah, I did have a couple of others, and I think Lynn is driving the slides. Before we go to the next slide, I did want to say something, which is that not only am I excited about Samia doing this, but I also did want to thank the board because all of you did participate in the training that we had last month. And there is, of course, always room for our elected officials as well as members of our community to take advantage of the training opportunities. So Lynn, if we could go on, I wanted to spend just a few minutes talking about symbols and names because there has been a lot of conversation as recently as Saturday about the question about the county logo, and wanted to lay out a few suggestions here for you. It's only 3 slides. So if we could go to the next slide, focusing on education, exploration, and evaluation. And so there'll be a slide that will discuss each of these about what I'm suggesting, and then looking forward to the conversation on education. We have set up what I'll call, we're going to have a primer on the history of logos and seals in Arlington. That's not ready yet, but as we prepare it, we will release it. Also, along with a reading list, there's a large number of reading resources out there already. And, okay, hold on one second. Yep. And then 2 weeks from today, we're going to have a presentation that's been delayed since March you can see the logo in the upper right-hand corner on the 100-year anniversary of the naming of Arlington, looking both ways. We're going to have a conversation about Arlington history, and I'll also be making a presentation with assistance from some of our staff on an analysis we did of the 1920 census as a point of comparison of how we've changed as a community over the last 100 years. I'm also very excited, and I know Chair Garvey has lived this with me and has, as has Katie Crystal a little bit, it's taken us only 4 years, but we have David Brooks is going to participate in a a very exciting program we're going to put together about Weave, which is a program run out of the Aspen Institute. And we're going to focus on some hometown heroes and some of the work they do to bind across the racial divide. Then we also have a project called Reverse Genealogy. I will just describe it this way, which is that most genealogists, including myself, spend their time trying to go back as far as they can into the past. This is actually flipping it around and taking a person and saying, who are the descendants of that person, as a way to try to bring in a broader stretch of community and relationships and other sessions. Let's go on to the next slide. So in October, what we're going to do is we want to spend some time gathering insights on symbols. And we'll probably do that through an online tool, which would be a dialogue, perhaps curated, where we ask everybody to weigh in on their opinions about logos and seals. And that will tie into what we're doing in November when we kick off our Historic Preservation Master Plan update, which has been long overdue. And that update is going to focus, I actually spent a long time yesterday with the contractor who's working on that, talking about histories and symbols and what went into naming a lot of Arlington facilities and Arlington streets. And then if you go to the next slide, I will come back in December with a summary of all that feedback, along with the feedback that Ms. Bird talked about and our community perspectives on race and equity. And I will come with a proposal in December about what the process should be to go about changing the logo, seal, and names. And hopefully the board will take a vote at that time on what the process is going to be for next steps. So with that, I think I'm concluding my presentation. I think Samia is done with hers, and that concludes the full manager's report. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. What a major manager's report this time. And I know we've taken a lot of time. I think we will have some discussion here. I mean, in some ways, I think these are the two most important issues we're facing as a board. One is the budget, which makes it all happen. We don't have the budget working well, everything else kind of falls apart. And the whole equity is obviously something we're all committed to, and it's becoming clear and clear how very important that is to our community and to everyone. So happy friend, of course, we've had a lot of discussion. So colleagues, who would like to be first? If you've got any questions, comments, thoughts, happy to entertain them. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Schwartz and Ms. Bird for the presentation. And I certainly took away the fact that the community conversations facilitated by experts in education about anti-racism activity are going to inform and lead into the next steps for continuing to evaluate and change the symbols and perhaps some of the names that have come to feel so out of step with our current values of Arlington County. So I support moving forward in this way, and I thank you all for developing such a fulsome way of engaging our community, so it's not just the five of us moving forward on next steps.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I unmuted?
You are. We hear you.
Good, good. I remember to do that before I
sometimes there's somebody who does it for us, I think. I find. I don't know who it is, but.
Yeah, colleagues, forgive me. I'll try to go through this, but there are a few things that I feel like I need to unburden from my chest. And it begins with just thanking you all, those of you who were here in 2019 when I had the privilege of leading this board and our community's efforts to seek a renaming of a road with large signs over a major travel corridor that served to honor Jefferson Davis. And as we all remember from that conversation, that was implemented during a period of time when people in power sought to reimpose white supremacy. And over the last couple of months, we've heard from people for whom Arlington House represents both the brutality of slavery and because of one of its last occupants, Robert E. Lee, the Confederacy. For others, we've heard it represents a repudiation of the Confederacy and is a sacred resting place for those who have served our country. While I encourage everybody to understand the history of the ground on which Arlington House and the cemetery sits, in some ways to understand its history is to appreciate its nuance. But for me, there is the unassailable fact that Public Law 92-333 from 1972 takes all nuance really out of the equation as it relates to Arlington House. It was then that the United States government decided that Arlington House must be dedicated to and always referred to as the Robert E. Lee Memorial. In a better world, Arlington House would honor all of the people who were instrumental in its history, including the Syphax, Gray, and Taylor families, and all of the unknown enslaved women, men, and children. The space for historic interpretation, unfortunately, has been lost there due to the act of the United States government. Be that as it may, as simple as it is for me to say that, I recognize that for our community, people are at different places along that journey. For me, the question, as I said, is simple. Should a national memorial to Robert E. Lee be the official symbol of Arlington County? For me, it's a clear no, period, full stop. But if we're going to be responsible to our community, and if I'm going to be true to trying to be a responsible elected official, recognizing that people are at different places along the journey, I think that we have to bring people together and unite in a way that these symbols have really served to divide us. And we have to provide forums for the inevitable questions and perspectives that have arisen already and will soon arise, such as, what about other parks, streets, neighborhoods, and facility names that honor individuals who actively promoted systemic oppression? What about naming facilities that currently have no name so that we can elevate the contributions of women, people of color, indigenous peoples that have been suppressed in the telling of our country and our community's history? To what extent can we as a community determine the principal legacy of places and names with complex histories? Now, on that point, that should be a very familiar point for members of the NAACP, a group that has very much been at the forefront of advocating our consideration of logo and name changes. People who know what the initials stand for, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, probably hear the last two words and it strikes your modern ear as being antiquated or offensive. Over the course of several years, the national NAACP wrestled with that very issue and determined that despite our modern sensibilities, the organization, would define the term to honor the multi-racial coalition of the organization's founders. Now, I don't propose that we take years like the NAACP did, but we should nonetheless have a process for our community to contemplate, learn about, and ultimately recommend how we deal with symbols and names that define our public places and spaces. So I endorse the plan as presented. I look forward to the follow-up as it relates, and as it relates to the seal and the logo specifically. I want to know what it would require to actually implement the directive, how it would look in terms of the number of things that are adorned with the seal and or logo that get replaced because they don't have permanent useful lives. I'd love to know what we keep an inventory of that bears the logo and seal that would need to be depleted, or we'd have to make decisions on whether or not to pay for their replacements. Love to know what could be retrofitted and what would need to be replaced from the ground up. And I would also love to hear how the manager would propose we solicit submissions from people broadly as to what a replacement for the seal and or logo could be. But in such a plan, and I apologize for taking too much time, I'm getting towards the end. In such a plan, I do want to make sure that fiscal and human resources are not diverted from doing the work to address systemic racism. Mindful of the quote that Ms. Bird shared, we got to remember that we have worked quite hard over the last 6 months to address disproportionate health outcomes with free and easy access to testing. We've tried to minimize displacement, not just by staying evictions, but by filling in the income gaps from people so that they don't build arrears that they can never get out of. That we work to help the school system deliver supports for children who are not currently served with good broadband access or whose at-home environment is not conducive to at-home distance learning. And that when we deliver grant programs for small businesses, that we design it as such so that it doesn't discriminate against women and minority-owned small businesses. That's the work that we need to focus our attention and our resources on, making sure that we can build a better community. It's not to say that this other conversation is not important, but I hope we'd all agree that it should not take a front seat to those very other meaningful efforts which have proven to result in improving people's lives. So thanks very much, everybody, for where we are and hopefully for where we're going.
Thank you much, Mr. Dorsey. You didn't take too long. You've been thinking about this longer than any of us, I think. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for the position on the manager's plan, which I find important. And I think that there is a time frame, which I believe our community can work with. And for me, this is an important point, is to seriously invite everybody to participate in this, since this really sets the stage for everything else that we're doing. And everything else that we're doing, there are definitely more urgent things to do, yet every single time, every single day. But this is really important when we talk about our logo and the symbols. Symbols is a Greek word. It is actually a composite of sin and valo, which means I bring together, I unite. The absolute prerequisite for a symbol to be at all usable is to actually unite people. And we know, because citizens brought that to our table, it's not the government who did, not us. It was citizens who brought us to our table. Citizens, the current logo and the seal of Arlington County, having a plantation house in this logo is dividing Arlingtonians. And this is of great concern, besides of saying that it needs to be fixed immediately. You see, I think that the logo, the symbol of our government, belongs to us, to the government. And we need to have the responsibility to make a decision and to determine how it should be. Its replacement is where the process that Mr. Dorsey described and the county manager proposed is where such a process kicks in. And I believe that there is broad acceptance about this, and we should take advantage of that. So for me, personally, it's not a question of if, it's just a question of when and under what conditions. No question that changing a logo of a county, of a complex organization, of a government, requires resources and it will have a cost. We're also, I don't believe that anybody is just denying that or saying that this is a trivial decision or an easy to implement decision. And it will take probably several years until, we get to a point where this we'll have a workable replacement. But nevertheless, making the statement that Arlington has moved on from its past, that we close that chapter, especially at the 100th year since our naming, is an important statement to make, and it will lend credibility to the process that we have started already with what Ms. Bird described and what the county manager is describing right now. So I believe that the case that we have to set a standard here, that the county board is taking that very seriously, and that we actually agree to retire the logo. The question is when and with what modalities.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had prepared a few thoughts, but I feel as though colleagues have really covered many of them. And in the process, I did say Saturday, I think we need to replace the seal and logo. I still think so. I think the manager's final 2 slides accomplish that goal as soon as is reasonably possible. We'll have a plan by December, I believe the last slide is. I think it's, I guess I find it perhaps not stunning, but interesting that the place that I focused on was the congressional law passed in 1972, the year before I was born, and it was naming Arlington House as the Robert E. Lee Memorial. And that's the root of the symbol and the logo and the seal and the sign. So those, for me, that leads me to the conclusion for replacement. I'm just appreciative of colleagues and also the manager for putting forward a process that does so quickly but inclusively, or as quickly as possible and inclusively. And I guess all you have to do is look to our budget presentation earlier today and think of the more than 1,500 families that we've tried to help avoid eviction, and all that we have been trying to do to also address structural racism in addition to the symbol. That's the key work. And I'm so glad that that we will be moving forward quickly but inclusively in considering all of the challenges we face in this pandemic. I hope we'll do so respectfully and with a commitment to making Arlington more inclusive for all as soon as we can. I know we will do that, and I'm looking forward to making that happen with everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. Thank you, colleagues. And I would just like to thank staff. What a lot of work has been going on. I think we're in a very good place leading into, frankly, what are probably going to be some difficult conversations, but that's what we need to have. You know, I was interviewed a while ago when this whole issue of the logo came up and said exactly, you know, we have to keep, you know, I'm fine with changing the logo. It's pretty clear that it doesn't represent us anymore. What does is under question, but what we can't do is lose, you know, take our eye off the prize, which is, you know, dealing with systemic racism. We've got to deal with that. And I think these in-depth conversations, as I say, I think they'll be difficult, but I think our staff is setting up a really good structure to get some good background, good education. I've already learned so much about our history, just in the whole conversation we've had in the last couple of months, and I look forward to learning more. And I'm kind of reminded constantly how much history is important to understand who we really are and how we got here, and then have a really good discussion of moving forward to who we want to be, which was going to be the whole theme really for our 100th anniversary. It just didn't go quite the way we planned, but I think we're actually back on track. And the one panel discussion we had actually was of members of our Black community talking about growing up here in Arlington, and all of their experiences. And it was really a wonderful event. And at least we got that one done. So, Mr. Dorsey, I see your hand still up. I'm happy to give you the last word. You're done. Okay. All right. I think we're set. If everybody's good, thank you again. Really good conversation about two incredibly important issues. I know we took a lot of time. We probably will be, for our public watching, I suspect our closed session may take longer than 6:30. So we are going to go into closed session now, and probably we'll start a little bit later than often, but I think these two issues are so important. I really appreciate the good discussion that we had, and all of the good staff work that went into getting us here so far. Thank you. So I have a motion now to go into to convene a closed meeting. So I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2, 3711, A37, and 8 for the following purposes: discussion concerning the lease of the county's property at Courthouse Plaza, where discussion in public would adversely affect the county's bargaining position and negotiating strategy. Consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the county's authority to regulate parking in residential areas of the county. Consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the authority of the county board to adopt measures to control the spread of contagious illness, to enforce provisions of the governor's executive orders and local ordinances pertaining to restaurants and bars, and to regulate the sale of goods and other products during a state or local declared emergency. Consultation with the county attorney concerning the county's property damage claim against National Express, and consultation with the county attorney concerning case number 19-1081 pending in the Circuit Court of Arlington. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey? Yes, I say aye. Thank you. We will be a little while. This is going to be a full session. Thank you very much. We are now in closed session. We'll be back.
The same invite.
Arlington County Board is back in open session. And colleagues, I need to make a quick motion as we reconvene, and I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Garvey,
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Yes.
Ms. Crystal,
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey,
Yes.
Mr. Karantonis.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Motion passes 5-0, and we're ready to get into our hearing items for tonight. We will start off, of course, with our consent items. And before we're going to start out hearing from our speakers, some of whom may not have done this before. And of course, we're all doing things new with this virtual meeting format. So I will go through a few directions for everybody, and then we will take our speakers. So while you are waiting to speak, folks who are with us tonight, please keep your phones and devices muted until you're called. And by the way, the moderator is able to mute you, but we cannot unmute you. So if you're calling in by phone, I think you're going to need to press *6 to unmute. And if you are using a computer, browser, an app, or whatever, click on that microphone button, the little icon, to make sure that you have unmuted yourself. That's on the toolbar. Board members are not able to see you, but we will be able to hear you. And you will be able to hear the meeting through the device you're speaking on. If you're also watching us, like on TV or something like that, please turn off the sound to whatever other device is there. Otherwise, there's going to be all this feedback. And please note, there is sometimes a 30 to 40 second delay on the live stream and cable broadcast between what's actually happening. So it's really important to use what you're going to be speaking to us. Use that device to monitor. If you are speaking on items pulled from Saturday's consent item agenda, which we're starting up, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak on all matters that were on consent. Please listen for the tone to indicate when your time has elapsed. And after speaking, you may exit the call, but in fact, you need to exit the call. However, please, if you'd like, continue to participate in the meeting with our live stream online or cable channels, Comcast 25 and 1085, and Verizon Fios 39 and 40, and you can listen to the deliberations as we move forward. So with that, I think we're set. Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the first 2 speakers, please?
Yes, our first speaker is Moira Myers, followed by Audrey Clement.
Thank you. Ms. Myers?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So I'd like to start by thanking the staff at DES for their outreach to the neighborhood on Buck site-related matters that they oversee. Mr. Emanuel, Mr. May, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Baxter especially, and others. And I know that other neighbors near the Buck site are listening and are interested, and some have written to you, but I think I'm the only person on tonight's call. So last week, Mr. May of DES kindly gave an overview of the proposed action to some neighborhood representatives. It was positioned as a housekeeping matter to achieve more site flexibility. And while I can appreciate that position, a number of neighbors have questions such as the following. So first, with the interior property lines going away through a re-subdivision to create a single parcel, what and where could new buildings be constructed in a single parcel, given zoning setback and other considerations? We know what exists now in that space and generally what the limitations would be, but it would be useful to understand what the maximum possibilities would be in terms of distance from the site's southern boundaries, heights, types of uses, et cetera, and is the modeling possible? Next, what are possible negative effects for the neighborhood related to the above? If the county enjoys greater flexibility, would there be any potential costs for the neighborhood? And then finally, an overarching concern of the neighborhood involves the overall planning process and the stops and starts since May 2015 announcement to purchase the site and the 2016 start of the JFAC process. So given the stall in planning, is there any harm in delaying this action, and why not delay? So in sum, we're about 4 to 5 years into the process. since the purchase was announced and JFAC got started. And given the earlier questions I raised, I asked the county board to put the re-subdivision on hold until we are near to having more of a planning process in place for the site, recognizing that these things do take time. More to say, I guess, from the neighborhood, but I think that's it for now. And finally, I'd like to thank Ms. Garvey for reaching out to some of the neighborhood members on the COVID testing setup at the Buck site back in March. And thanks in advance to Mr. Karantanis for speaking at our upcoming Civic Association meeting later this month. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Thank you. Appreciate the questions.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Jesse Beatty.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for county board this year. In the following excerpt, Suzanne Sundberg raises concerns about the manager's request to issue new bonds and refund others. 1, the table in the staff report lists unused bond capacity of $8.7 million left over from previous authorizations. There is no indication how this old excess bond capacity will be used once it is issued in the future. 2, any proposal to utilize finite bond capacity for items with a useful life of less than 11 years, the average life of 20-year bonds, should be examined closely. Using it for computer equipment with even shorter useful lives, 3 to 10 years, seems highly questionable. In addition, A, there is $1.5 million for PRISM expenditures. PRISM is software, not hardware. This legacy package purchased from Oracle over a decade ago is now supported by independent offsite contractors. Money for contracted software support is clearly an operating expense, not a line of credit or bond expenditure. Staff should explain how this expenditure qualifies for borrowed funds. B, the list of total FY21 line of credit projects found on pages 5 and 6 of the staff report amounts to $14 million. The question is why the DMF is asking for $31 million. Is this to cover another $14 million for FY22? C, the 1-month LIBOR rate today is 0.15%. Adding 0.32% gives you a rate of 0.47%, which is significantly lower than 1 to 1.5% estimated financing rate for Go Bond to cover these expenditures. So at least initially, it looks like we will be spending more with revenue bonds than the current line of credit. In short, I'm skeptical of this proposal. 3, much is made in this report about savings from refunding, or rather, refinancing current debt carrying higher interest rates, but no details are provided. 4, the rapid increase in county school Go Bond debt service, climbing from $1.7 million in FY21 to $11.1 million in FY22, is worrisome, even though this level is supposed to be within debt ratio guidelines. We will continue facing significant financial headwinds into FY22, and money that goes to debt service cannot be spent to combat flooding, homelessness, evictions, and unemployment, or to meet the increasing school and residential population's needs for more expensive services and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is Jesse Beatty, followed by Robin Stromler.
Thank you. Last night, the Transportation Department joined the Green Valley Civic Association to share the plans for the art bus barn. The parcel adjacent to 395 is zoned M2 light industrial and up to 120 feet. And no rationale has been provided as to why, in a time of focused densification in Arlington, the barn would be only 1 story on this prime location. There was no commitment to a coordinated effort with all of the other transportation sites and or the trade center, which is less than a mile away. Buildings are being proposed without considering traffic patterns in this initial stage. While green space will be added, there is a disconnect with the larger Arlington Stormwater Planning Initiative, and there was no consideration of alternate entrance or exit points to the facility. Much less was there consideration of how electric buses will reshape the needs of this facility in the next decade. The Transportation Department has a history within the Green Valley community of making poor decisions, resulting in projects that have had to be redone and an associated waste of resources, people, time, and money. The proposal cites the Arlington community engagement policy, but there hasn't been immediate community engagement. Feedback that has been provided has not been accommodated or addressed, and concerns have been dismissed with a lack of substantive rationale. Tonight, you are being asked to fund $3.5 million for just the design of this facility for a bus system that served only 3.5 million riders last year. I understand the importance of getting vendors on board, yet we are missing a preliminary conversation with the community about how the space fits into the larger Arlington ecosystem, as well as into the immediate neighborhood. You have been called to question about how Green Valley community has been treated and engaged repeatedly in the last year. I once again question your commitment to equity and community engagement and request that you think holistically and strategically about the long-term use of Arlington's public resources. If you truly believe in equity and community engagement and in the smart use of resources, you will step back and move away from this fragmented approach to the bus center. We can do better, and we must do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boding.
Our next speaker is Robin Strombler, followed by Kevin Vincent.
Ms. Strombler?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You're very quiet, though. Speak up if you can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. We're having difficulty here.
That's okay.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Robin Stombler, and I am speaking this evening as Chair of Community Affairs for the Green Valley Civic Association. You have before you a letter from our Civic Association outlining several concerns with the staff report, proposed plan, and the contract. I won't take time to read the letter aloud, yet we do have many comments as well as questions, which I will combine now into 3 specific inquiries. So number 1, we have been presented with one option for Parcel A, a 1-story bus maintenance facility. Parcel A allows heights up to 120 feet, and the 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan encouraged this height at this particular location. Will you instruct the county to use better the available height on this parcel? Number 2, the staff report indicates that public engagement will be implemented to gather feedback from the community on the aesthetic elements of the buildings and the perimeter treatment. The county will not seriously consider or include the community on any other aspect of this massive development. Sure, we know we can talk till the cows come home or write letters until our fingers bleed, but there is no true collaborative involvement that staff will accept from us. Do you support relegating the Arlington community to engaging with the county only on aesthetic elements and perimeter treatments of the development? And finally, number 3, will you promise us that before, during, and after the construction period for these art bus facilities, that bus and operator parking and storage will not occur on Green Valley Park or neighborhood? On behalf of the Green Valley community, I look forward to your responses and urge your delay and reconsideration of this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stombler.
Our next and final speaker is Kevin Vincent.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kevin Vincent, and I'm a member of the Environment and Energy Conservation Commission, the E2C2, and also a member of the Energy Committee, the EC of the E2C2. And we wrote a letter, we being the chair of the E2C2, John Bloom, and Jonathan Morgenstein, the chair of the EC, and I. We wrote a letter in our personal capacities. It's actually an email that we submitted to y'all this afternoon with our concerns about this item. And we're here in our personal capacities. I'm speaking on my personal capacity because the other members of the E2C2 have not had, and EC have not had a chance to review the RFP yet. We only obtained it after our last meetings, so these are just our personal comments. First, I'd like to congratulate the staff for including EV-ready charging on site. That's very important, so we can add charging stations later. But our fundamental concern is that the contract calls for a building design for 110 CNG buses. It's our understanding that the current ART fleet is about 80 buses, so that would represent an increase of 30 CNG buses over the current ART fleet. And also we understand that the current ART fleet has a dozen or so buses that are ready for replacement, certainly before the building goes into operation, which will be the end of 2023 or 2024, and maybe more than that. And so we think we would like to see the county acquiring electric vehicles if it's going to expand the ART fleet to 110 vehicles. So that expansion would be electric vehicles. And we would like to see the county replace the ART fleet with electric vehicles. That matters for the building design because the operation and maintenance requirements for electric buses are considerably less than the requirements for CNG buses. So we would like to see, before this contract is awarded, make sure that the building design, which presupposes there will be 110 CNG buses in the fleet, it allows for the possibility, of which we're going to be advocating, for a mixed fleet of electric buses and CNG buses. And the building would look considerably different if the fleet had, say, 70 CNG buses and 40 electric buses. So we think that before the contract is awarded, it needs to be clear that the design concept phase of the contract will allow a downsizing of the building, if appropriate, to accommodate electric vehicles rather than all CNGs. So that's the reason, the fundamental reason for our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vince. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that's all our speakers on consent items that have been pulled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I think we're ready to have you call the first item for us then, please.
Item number 21, deed of re-subdivision, vacation, and rededication by the county board for properties known as the Quincy site located at 1425, 1429, 1435, and 1439 North Quincy Street.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schwartz, I think our staff maybe has a small presentation for us.
We do, Madam Chair. With us on this item is George May, and he is assisted as needed by Betsy Herbst and June Locker. So over to you, Mr. May.
Thank you. Let me post our PowerPoint and I can get into it. Just a moment, please.
George, if you need help, I can do it.
Okay. I have the presentation as well, if you need help.
I think I need help.
Yeah, I'll show it, Mark. Oh, you got it. You got it. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
We see it. That's okay. We're good to go. We got lots of backup. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'd like to present our rationale and basis for the request for the re-subdivision and why we believe this is the right time to do it. I'll start with a bit of background on the Quincy site itself, which we purchased, the board authorized to purchase in 2017. And the rationale for the purchase was this site with primarily M1 zoning could support us better distributing services throughout the county. And normally when we buy a parcel of this type, we would, one of the initial steps is the housekeeping measure to consolidate, in this case, 5 separate parcels into one. But before we can do that, before we could do that, The vertical orange or yellow bar across the site was a Roslyn gas easement that was created in 1941 that had since been capped and abandoned. But it took us over a year to negotiate with Washington Gas to get the agreement to vacate the easement. And the board did approve that vacation in your June meeting. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the subdivision or re-subdivision will consolidate the parcels. And the basis is not only for future planning, but for some of our current operations when other needs arises. In answer to Ms. Meyer's question, there are no changes in the zoning, the existing covenants or easements. One of the important easements is a 20-foot pedestrian pathway between Nelson Street and Hayes Park along the south boundary line. And that's unchanged, as well as the covenant in the CO01 area with its limitations. Any structures that would be built in either the CO or R5 parcels, which are over in the lower left-hand side, are limited to, go back to the next slide, please, are limited to 35 feet. And the height limit on any structure in the M1 area is 75 feet. And there's a setback requirement from residential properties if we were to build a 75-foot high building of at least 22 feet. Next slide. So this is, again, as I mentioned, the before and after of the subdivision. And if you look at the lower left corner of the existing parcel arrangement, there's a corner in this area that is adjacent to the Quincy 1 building. And as an example, should we want to put a generator here, because this building is going to house fire and police emergency vehicles, we would be unable to because of the adjacency to this parcel line. Similarly, when we looked at the JFAC recommendations, one of which was to put the police impound lot in this area, which would require building a set of garages here to put impounded vehicles and examine, we wouldn't have been able to do it with this boundary line where it is, because the building code simply does not allow us to build structures that cross parcel lines. Next slide. All right. The JFAC process actually began to study the Quincy site a bit before we closed on the property. But JFAC reviewed the county needs for operational facilities in a 1 to 10 year time period to the extent we could do it by repurposing the existing buildings. So Quincy 1, the building in the lower left, was to be repurposed to house the fire reserve vehicles, which are currently at the Trade Center, and the fire logistics, which is in the old Fire Station 5. The first office building on the north side of this site was left as unidentified but possible future APS or county uses. Further to the right, the police impound lot, the parking of impounded vehicles was to be in this area. The police vehicles were to be in this portion of the building, and as I mentioned, we would have a forensics garage in this area. And in the last building, Quincy 4, was to be possible housing, the Office of Emergency Management, or for APS swing space. Along the lower south boundary between Nelson Street and Hayes Park is the 20-foot easement I spoke of. The next slide. So this is the timeline for the initial set of public processes through JFAC, and then the county analysis in 2018, 2018 and 19 of the uses of what it would take to implement the JFAC recommendations. The police impound lot was not determined, was found to be not practical because there wasn't enough space between the two buildings to house all of the impounded cars. We would have had to have two lots, one on the south side of the site That was deemed operationally infeasible by the police. Now, these results were all presented to JFAC and with community availability in early 2019. Next slide. Further public processes have continued, as you see on this slide, starting in spring of 18, where we issued a license to APS to park the white fleet. And in the fall of 18, spring of 19, we did e-care at the facility. In 2019, we gave a notification that the site could be used for potential snow hauling and melting, although we didn't need it that winter. And in September of last year, we had an on-site check-in with the community, police representatives, the maintenance folks, and ourselves to talk about the uses that are ongoing and understood their concern over controlling site access to random parking by additional signage and posting and improving the site lighting for better night visibility. In the spring of this year, the police asked to conduct motorcycle training at the site. We notified the community, and that was to be limited to 1 day a week. It didn't last long because later in March, the COVID testing came to the site and the motorcycle training was canceled. And on August 14th, we did notify the community, Ms. Meyer and her folks, of the request for subdivision. And we held a virtual meeting with them on September 19th, which some of their questions were raised and which we are answering tonight. Next slide. So this is where we are at the moment. The Quincy 1 building has a design and construction permit to house the police vehicles, which were originally intended to go into Quincy 3. But we reshuffled the order so that they could be moved from Jimmy Dean Park. They are actually, these vehicles are actually in the building now, but the balance of construction to do that has been deferred until the COVID testing is done. Quincy 2, as you know, is being used for the COVID testing. Some of the DES furniture storage is also in that building. In 2018, 2019, to relieve congestion at the Trade Center, we moved the traffic engineering and operations major inventory items of streetlight poles, streetlight globes, and traffic signal arms into the Building 3 warehouse. And within the last month, we have had a request from the Office of Emergency Management to consolidate their storage of all of the PPE they've accumulated, which are now in 3 different locations. We're in the process of developing modifications to properly house their gear in Quincy 4. I mentioned Quincy, the white fleet was originally licensed into space in front of Quincy 2. When the COVID testing, they agreed to move it to the area you see by Quincy 4. But because of the coning and the traffic restrictions on the site for the testing, they're temporarily parking their white fleet over at the Science Focus School on the other side of Hayes Park. Next slide. Next slide, please, Kendra. The other thing to point out, go back, please, one other thing I'd like to point out. We had possession of this site since 2018. And of the 5 uses that the JFAC recommended, we only have implemented 1, put the vehicles in Quincy 1. But as you go to the next slide, please, Kendra, thank you. You see we have, and what I've just described is we've adapted the site to meet our other operational needs, and the ones I described for the various Quincy buildings. And there may be additional uses that we may need. We licensed the west lot at the Trade Center for additional bus parking to APS in our meeting on Saturday. And we may need to move some of the seasonal equipment that was stored in the west lot at the Trade Center up here to the Quincy site. Additionally, we'd like to be able to use the site for contractor laydown and perhaps the E.E. Lyons pipe repair shop that is also in a very congested area at the Trade Center. These were discussed during the JFAC reviews. But the point we wanted to make to the board and to the neighborhood was any redevelopment that would repurpose or reconstruct any of the buildings or new buildings on the site would be preceded by community engagement and would require CIP funding. At the moment, there are no physical changes contemplated at the site. They're neither authorized nor funded. So that is the basis for the DES recommendation request to proceed with the consolidation. I'll be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. May. That's the end of the presentation, I think. And yeah, thank you. All right. And we've heard our speakers. We do not have any commissions speaking. So I think the conversation is now with the board. Mr. DeFranchi, do you want to put a motion on the table and then we can have our board discussion, if that's all right?
Sure. I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we approve the deed of re-subdivision vacation and rededication attached to the staff report by the county board for properties known as the Quincy site located at 1425, 1429, 1435, and 1439 North Quincy Street in Arlington. In addition, authorize the real estate bureau chief or his designee to execute all deeds, plats, and other documents necessary to re-subdivide the county property subject to the approval of such documents as formed by the county attorney.
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been moved and seconded. Mr. DeFranchi, do you want to speak to your motion at all?
I appreciate Mr. May's report. In particular, the building code limitations on the recommended uses by JFAC are, I think, important. Certainly understand Ms. Meyer's concerns. They're ones that have been articulated at a number of different forums, but still do feel that the need for the possibility of broader uses going forward weighs in support of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you so much. I just a question, which is for Mr. May. Could you tell us a little more about why it's important to take this step now and not wait until there's sort of a package of rezonings and subdivisions, et cetera, that may be necessary once the use for this is determined, the site is determined?
Well, yes, I can try and I think I can answer that. One of the slides I showed the boundary parcel lines right around building 1. As an example, if we wanted to put an emergency generator next to that building, the way the parcel lines are laid out, we couldn't do it. It would be too close. And that's an easy example. And then I can't foretell all of the future, but other needs may arise. We want to make some small modification to an existing building, and we would run into a property line.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, I think we're threading a little bit of a needle here, which is to say we may need to be able to make modifications to the site, and so we need this change, but not big enough modifications that they'd have an impact on the neighborhood. But I do think it's probably fair to say, having studied the JFAC recommendations pretty closely, by the time we're ready to really make a significant use that would be very noticeable or really change the function of the site, many more actions of the board would be required. So I think I've gotten to being comfortable supporting it. Ms. Meyer, really appreciate the concern, and having chatted with a number of your neighbors over the years, it is a little bit of a source of frustration for me as well that we've acquired this expensive, prime located piece of property, and we've yet to really winnow down the function, county, school, or both that could go here. But I think ultimately this seems like a very modest administrative action. Board action that will not have any discernible impact on the neighborhood, and perhaps make sense to enable some of these kind of more modest interim uses that we're seeing, like the COVID testing and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too appreciate Ms. Myers for bringing this up, because it's always useful to take a look at what we're doing on the site and really get a sense of what the possibilities and limitations are for future consideration. So I appreciate this look at it, but I'm nonetheless convinced that this action is very much akin to a cleanup to ensure that we can use the site flexibly as needs arise, and has been the case over the last couple of years. We've had some needs which have arisen, and borrowing permanent disposition of the site have proven quite useful in allowing us to meet some immediate concerns. So I understand and support this action to essentially provide maximum flexibility as we consider the long-term disposition.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti, your hand's still up, but I'm not sure you intended to be.
In this case, I actually do. I had a quick follow-up from Mr. May on the emergency generator. The purpose there is, am I right to draw the conclusion that the COVID testing, is that part of the reason why you might need the adjacent emergency generator that would be on a separate property?
No, the context of that one was emergency generator if we needed additional power to support the building for the needs of either the police or the fire equipment that are stored there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I basically agree with all the comments that my colleagues have made. I do understand the frustration here, and I want to thank Ms. Myers actually, because I did talk to her about the Quincy testing when we were needing to set that up quickly, and the neighbors really were very supportive and helpful at a time when we really need all to be pulling together, and we really do appreciate that. And it is my sense from hearing that the effect on the neighbors with these changes isn't major. It's when we get to a permanent, not a temporary use of the site, something more permanent, which is taking a while. But once we get there, of course, we will bring in the neighborhood quite a bit. So I think we're ready to vote, everybody. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. And I will start with Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis, you're not on my screen, but I know you're there, maybe.
Sorry, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. And Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Garvey, I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Ms. Jacobs, could you call the next item, please?
Agenda item 26, sales of Series 2020 General Obligation Public Improvement and Refunding Bonds and Series 2020 Industrial Development Authority Revenue Refunding Bonds.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Making the presentation this evening is Jason Fries from the Department of Management and Finance. Mr. Fries?
Thank you, Mark. Let me pull up a really quick presentation for the board. And good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Okay. Can you all see my screen now?
I can, so I assume we can.
Great. Okay. So what I plan to do is I plan to walk you really quickly through the. This is a unique year. We have a lot of bonds on the schedule this year. We typically have much less. Usually just our traditional GOs, potentially refunding. We have a couple extra, these revenue bonds. So I'll walk you through each of these just to be a little bit more clear on what each one is, and then I'll open it up to questions from the board. So we'll start first with our traditional general obligation bond sale. This year, we are looking to issue $172.32 million. The breakout between those two are $129.97 for the county projects. These are our typical projects. Metro, we have a bunch of large projects, Lover Run, Longbridge Park, that are ongoing. Paving, so a lot of the typical county infrastructure projects. And on the school side, $42.35 million. As you know, they have a large plan to meet the school's seats needs. So that's still ongoing, even during this time. So those projects, they're requesting the 42.4. Just to note on both of these, the majority of this is actually from, and I'll talk about this in a minute, but the majority of this is actually a continuation of what was supposed to be issued in 2020. As you recall, we delayed it a little bit. Now we're coming back for that as the projects do need the financing. Number two here is, I think you all have seen interest rates have gone substantially down. They are at record lows, rates that we have never seen before. So we are looking to refund a significant amount of debt right now. Well, as you know, our policy calls for the primary policy is that refunding bonds will achieve a minimum of 3% net present value savings. So that's what we usually go out for. It changes significantly based on where rates are. That's partly why we typically don't like to put to the board an exact number of amounts and refunding savings, because it could change. And I don't want to say something that's higher or lower than what we achieve, but we do report after the fact what we're able to do at the time of issuance. What I did do is I ran last week. We do have about $208 million that is currently refundable for interest savings right now. But again, that will change by the time we issue. May go up, may go down. On the revenue bonds, we are asking for $31 million. This is part of it is to fund, as was said earlier, the short-term finance projects for fiscal 2021, this current year. It is just replacing those projects at one source from another. Also, it is to refund what's on our line of credit from fiscals 19 and 20. It's not, they're called new bonds, but it's not actually new bonds, but because it's a line of credit, not a bond, it's considered a new money proceed when you speak about bonds specifically. So that's why you see $31 million. It's the new projects of 14 plus outstanding from the prior 2 years to refinance those. It's the amount for that and a little bit of bond costs of issuance. And the last piece is the county actually has 3 outstanding revenue bonds that we've issued over from time to time, going back to 2010, which we issued bonds for our skating facility at the Boston Mall. Also, a couple other projects like Buckingham Village 3, the Buck acquisition, the Head Start facility in South Glebe Road. A couple different projects over the years have been financed with the revenue bonds. Those are all showing significant refunding savings as well. So we are looking to do a refinancing of a portion of those. Right now, we're seeing about $74 million of the bonds. It's not the refunding savings, that's the amount of bonds that could be refinanced as of last week. So we'll go first to the new money GO bonds. Again, it's $172 million. This is a not to exceed amount, so it's the high watermark of what we plan to issue. We will be revising this as we get to issuance next month. As we determine do these projects absolutely need funding, we'll bring this down. So I would say by the time we issue, it should be lower. 30 million of this, if you look at the slide, actual 2020 column, you'll see that about $30 million is what we actually spent last fiscal year. Now we were able to, on the interim, borrow money from other projects to finance those projects, but we need to make them whole. So about 30 million of this is already committed to prior expenditures and reimbursing those amounts. For fiscal 21, we already have about 110 million, 111 million between the county and the schools planned expenditures. We're still refining this, so I'm still working with projects. There is actually a little bit more than this that projects are saying they need, but we're going to continue working with project managers to determine do they absolutely need it in fiscal 21 or could it be deferred. So again, that's where I said we may come down. As we have these discussions, we may be able to take some of this off the table, but we ask for the full amount now in case between now and issuance, we need it. And again, you see at the bottom, schools, they have the $42.4 million that they plan to spend this year. I believe actually some of this was spent in 20, but I don't have those figures available to provide to you, but I believe they will spend it all in 21. Sorry. So onto the refunding on the general obligation bond side. What you have here is, this is the universe of county GO bonds. We have about $947 million outstanding. Of that, the second column, that's how much is callable, which is about $561 million. And callable just means we can actually pursue a refunding of these bonds.
I guess on a positive note, you got to do it from home, then you got to follow up.
Sorry, Mr. Freeze, we do have difficulties. Go ahead.
It's okay. And of those $561 million, 188 million of those bonds are actually showing net present value savings over 3% as of last week. So that is the universe of bonds we intend to go forward with next month when we issue, give or take when rates change, this may or may not go up or down. On the next slide, so we'll talk now about, these are the ones that are more unique. We don't do these often, but given where the market is currently, this is something we're pursuing this year. So on the new money piece, $31 million, as I said earlier, $14 million is for the current fiscal year's short-term finance projects. This includes both county and schools projects that we initially planned to use a line of credit for. At this amount, we're not adding more projects once this is refinanced. We're just choosing a different mechanism to finance these projects. So it's not adding more to what we plan to do this fiscal year. That's a fixed amount. The second part was a $16 million. This is the short-term finance projects from fiscal 19 and fiscal 20. They're currently on a line of credit. In order to pay that off, we are issuing, again, it's called new money, but it's really a refinancing, $16 million to refinance those projects. And then we have of this bond issuance up to $1 million for bond cost of issuance. I expect that to be lower, but we budgeted the amount to make sure we have sufficient funding to cover the issuance costs of the bonds, which are underwriter fees, legal counsel, financial consultants, and those types of costs. Below, I just wanted to show that these are the projects that we came to you requesting for the short-term finance. This is the same as in the CIP and the adopted budget. $14 million. And this is also to show that it's planned to be amortized over these fiscal years. So it's not over 10 years, not over 20 years. It's over 7 years total, but it's really over 3, 5, or 7 based on the amortization, the useful life of the actual projects. We're including it in this revenue bond sale to take advantage that we're doing a larger sale, so we can incorporate this without the significant issuance costs and other things of revenue bond that would make it economically not feasible to pursue for these small projects on such a short maturity schedule. And then lastly, we'll talk about the 2020 IDA revenue refunding bonds. So if you look here, we have the Series 2010, these are the skating facility bonds, about $19.5 million. And then we have Series 2013 and Series 2017 IDA revenue bonds, a total of $143 million, roughly, total outstanding par between all of those. And of those, about 107 are callable, or 88 plus the skating facility, so 107 are callable. And then $74 million of that universe is actually showing net present value savings over 3%. That's actually my entire presentation. I believe there was some public comment. I'll actually open it up to the board and to the questions you have. I'm happy to answer whatever you may have regarding the bond sales.
Thank you so much, Mr. Freeze. I think we'll get a motion on the table, and then I suspect board colleagues that we will have some questions, perhaps prompted by the questions our public has been asking. I think Ms. Crystal, are you good to make this motion, please?
Indeed, I am, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the resolution, which is included in attachment 1 of the staff report. It authorizes the sale of GO public improvement bonds in an amount not to exceed $172.32 million for new projects and GO refunding bonds to generate debt service savings. And that we further adopt the resolution, which is included in attachment 2, and that authorizes the sale of IDA revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $31 million for new projects and IDA revenue refunding bonds to generate debt service savings.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Crystal, motion has been made and seconded. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. I very much appreciate Mr. Freeze's presentation. I think we obviously had a somewhat abbreviated CIP session with a much more modest CIP. And so with the bond referenda coming right around the corner, I think it's very helpful that we have the opportunity to hear afresh what those funds will be spent on, and why these bonds are all very consistent with our practices of capital improvement planning. So thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, any questions for Mr. Freeze? I will ask one if Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
Just a question. Thank you, Mr. Freeze, for your presentation. That's all very, very interesting to me. I had just a clarifying question. So we cannot refund. What was this? What you said that we need to achieve a minimum of 3% savings in order to be able to refund the bond and restructure our portfolio. This is. Did I correctly understand that?
That is correct. It's a best practice that when refunding bonds, whether it be general obligation or any bonds long-term debt that we want to refinance, that we set a minimum, that it is a 3% net present value savings at a minimum or more. So actually this time we're seeing, I think it's 9% on most of these. I think on the skating facility, it is as high as 20 or 25%. So it's significant, but we want to set that minimum. It gets into a little bit of mechanics, but it's so that you're not pursuing, if it's below that, you might jeopardize with issuance costs and other pieces that you're not really generating a significant amount of savings, and there might be a better chance down the road to generate a better refunding savings. So we set that as the bottom. We don't set a number of what we plan to refinance. We wait until we usually do a screen initially to see if there are any that are potentially refinanceable. So you've probably seen the last 2 or 3 years, we've come forward with a request for refunding bonds, but we sometimes end up doing nothing. We want that authority just in case at the time of issuance rates move, and we can do it because even if it's one bond and it's above 3%, it may be worth our while to do to generate savings. So in this case, there's a much larger universe than that, but that's typically how we operate.
Yeah, and in an environment of very low interest rates right now and AAA bond rating, this is a good discretionary ability to have, right? So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Priest, could you elaborate a little bit on, one of the questions that we were asked, and I understand it, how come we're covering things like PRISM or computer or things like these costs that, typically, it's not what you think of the capital, but I know we have found some good reasons for having some of our technology done with bonds, I believe. I don't know if that's a question for you or actually for Mr. Schwartz, but if you could address that a little bit, it'd be helpful.
Sure, I can answer that. Things like PRISM, we've actually, and to give you context, actually, PRISM was initially funded with one of the revenue bonds we issued back in 2005. It was issued with a 10-year useful life, and the implementation of that was actually financed originally. What we are doing now is we are upgrading the PRISM system. So this is not operating costs. This is not the ongoing operating support costs. This is an actual upgrade to the system in the interim. So, and you see what we're actually doing is, and I actually noted it wrong in the original board report, so I've changed it in the presentation. You'll see PRISM is amortized over a 5-year useful life. This is considered a capital. It is technology, but it is something we can capitalize. So, pure operating, no, we typically do not include that. If it's part of like a large capital infrastructure project and there's some operating, small operating costs, those can be included. But this is speaking to this infrastructure upgrade, not just our annual costs maybe to support PRISM.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I think the world has changed so much that technology really is an infrastructure. It might not, it might be a little more nebulous than bricks and mortar, but it's absolutely crucial to what we do. It's just part of the new world we're living in. So I'm fine. I see no more hands up, colleagues. I am fine to move forward with this. I think we need whatever flexibility we can have to save as much money as we can. It's one of the very few things that's kind of beneficial to us in this economy are these low interest rates. So we should grab this whatever we can. All right. All in favor. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Yes, aye. I also agree. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, would you call the next item, please?
Agenda item number 28, award of contract number 20031 RFP to Santec Architecture, Inc. for planning, design, and construction administration services for the Arlington Transit Operations and Maintenance Facility to be constructed using the construction manager at-risk process.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, would you take this away?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, the presentation on item 28 will be made by Lynn Rivers, and she will have some able assistance as needed by June Locker, Dennis Leach, Greg Emanuel, Pierre Holloman, Jessica Baxter, and perhaps a chorus. I have no idea who else, but over to you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and good evening, everyone. This is an overview of the request that has been brought before the board to award a contract for the design of the Art Operations and Maintenance Facility. Next slide. So the award of the contract is contract 20-031, and it was done by RFP. We're requesting an award to Stantec Architecture in the amount of a little over $3.5 million. The design contract will include planning, design, and construction administration services for the Arlington Transit, the Art Operations and Maintenance Facility. And this is located at 2631 and 2635 Shirlington Road, as was mentioned, to be constructed under a construction manager at risk process. And so we're recommending that the board authorizes the purchasing agent to execute the contract. Next slide. So this is an overview of where we are right now. We are actually operating, ART is actually operating out of 4 facilities right now, and actually 5 if you would consider the parking area that we have for operators. The locations that you're looking at right now were what I just mentioned. The board back in July of 2018 authorized the purchase of the land that you are seeing now, which is Parcel A. Parcel A is where we're actually operating from today, where we have our buses being parked and stored. And then also we have a, I guess you could say, a mini operations facility. We do have a trailer that's there right now on that property that allows facilities for operators and supervision for the contract. And then on Parcel B and C, that is the additional land that was purchased back in 2018. And so we have been looking at how we could fit the program onto these 2 parcels of land. So our goals for the facility is to accommodate what we have currently in the fleet. We have 78 buses in the fleet right now, and we're anticipating a growth of over 100 buses in the future. And so the idea is to ground our facility and ground it here in Arlington County. The maintenance facility right now is housed in Alexandria, which is about 9 miles away. The other goals are to improve the efficiency of the transit system, and that would be by reducing operating costs, by making sure we centralize the facility. If we build the facilities here, then that would bring us to 2 facilities within the county. And also this facility will allow us to do preventive maintenance and other unscheduled repairs. And then obviously we strive to be a good neighbor to the Green Valley Civic Association and other neighboring civic associations as we build our facilities in this location. Next slide. So this is more of an overview of the concept. Excuse me. The as you see here, we call illustrations or massing structures. We have been looking at how to fit our program on these 2 parcels of land. And obviously, if you've been able to see from the overview, they are not your typical rectangular, square-shaped piece of land that we could fit all of our facilities. That's typical for transit. We're having to fit 2 facilities on 2 smaller constrained parcels of land. So the first piece I mentioned was Parcel A, which is the larger parcel where we are parking buses right now. The concept that we have at this point is to put the maintenance facility on that particular parcel and then have storage for buses on there as well. Parcel B actually shows the proposed administration building and also adjacent parking garage. And in the administration building, there would be driver dispatch and then obviously offices for administration of the contract. The schedule we have forecasted for this concept is to hopefully get the award approved and then move to a notice to proceed next month, in October, with the design firm. We've already started the process for selecting CMAR, and then we expect to have them on board in January to work with us in continuing the design. And I lost the slides just now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lynn. What I thought was going to happen, my computer overheated. So Pierre is ready to go. So he's going to share the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. So we're, as I mentioned, we are looking forward to CMAR construction and starting the design process with them to continue the design, excuse me, and then with a construction notice to proceed in July of 22. And we're hoping to have operations from those facilities by December of 24. We have a working cost estimate right now of a little over $56 million. We currently have $42 million, close to $43 million right now that we've had for a while, and we want to move this project so we can start using the funds toward the design and eventual construction. And then we're also anticipating applying for an application with DRPT for the balance of the funds. And we have been in constant conversation with DRPT. And so they are aware of our plan to ask to fill in the gap. What I also would like to mention as well is we have been looking at siting of this facility. We're looking at it from various lenses. As I mentioned initially, the form and the shape of the land that we have to work with. So we obviously have a constraint. So we've been looking at just how the program will fit on those lands. We're also looking at the security piece of it that goes along with any transit facility. We're governed by Homeland Security and really high levels of security as far as housing and maintaining and storing a transit fleet. So we've been looking at all of those as well as looking toward the future. Because this RFP does call for us to have our designer work with us and looking at the potential to move into electric vehicles in the future. So they are, that is being considered as one of their tasks as well. So that is included. Next slide. So we're talking about the good neighbor piece, and that obviously means public engagement and bringing the community with us, working with us as we work with the concept design. Again, we are planning to, we've had at least two actually, opportunities of having some conversations with the Green Valley Civic Association. And we are looking forward to having further conversation as we bring the designer on board. The conversations right now is just what we've shown you, which is the concept and what we think and how we think the program can fit. But the designer has to do all of the heavy work, all of the heavy lifting, and how that can actually happen. So we will engage the community as we move forward in doing that. And so again, we expect to have them on board by October and then to go out to the community shortly thereafter. In the winter, as we get feedback from the community and we advance the design, we will go back to the community so they will see where we are in the process. And as we move forward in the final design, and by that time, we hope we would have the CMAR on board that would talk about final design and going into construction. And then in the spring, we will go back to the community once more to show where we are in the final design of the project. Next slide. So our next steps, we're asking if the board would consider and would award the Stantec contract so we can start the design. We would have a kickoff for that work in October. We have been very diligent to be consistent with the board-approved 4 Mile Run Valley Master Plan. Obviously, while we're under construction, to do this quickly is to find other places to park buses. So we are looking at a number of different locations throughout the county in order to have the buses moved off-site. So as I told you, we currently are working out of 4 or 5 facilities. Once we go into construction, that is going to be even more. So just know that we are going to be working from a number of different locations in order to have these facilities constructed. We anticipate hopeful of an award for the CMAR in December, and then we are also going to start the formal community engagement process as I just outlined for you previously. And I think with that, I am open for questions.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Rivers. And thank you for your team. I'm loving all the backup everybody's got here, jumping in to help with these presentations as our technology gets a little stressed. Colleagues, why don't we, I think Mr. Karantonis is ready to make a motion, maybe get a motion on the table and then have questions and discussion. Does that work?
Yes, I think this is a efficient way to move forward. First of all, thanking the entire team, Ms. Rivers, first and foremost, for coming this late today and explaining all this. This is an important facility. This is an industrial facility. This is a critical infrastructure for Arlington. This is our public transit, no more or less, right? So my motion is to approve the award of contract number 20-031-RFP between the Arlington County Board and Stantec Architecture Incorporated to provide planning, design, and construction administration services for the art operations and maintenance facility located at 2631 and 2635 Shirlington Road in the amount of $3,543,397 plus a contingency of $354,340 for the total contract authorization of $3,897,737. And in addition, to authorize the purchasing agent to execute the contract subject to legal review by the Arlington County Attorney.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you everybody for jumping in. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Karantonis, would you like to speak to your motion a little bit, and we'll see or ask any questions? Or would you like to proceed?
Very briefly, I think this is a very important infrastructure, industrial facility. We want to get it right. We want to make it very compatible with the neighborhood, to listen a lot on this neighborhood. We also want to establish a standard facility that is very forward-looking with regards to our public transit. The transition to electrification of our fleet is a critical part of our community energy plan. And I believe that as we go into this exercise, we have to really think about the future and think about the different operation that an electric fleet program will have than, in comparison to a natural gas operated program. And we have also to think about the transition. So I think we should open that for questions and a discussion between the board members right now.
Yeah, that's where we are. Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, anybody have questions for the moment? Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. I'm interested in pursuing the sustainability questions, but I think some of my other colleagues are too. So let me start with one that's not sustainability yet, but about co-location. So Ms. Rivers, you said something in passing that I think is probably worth some exploration about the federal standards around security for the facility. I would have loved to have seen co-location at the site. I know we heard from a couple representatives of Green Valley who would have liked to have seen more use out of this site as well. Can you talk to us a little bit about why that's not feasible and the issue of security that sometimes precludes those possibilities?
Yes. There are a number of restrictions as far as security is concerned on transit fleets. Number one, it's very, very important to the community. If there was ever any type of an emergency, then transit is the first one that would be called on to move lots of people. Also, there is just the whole issue of the investment that is being made into these facilities and into the fleet itself. And so there are a number of, I would say, strings that are attached with regards to keeping both the facilities, the fleet, and the employees that would have to be engaged in situations like that, keep them safe and secure.
Okay, and so the idea is that if you were to, for example, co-locate housing here, or a community center or fire station, or even another level of parking open to the public, that would compromise those priorities?
It would. And that's what we've seen. And if you look at it, most transit systems, not most, practically all transit systems across the country, then you'll see the same thing. And I'm also reminded that transit is also considered a high-risk facility by TSA. So we're covered in a number of different areas with regards to safety and security.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's helpful. And I'll yield if colleagues wanted to jump in on the sustainability, and otherwise I can come back to that.
Okay. I know we're going to get to sustainability. Mr. Dorsey, your hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Rivers, can you talk a little bit more? The board report lays out a reasonably involved public engagement process once the selection of the design firm is made with this proposed action today. Can you just talk a little bit more about what that looks like and what meaningful opportunities the public will have beyond what has been described as just the aesthetics at the margin?
Well, there's a lots of opportunities. I mean, at this point, all we have is a concept, which means we only know what we can fit as far as a program. We don't know what the building will look like. We know we've talked about what we want materials to be made out of. They want them to be sustainable. But as far as having an impact on what the actual facilities will look like, we're going to be relying a lot on working with the public in doing that. We also know that even though we're in a location that, for the most part, is secluded, you will see, I would say, a sliver of that. It looks a little different in the massing illustration, but it will be seen from the street. And we're in a neighborhood, so we're very cognizant and sensitive of what those facilities will look like. So that's how we plan to engage the community and to get their feedback on other items that address what it looks like being there in the neighborhood. But right now, our design team is here to help us just figure out how all of that will work. We've just tried to figure out the piece of, will the program fit?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I see Ms. Locker is raising her hand.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Ms. Locker, I don't see that. Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to also add that it's not just about the design. The design team will also be looking at the site work, the landscaping. So it's not just it's about the full site development. And so the team that we're bringing on board is a whole, a cadre of professionals that will be looking at the whole site holistically, from transportation to sustainability to landscaping and all the other civil work and groundwater and those types of things. So I just wanted to add that.
Right. So we've gone through the work of determining a test fit for how the program can fit, a unique expertise that relies within the Transit Bureau and DES. And with that done, we engage a design firm who will then engage a community to marry desires, hopes, expectations within the fundamental program that needs to take place there.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I'll just follow up a little bit along that same line. I assume that, I don't know if this is for Ms. Rivers or Ms. Locker, there'll be a lot of there's a lot of engineering involved. And I mean, it looks like this is tight on that site. I assume this was not easy to work out. Is that a fair assumption for people who spend their whole lives doing this sort of thing?
That is a very good assumption. It has taken quite some time just to figure out how to fit the program on those parcels of land. As I mentioned, it's not the typical site that you would find to try to store large vehicles and a maintenance facility and administration building. So yes, it took quite some time to do that.
Yeah, thank you. And I will go to Mr. DeFran. I mean, I'll just point out, I think sometimes we have the Arlington way, we want to involve people, but it's very important, I think, to involve residents in an appropriate way. And if we've got professional engineering and hydrology and all of this other, to have people who are not professionally doing that is just sort of a recipe for people getting, I think everybody getting frustrated. So I think if everybody stays in the areas that they're most, that are appropriate for them, and absolutely how it feels and interacts with the neighborhood is totally appropriate for folks. But I think figuring out stormwater, hydrology, soil types, and everything else just doesn't feel like something is really appropriate for a lot of citizen engagement at that point. So I'll just lay that out there. Mr. DeFranti, you've got your hand up, and I'll go back to Mr. Carantonis again, and then Mr. Dorsey. Mr. DeFranti, and Ms. Crystal too, if you get your hand up. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is actually about the parking that was raised. You mentioned, Ms. Rivers, additional sites beyond the ones that we have to use now. And I wondered, as to the process with respect to the determination of those sites. Would that be a decision that would be made this fall prior to December? Would it be next year? Will that construction plan be one that is primarily a Transit Bureau and manager decision? Can you give me a sense of the process on the additional parking during construction?
Yes. So we're looking at, how we're trying to make decisions on what we do. So we're looking to have parking located close to areas where we obviously have service in order to reduce the amount of cost and expense to actually move buses around. So that's one thing. And we're also looking at the fact that we are going to have, I think it's upwards of 44, 45 buses that will have to be moved to other locations. So we're relying on the light maintenance facility, which is where we have parking right now. We plan to max that out as much as we can, as safely as we can do it. And then the balance of those buses, we figured would be about 44 or 45 buses. And then that's where we're looking at various places within the county. It would be great if we could get them all in one location. But we're very thoughtful about the fact that we've got a number of, we've got routes all over the county. So it's a number of places that we might have to put buses. And we're looking at trying to make that decision by next summer at the very latest. So it can be very clear. So when things start to really move, buses will start to be out of the way. We talked about starting construction in 22. So we'd like to have the buses out of the way and everything pretty clear in order to, so it won't be inhibiting the design work, the construction work rather.
Got it. That's helpful. Is there, so places where bus routes are, is it possible to give examples of that? I'm just mindful, certainly if you're not certain or sure exactly what's going to happen, that's fine. If you knew the types of places that might be eligible, would it be, certainly you could imagine your metro stations might be plausible, but I don't know of too many sites. Are there any examples you might give of places where parking? I'm just mindful of the community's concern with respect to the Green Valley neighborhood.
Sure. We're looking at a number of locations all around the county. There are, we're first of all looking at areas that the county owns. So we don't have to have the added cost of leasing space. But we're also finding that areas that can hold large numbers of buses might very well be places that have to be leased. And so it's not one area of the county, it's all over the county. But right now it's kind of hard to just nail down where that might be. Okay, great. Thank you. And then before yielding, just one more question. As we move towards sustainability, it's with respect to the additional buses. I just wanted to kind of tease out what I understand to be the case, which is because of the pandemic, you'll be looking at whether there would be a need for additional bus purchases in the next calendar year is still not determined because of we've gone back to service on 12 of 16 routes, I think, but
we haven't yet decided whether we would actually be purchasing additional buses over the next year. Is that fair understanding?
We are slated to replace buses. Where we're having more consideration is the numbers of buses to expand the fleet. Now, Transit Development Plan notes that we would be expanding within probably the next year, 2 years, possibly 3 years, starting the expansion process that we've been outlining. But we're taken a really hard look at that. But definitely we do have to replace vehicles. We have vehicles that by the time that they are replaced will be 13, 14 years old. Tremendous amount of mileage on them, and quite frankly, very expensive to maintain. So so that's where we really have our focus right now, is just replacing what needs to be replaced.
Great, thank you. I'll yield. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Yep. I think I'm trying to figure out the order. I think I'm going to Mr. Carantonis, Mr. Dorsey, and then Ms. Crystal. I hope I have that right. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we look at one part of my question is already covered about the the needed parking or the interim space to park these buses. I guess that if we have to sustain costs there, they will be added to the cost of the project, right?
Yes, we have some costs that are covered in the project, but that is really focusing on areas being near a service area and also being in a place that does not require a lease.
The second question is really focused on the electrification of the fleet. So during the design process, as we will be talking how this facility, you said that the intention is to make this facility EV ready. Is that a correct understanding?
It is. We have an optional a task within the design firm to look at the potential future of moving into electric vehicles. So that may mean conduit in the ground, that may mean charging stations on the facility, but we're looking toward them and bringing that expertise to tell us how we can do that and how that transition can be made. So yes, definitely it's in the RFP, and it says specifically it is to not preclude electrification.
Yeah, well, if it was in my book, it's to include electrification, this has consequences for the design process and the way we engage also the lay part of the community, like for example our E2C2 commission and others, and how we think about operations as we think about the evolution of our transportation plan. This is the central facility. This will be the central place where not two things will happen. This is where we will be maintaining and starting and ending all our routes in Arlington, but it's also the place where the transition from the conventional fossil fuel powered fleet to an electric fleet will happen as well. So this is not a trivial task, and because these two fleets have fundamentally different models of operation. So how do we want to engage these the citizens that are engaged in the environmental discussion in Arlington as well? Are we going to brief them? Are we going to include them in the design outreach?
Well, we have been keeping our air colleagues involved in this, and so they do understand how we're planning to move forward with adapting or transitioning the facility. And so they're comfortable with that. And obviously, we're going to keep them at the table as well as we move forward. We're really relying on this design firm to shed a lot of light on what we're going to do. We're doing analysis. We're talking to our colleagues in the region and around the country. And we're continuing to see even new vehicles come out. One just came out today. And things are still evolving. And so we're being very mindful of having the right experts at the table with us as we're talking about what the support facilities would need to be in order to make that transition happen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Locker, yes, go ahead, please. I think your hand's up, yeah. But you're muted, you're muted.
I just had one other thing that we would, since we're also going to PFRC, E2C2 has a seat at the PFRC as well, and so just going through several of the other PFRC process, E2C2 definitely provides a lot of value, and we try to brief, especially on those particular sustainability elements, as part of those meetings as well. So it's not just about the pure aesthetic. When we go to PFRC, it's also about, ADA, it's about sustainability elements, how we're achieving, a net zero already. These are all questions in the forum of PFRC. So, and I believe that that will be coming to you in October for that membership to be created for the project.
And could I just add one more piece? And this is going back to transitioning of fleets or looking at new fueling for fleets. So there is a regional discussion that's going on right now. It's done via COG, and it really is looking at region-wide. How are the various jurisdictions transitioning fleets, and what type of fueling are they looking at? Some have done it, and some are still studying and moving to that and in that way. But it is definitely a regional discussion that everybody is working together on.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mr. Dorsey, we're to you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To continue the line of discussion that Mr. Karantonis brought up with electrification of the fleet, it's been my understanding, it's long been an interest of this board with conversations on an annual basis about where are we in terms of industry-wide absorption of EVs on municipal buses. And as it relates to this facility, my understanding is that the real challenge is not in designing the facility to accommodate EVs. There will need to be consideration as to whether or not you can deliver the adequate power, and the charging stations can be placed in appropriate places to allow for not only charging, but servicing and cleaning, et cetera. But that's a relatively easy thing to do. The real issue for Arlington and the region in moving toward EVs is the rapidly changing nature of it, and that thus far EVs have not been proven to deliver a one-for-one replacement for fossil fuel powered buses, creating an inefficiency, a built-in inefficiency where you need larger numbers of EVs to run the same level of service as other routes, which has produced a barrier in terms of organizations not being able to absorb those costs or have the space to operate a substantially higher mixed fleet, which creates its own issues. Now, some of that is being solved by other areas with efficiencies in designing routes so that you can meet the capacity of EVs. In addition to depot charging, there is on the route charging. There are lots of different things, but is it fair to say that none of it is at a point where we as a local jurisdiction or the larger region that we operate is ready to buy and adopt EVs as a strategy on a scale that makes it effective right now? Is that fair?
I think that it's a fair question, and I would say that you have raised all of the issues that we're constantly studying. The fact that it's still evolving. As I mentioned, you could open up a transit magazine weekly, and you've got new manufacturers coming out with how long a bus can stay on the road. And quite frankly, it's not just the infrastructure that has to take place on the facility for maintaining. It's about what happens out in the service area.
Right.
A bus goes down. How do you get the bus back? Where is it going to be maintained? How are we going to maintain it? I mean, those are all questions that has to be answered as you make that transition. It was no small feat for the board, for the earlier Arlington board, to decide to move from from diesel to CNG, that took quite a long time because you actually have to look at all facets of what it takes to operate a system. It's the same thing for electric vehicles. There are so many questions. There have been a number of jurisdictions who've done it, of properties who've done it. They tend to be the large properties who can isolate. If they've got 400 or 500 buses, 1,000 buses, then they can isolate 20 buses, 40 buses, 50 buses. They can do that. We're such a small player at this point. It is absolutely something to definitely strive for, but there are a lot of considerations in how to maintain the integrity of the system in order to do that in an ever-evolving technology.
And I'll just say for me, Ms. Rivers, I do appreciate all that. The one thing that I think would just sadden me greatly would be is if we, and I'm not accusing you of this, I think you are trying to be future ready for EVs, but I want to make sure that at the time when it does make sense, we're not in a position of playing catch up, that we're ready to adopt and implement at the time that it does make sense so that we can deliver the benefits of this as soon as is practicable.
Absolutely. That is the goal.
Thank you. Lots of head nods. Ms. Crystal, over to you. You're muted.
I was going to say, I think that was so well put that I almost hesitate to ask any more questions, but I do want to just probe on a couple because I absolutely share the same goal. Can you just say a little more, Ms. Rivers? You were mentioning that it's a task of, or will be a task, I guess, of this contractor to develop all of the plans for enabling, charging the floor of the facility or otherwise. Can you say a little more? Does that mean they'll be presenting options that Arlington County government can proceed with? Does that mean that's an expectation that those things will just be built in for the price of the contract?
That is what we have on the contract. And June, I look to you as well to speak to that as well. Included in the contract is for them to show us and really provide options on how that can be done and actually lead us through how we could transition a fleet in the future to electric. So they have, there'll be a number of ways in which they will be looking at, and we're actually looking toward them to show us what that might be.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. And so that's a separate contractor than the one to whom we'd be awarding the contract for developing the facility now?
No, the design contractor is actually going to be looking at this.
Okay.
And then, the CMAR designer and contractor will also incorporate what's going on with the design firm as well.
Got it. And then what about the potential for not only electrification of the fleet, but with regard to sustainability, solar panels on the facility? Is that part of the expectation for the final design? Or at least making it PPA ready, I guess?
I'll turn it to June on that question.
Okay.
Yes. So for the two buildings, we are the administration building is going to be planned for net zero ready, which would mean that we would have to accommodate enough roof space or surface space for panels.
Great. Okay. And that's actually even better that it's net zero ready overall. Thank you.
Great. I think we're to Mr. Carantonis and then Mr. DiFranti.
Oh, I just wanted to point out that I perfectly hear Mr. Dorsey's arguments on the feasibility of EVs right now. This is just an introduction of EVs that we had in the last few years. There are also other aspects to an operation of an EV fleet. So, for example, EVs have big write-offs right now. Sometimes government, if we buy them, like we buy our fossil fuel-powered buses, we cannot realize them, but we could lease them from others who could realize them and reduce the cost of operating these buses at the end. They have incentives as well in some states anyway. So all these are considerations that come into consideration when we plan such a facility, and we have to really very honestly and specifically think how we will be transitioning after all, because the electric fleet will be the future, and not the very far future. It will be rather the closer by future. So we just being ready for that is good, but we have to be also strategic and probably also lead with this. That's my position on this. And I very much hope that Stantec will be able to deliver a project where we can build on and work with.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Got it. Just a quick question. I think in addition to the ongoing analysis, I don't know whether this is probably Ms. Rivers or Ms. Locker. The question is about, I think we're set to do a more sort of thorough bus electricity study over the coming years under the community energy plan. Is that right? Is that a separate, or is it part of the ongoing work?
Yes, actually, we're coming back with part of the air initiatives in 22 to actually lay out a plan for looking at electric vehicles, looking at the analysis of them, and then a plan for potential implementation.
Great, and that's fiscal year 22, so it's not quite as long away as folks might be thinking. So, and then certainly understand the PFRC process. I do wonder if it could be helpful at some point over the coming months to actually get a chance to sort of share some of the information you're reading on a daily basis with E2C2. That's not it just seems like an idea that could be helpful because you are looking at it pretty closely, but that's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, any more? I think we might be ready to vote. All right. I think we've got a motion. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Aye. All right, I think we're good. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Good discussion. Good kind of presentation about what we're up to there. Thank you so very much. All right, Mrs. Jacobs, could you call our next item? I think we're to our regular hearing item now.
Yes, agenda item 48. It's a public hearing on Arlington County Ordinance 14.2-30, which is an ordinance requiring physical distancing on public sidewalks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Making the presentation for this item will be me.
Thank you.
I also am joined by Dr. Varghese, and also I think we have Deputy Chief Adrian Quigley available, and we also have Mr. Telly Tucker from Economic Development. So I'm going to try to walk through these slides fairly quickly. If we could get to the first slide. Okay, so back at the end of July, I think it was July 30th, the county board met and adopted an emergency ordinance to focus on the presence of individuals along sidewalks in certain areas. Underlying that was a public health concern, and that the public health concern focuses on groups of people who are congregating in various areas. And the public health premise underlying that is that there was then, and there continues to be, community-wide transmission of the COVID-19 virus, and that people congregating at distances less than 6 feet will increase the risk of the virus spread. So our staff, who works closely with the restaurants in certain areas of the county, specifically Clarendon and also on 23rd Street, has observed groups of people congregating in the same place and not observing the 6-foot distances. So if we can move on to the next slide. This is a slide that people can find this material and information on our website, but it's essentially a summary of the incidence of COVID-19 cases broken out by age cohort. And this shows that the prevalence of onset of symptoms by age group has broken out so that recently the higher onset is at people who are in the younger age cohort. So if we can go on to the next slide. This is an example of the signs that we have posted since the ordinance was adopted, and we have a map on the next page that shows exactly where these signs have been put. And you'll take a look at, no, go back to the earlier slide there. Yeah, thank you. It's basically, these are decals that we're putting on the ground that signal to people where it is they should stand, 6 feet apart. And it's meant to educate people as to the best way to go about distancing themselves. And also the signs on the left point out that people should try to keep a 6-foot minimum and lays out the potential fine under the Arlington County Code provision that was adopted on an emergency basis. If we could go on to the next slide, which is the map, and I will try to do as good a job I can describing what this map shows. On the left side, you see a street view of Clarendon, and I'll see if Brian, I think you have the helm on this. If you can move your cursor to, yes, up there, that is on the area that is closest to where some restaurants like Wilson Hardware and Whitlow's and Wilson are located, up on Clarendon Boulevard, where I can't quite read what the cross street is. I don't think it's Highland. It's probably Fillmore. And then if you go down towards further down here, you see where Don Tito. No, go back a slide. Where Don Tito's in that area, and then you go further down to the corner, and you'll see that that is where the lot is located at the intersection of 10th Street and Clarendon Boulevard. So Wilson Boulevard. Yeah, go to the next slide. On the right here. No, Brian, hold on one second. Go back. Also on the right, you can see where there are these orange locations are where signage has been posted. The signs are posted so that on the right photo you have on 23rd Street South in Crystal City along Restaurant Row on both sides. So let's go to the next slide. This is showing, at least earlier on, these photos were taken about a month and a half ago. You can see people crowding along, at that point, they're pictured along Wilson Boulevard. So working with the restaurant there, the lot, we have put some cones along the side, and the queuing has moved over to the side on North 10th Street. We go to the next slide. You can see on the 2800 block of Wilson Boulevard, we have taken action on our own to try to put up, I don't even know what the correct term is, but the plastic bollard type of yellow plastic thingies that go in the street to try to set aside the parking area so that there's additional space for people to queue as a way to free up some additional space so that people do not have to get crowded onto the street. If we could go to the next slide. Okay. This is really the part I wanted to focus on for the most part. And I've had conversations with members of the Chamber of Commerce, one of the restaurant owners, and also the nearby Civic Association, which is that our goal here is to try to educate people as to what's going on. Now, the ordinance itself that was passed has in it a fine component, but as I've noted, and you will see if you take a look at the board report, our goal here is to reinforce the practice of social distancing and make sure through education that people are behaving appropriately. One of the biggest stress points that is causing this crowding along the streets is what's going on inside the restaurants. So you can see on the consideration slide we have here, the fourth bullet is very, very important, which is we are focusing right now not just on what's going on the street, which I think is a legitimate focus, but also what's going on inside the restaurants. And if we could take a minute or two here, I'd like Dr. Varghese to talk a little bit about what we're doing inside the restaurants. So Ruben, can you update us on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager. The public health staff have been going out with support of police and fire marshals several weekends to do educational inspections of all of the facilities, reminding them of their obligations under executive order through the governor. We've been to Clarendon, Shirlington, 23rd Street, Columbia Pike, and the courthouse and Lee Highway areas over the last 3 weekends, especially to remind people that there are areas like the bar areas where congregating cannot occur. Tables should not be set up in those areas. People need to keep 6-foot distances from unrelated parties, and customer-facing employees need to wear face coverings, which are all outlined in the governor's orders. And what the governor and the commissioner of health did was make those sorts of violations to be considered a imminent health hazard, because COVID is something that actually can infect people and cause illness and death, and can be also spread to others who are more vulnerable. So the focus of the staff have been during the daytime of the week to help the facilities understand what their obligations are. If they have any questions, they've been available to answer those questions, and we've hired more staff to be able to actually go out on Thursday nights, Fridays nights, and Saturdays to actually look at all of these areas and try to bring them into compliance. This has been a practice for 15 years while I've been here, and it's a general practice of public health, environmental health staff in Virginia and across the nation typically, is to try to bring people into compliance, the establishments, because we want them to succeed as businesses. And I've heard the argument, well, in pre-COVID times, this was not a problem. And I have to remind people we are now in COVID times, and congregation actually can lead to actually more germ transmission. So we're trying to help them come into compliance so we can keep them open. So that's my report.
So thank you, Dr. Varghese. And actually, I spoke incorrectly. We have with us tonight, we have Chief Andy Penn from the Police Department. And Chief Penn, if you could spend a minute or two talking about what officers have witnessed along the sidewalks and the approach that restaurants have been taking since the ordinance has gone into place, that would be helpful.
Sure. I have data with me from the last weekend in August, and we had a detail specifically focused on the sidewalk ordinance and the size of the lines. And throughout the course of the 2 nights, there was somewhere around 550 different potential violations observed by staff, and 480 or so people were warned about congregating together. The lines varied that weekend. I know Friday night was rainy, but on Saturday night, the lines got as long as 90 people. And while some of the lines did well and people were very spread out, which, does increase the length of the line. I think it's important to recognize that, because we've heard some concerns about the lines are really long. Well, if they're spread out, it's a good thing that they're longer. But our staff will continue to monitor for people being congregated in violation of this ordinance, remind people, try to gain compliance. And our ARI team is going to continue to work with the restaurants, who have been very receptive in working with us, to try to change behavior inside as well as help with changing behavior outside. So, the education component will continue to be stressed, and we will work every weekend with the restaurants to try to get as much compliance as we can.
Yeah, Chief Penn, if you could just take a minute. I know you used the initials ARI, but I know the board is familiar with that, but just spend a minute or two explaining what that is.
Sure. It's the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, and this is a partnership really between the police department and several different county agencies, public health, AED, ES, to work with business owners on a host of different topics to try to make sure that we're collaboratively addressing any problems or concerns. A large part of ARI is the accreditation piece, where there's a series of standards that businesses can voluntarily participate in that includes policies for how to manage inside and outside of the business, some of the guidelines for their staff, and it creates an environment where everybody in the area is on the same page and working towards the same comprehensive goal. We've had the program for a couple of years, and it's been incredibly successful, in my opinion, and it's actually gained national attention through the COPS office and been published as a best practice because of these successes that we're seeing through the program.
And the last point, if you could cover what steps the restaurants themselves have taken to try to assist with the social distancing on the sidewalks.
Many of the restaurants have added staff and have staff working outside to help manage the lines, reminding people to move. That's the primary change. Some of the structural change about how their layout. We've worked with them with the line formation, which has been helpful to have the stickers going different ways to make sure there's adequate space for the lines. But many have been willing to work with their patrons, put up the signs in their businesses, remind their patrons about the ordinance and the need to socially separate. And the biggest help has been when they add staff and help with the front line dispersing of people.
Okay, thank you very much. And so just a few remarks to conclude. One, a few points I wanted to make, which was, again, what we're trying to do here is enforce through the ordinance what is a very important principle of public health and making sure that people stay 6 feet apart from each other. Our main effort behind the ordinance is education, and the ordinance itself, by its terms, only applies to those areas that we have signed. So I know several people in the community have expressed concern that this could be applied anywhere at the county at any time when people are gathering. That's not correct. And the focus is really on education and steps to make sure that people follow through on what I think is a basic obligation to be respectful of other people in the public right of way. So I will conclude my remarks. I know we'll have a number of speakers and questions, and I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. And I believe we probably do have some speakers. Ms. Jacobs.
Yes, we do. Our first, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, all right, we'll take our speakers.
Our first speaker is Brian Goldberg, followed by Gary Lukowski. Mr. Goldberg. Okay, we will go.
Maybe a reminder to people, we do it all the time, to hit *6, right? If you're on the phone, you might have to. Yeah, so remind our speakers, we'll give Mr. Goldberg one more quick chance if you're there to unmute yourself. We can't unmute you, so you need to hit *6 if you're on a phone, or hit the microphone icon to unmute yourself if you're on a device. All right, we'll move forward.
Okay, we'll go to Gary Lukowski.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So my name is Gary Lukowski. I speak for nobody but myself, and I'm here today to oppose this ordinance. Simply put, this is an arbitrary invitation to selective enforcement. In Arlington today, you can attend a large protest. In fact, based on some of your Twitter handles, it's been encouraged by members of this board. You can attend a street festival or farmer's market. You can even host a party of up to 250 of your closest friends. At the same time, though, apparently this board and the county manager and others believe that a family of 4 standing next to each other on the wrong street corner is a grave public health threat. So grave, in fact, that the board met in a secretive closed session to pass it as an emergency order, even though it is days before you had public meetings. Never mind that more than 4 people can live in the same house, ride the same car to a bar or restaurant, and sit at the same table once they get inside. This is simply arbitrary nonsense. It's also an invitation to selective enforcement. Now, we've heard, this is about education. We want to educate people. If it's really about education, get rid of the fine element of it. Using fines to educate someone is like popping them in the nose to, quote, teach them a lesson. It's a punishment by another name, and if you truly believe it's only educational, eliminate the fine. Otherwise, it's just bureaucratic doublespeak at its worst. Enforcing this against every potential violator, as the police chief's comments indicated, would be absurd. You'd have 500 plus violations. What happens instead is it'll be enforced selectively. It also is a misuse of our law enforcement resources, turning our police into glorified hall monitors and eliciting the same sort of defiance you'd expect from children when you treat your citizens like children. Finally, it leaves open the unfettered discretion for where the board decides to enact these restrictions. Look, in America, we have leaders, not rulers who can issue arbitrary decrees and selectively enforce them against their subjects. It's past time this board recognized the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Lakowski. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ken Koskino.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Hi, my name is Ken, and I'm representing Srikant Hospitality and our location, Ambar and TTT, located at 2900 and 2901 Wilson Boulevard. As Srikant Hospitality family, we have been fully compliant with county's rules and regulations from the day one of the initiation of forward bridging and spaces. During this time, all county officials were very accommodative throughout the process. But in general, we are seeing that the latest sidewalk ordinance is very important on the educational perspective for those who will be actually fined for these violations. As a local business, we have been doing our part since the day one and going above and beyond by employing extra personnel, which including security personnel, in order to enforce social distancing and other regulations throughout the day. The point that we are most concerned due to lack of public education, which we are hoping this enforcement will be or can be directed without the fines, or the new ordinance will be creating a group of unhappy patrons who will be holding our businesses accountable of this situation. And this will result with our patrons considering their experiences in our establishments as poor, and their support, which they have been continuously and generously giving, will soon be stopped, we are afraid of. Ultimately, this will cause a domino effect and eventually will affect our revenue, which will force us to attempt to reduce our labor and our budget for other services that enables us to have personnel who's dedicated to keep the social distancing and all other rules being followed by our patrons. That being said, I am concluding my remarks by thanking you and the opportunity to speak, and looking forward to have these new ordinances more established and education oriented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to speak. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Josiah Stevenson, followed by Greg Cahill.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Awesome. My name is Josiah Stevenson. I live on Garfield Street, right by 11th. And I urge you to repeal this ordinance. But from my perspective, there are kind of two classes of problems with it, right? The first one is that it's really, really poorly targeted for the public health threat that we face. And number two, that it's really, really overbroad and could lead to a lot of discretionary enforcement. In terms of being poorly targeted, it's aimed at people in relatively small groups outside, which we know is significantly safer than 3 people in a car or 3 people indoors at a restaurant, or any number of other things. We don't have a fine for mask mandates. We still have, allow bars to be open, very late during the pandemic, right? So it seems like such a low priority thing from a public health perspective. And then the downside of it is that it puts a family of 4 that is, standing on the sidewalk, maybe even waiting for the bus or waiting to get into the grocery store or whatever else, in violation of the law and, potentially subject to $400 worth of fines between the 4 of them. We don't treat people in cars this way, and that's kind of backwards. I think that, to the extent that we are worried, and I agree that we should be taking steps to, curtail the, congregating on the sidewalks, especially at night. What I would suggest is closing the streets, Clarendon and Wilson, to cars, just to give people more space to spread out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Cahill, followed by Jillian Burgess. Greg Cahill.
We could circle back. Maybe people are not figuring out the unmuting perhaps, but it is late. It's gotten pretty late.
Okay, we'll go on to Jillian Burgess.
Walter Scott, Sandra Bland, Samuel DeBose, Michael Brown, Eric Gardner. These are but a few of the Black Americans who have lost their lives due to minor infractions. After a summer of reckoning with America's and Arlington's racist past, we must acknowledge the role of overbroad laws and ordinances in allowing police a pretext to stop Black people and people of color. We must acknowledge the great power that we give our police officers when we allow them to stop people, even if the supposed penalty is simply a traffic fine, even if it's just to educate. The board should take its responsibility to shape the power of the police very seriously and should not adopt any overbroad ordinance that on its face makes perfectly legitimate behavior a legal infraction. The board should not adopt any ordinance that does not make clear what behavior is allowed. Sidewalk ordinance adopted by the board last month in a closed session is shamefully overbroad and vague. The ordinance seems to make it an infraction for me to walk down the specified sidewalks with my 3 young children. It might not allow the 4 of us to stop on those sidewalks. It almost certainly would be an infraction for the 4 of us to wait at a bus stop on those sidewalks. The county should in no way discourage a mom and 3 young children to walk down a sidewalk, stop on a sidewalk, or wait for a bus. I support limiting the spread of COVID and urge the county board to use every tool in its toolbox to support getting vulnerable children back into schools, to get childcare for children. However, this ordinance is not a tool that helps with this problem. I generally align myself with the comments of the Chamber of Commerce, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, the Transportation Commission, and the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association, and urge the board to repeal this ordinance and to work with the community to develop a way to address late night sidewalk crowding that is based in science and is consistent with good governance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nick Freshman, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
I think these are 3 minutes. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Freshman, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Nick Freshman, and I am co-owner of Spider Kelly's in Clarendon. I'm here on behalf of the owners of restaurants in the areas targeted by the sidewalk ordinance, and I'm here to offer our perspective. We are tired. We are stressed. We are worried about our future and if we will have one as businesses. I'm also here as a native Arlingtonian who has lived here my whole life. I'm a product of Arlington Public Schools, and I have a daughter in middle school in Arlington. I've been a business owner in Arlington for nearly 20 years. I'm also a volunteer in the community. I serve as chairman of the board of La Cocina VA, an Arlington-based nonprofit dedicated to changing the lives of Arlingtonians. My roots here run deep, and I am very invested in my community and its safety. And I can say the same for many of my colleagues whom I speak for tonight. We are small businesses that are deeply woven into the fabric of this community. We employ hundreds, we serve thousands, and we contribute millions in revenue each year, or at least we did. The impact on our industry has been nothing short of devastating. I've seen many colleagues of mine close for good, and many more will come. After all, winter is coming, and the patios will be closing. If we lose our restaurants, Arlington will lose a lot more. Jobs and revenue, to be sure, but also the unique effects of a vibrant Main Street full of the character that only independent businesses can create. The consequences of that to Arlington would be severe. We urge you to consider this when taking any action. We do not believe the lines outside our restaurants are a major contributor to the spread of COVID-19, and we believe it is an action that will negatively affect our businesses. We are opposed to making this ordinance permanent. We also believe that the ordinance as implemented is ineffective, since it has not been sufficiently backed with county resources. Efforts to educate and enforce have largely been undertaken by our own staff, and our people are already stretched thin and stressed out. We understand that the county employees do not want to do this job, but the pandemic has forced us all into different roles, and in order to get to the other side, we all need to do our part. We all have different jobs now. Our real fear is that the ordinance will have little effect on the spread and that more drastic measures might be considered by the county. I cannot stress enough how serious the consequences of that would be. We do not have lines outside our establishments because we're making money. We're all struggling. We have not been able to return to full employment, and we are very worried about the winter. Any more restrictions on our operations could result in permanent closures. We understand that sacrifices need to be made, and we have sacrificed a great deal already. Any more would be unsustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Freshman.
Our next speaker is Scott Padowitz, followed by Anya Adams.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I join you this evening to ask that the County Board not adopt the sidewalk distancing ordinance on a permanent basis. We all share the goal of reducing coronavirus transmission. However, as it is being applied, this ordinance targets specific restaurants and their customers without a clear linkage to virus spread. Under Forward Virginia, restaurants are operating with diminished capacity, so queues are not a reflection of their being packed as in usual times. Rather, they are a result of limited seating and thorough cleaning of tables between parties. As such, patrons are more likely to have to wait for a table. Arlington has said that it did not expect restaurants to use their limited resources to enforce this ordinance, but the burden has fallen on them. Being known for patrons getting $100 tickets whilst waiting for a table is not good for business. This ordinance risks the livelihood of our restaurateurs and food service workforce. The streets fronting these restaurants are the only locations subject to the ordinance, but there are many more places in Arlington where people gather outside. The same people would not be in violation if gathered in a park or in someone's backyard. We hear that tickets will only be issued as a last resort, but the ordinance does not specify that. There is a risk that enforcement could be inequitable, targeting specific types of patrons at specific types of establishments. The manner in which this ordinance was created and deployed has inhibited collaboration. Notwithstanding our and others' best efforts to get information about where and how it was to be enforced, more than 3 weeks transpired before we received any tangible detail. After those 3 weeks, with neither signs posted nor actions taken, some in county government were ready to call the temporary ordinance a failure and to call for more draconian action that risked the continued viability of our restaurants. Cooler heads then prevailed, but our restaurants now worry about further restrictions that could close their businesses for good. We have spent the past 6 weeks asking and waiting for answers to questions about enforcement details and worrying about the sudden imposition of service restrictions. But if our goal is health, wouldn't it have been more productive if instead we'd spent this time constructively working to help patrons enjoy and support our restaurants, all while, yes, taking the extra steps to be safe in these unusual times? And so I ask the board not to adopt this as a permanent ordinance, and I reiterate our request that Arlington County develop alternative, more constructive approaches to promoting social distancing on sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz.
Our next speaker is Anya Adams, followed by Bernard Byrne. Anya Adams.
Okay, we'll go on. I think we can circle back. Ms. Adams, are you there? No.
Okay. Bernard Byrne.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Byrne.
Okay. Yes, I'm asking you to please revise. I'm not saying to cancel the ordinance. I'm saying please revise the language. And this probably can just be by deferring this and sending it back to staff for better language. First of all, we have a very deceptive county management report. The county management report states on top of page 4, this ordinance does not make punishable actions like walking down a sidewalk or standing at a traffic light. That's simply not true. It does. I mean, how can you rely on a county manager who writes something like this when it's simply not true? That's what the ordinance says. I mean, think about this and what your county manager is telling you. The proposed ordinance says pedestrians shall obey signs and other ordinance signals erected on highway, streets, sidewalks, and public spaces adjacent to those used by pedestrians, and requiring pedestrians to maintain the physical separation of others of not less than 6 feet at all times. Well, obviously that's enforceable. The county manager is just making an incorrect statement, which is not unusual, by the way. Therefore, further, pedestrians cannot separate themselves from each others by less than 10 feet when passing each other in places with sidewalk width of 6 feet or less. This occurs in Clarendon, particularly at these same places and other places where outdoor restaurant and seating leaves 6 feet or less of sidewalk space available to pedestrians. In other words, you're allowing this restaurants to occupy the sidewalk with outdoor seating. At the same time, you're telling pedestrians they can't walk there because they can't pass each other or even in groups. I mean, this is an absurd ordinance. So you need to revise it. Now, first of all, education. Education is not the purpose of this because obviously everyone knows you have to keep 6 feet. Although a lot of these people, these restaurants are attracting people from DC and making a big profit on this because DC doesn't allow this kind of restaurant going on. They all know you have to do by 6 feet. They're ignoring it because they are young people and they figure they're immune to COVID. It's plain and simple. So that's not going to work. There's got to be a system set down in writing that you are fined if you are in a line and you are less than 10 feet, less than 6 feet apart. That's how it should state, not the general thing. Just if you are in a line and it's not separated by 6 feet, you get a fine. And that's about it. As for the restaurant owners complaining that there are businesses that have to close, that's not true. And even if they did, they'll be able to reopen when COVID ends. And they will just maybe establish a new name or new people will come in. Arlington will not be, restaurants in the long run will not be affected by this. But you need to make it specific. You simply say, if you're in a line, you get fined, and leave it at that. Otherwise, you have problems with people walking together. People in Clarendon, you just cannot walk 6 feet apart because the outdoor restaurant seating. The outdoor restaurant seating should be changed to 12 feet, not 6. You have to have 12 feet of sidewalks, not 6.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
The next speaker is Peter Owen, followed by Casey Nolan.
Good evening, members of the County Board. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to amend the proposed ordinance to more narrowly tailor its impact to the specific problem the county staff say they are trying to solve. I am a 22-year resident of the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood. Although I am too old to line up for Clarendon's bars and restaurants at night, I am not too old to walk or linger on a sidewalk during the day. Because outdoor cafes take up so much of our sidewalk space in Clarendon, it is often difficult during a normal weekday to maintain a 6-foot distance, as the ordinance says, at all times from other persons. But according to the staff presentation, it is only late at night and on the weekends that there are any sidewalks in Arlington so crowded as to cause alarm by your staff. The ordinance and signs that enforce the ordinance should clearly limit these rules only to those times of day and not to the rest of the week when Clarendon sidewalks are being used in the same normal ways as sidewalks in Roslyn, Westover, or Columbia Pike. The last time I saw most of you was in June outside the county office building with a crowd of more than 1,000 other people at a racial justice event. You and I lingered in my neighborhood outside, mostly with masks on, for over an hour. During that event, we heard from speakers about how vague laws and broad police discretion can lead to injustice. Yet here you are, perpetuating this very problem by not narrowing the law you imposed and trying to fix it by throwing the details to unelected county staff and police. Please follow the values I thought you shared at that rally in June. Narrow this law and don't give so much unnecessary broad power to the police. Amend it to apply only late at night and on the weekends when the claimed problem is occurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Our next speaker is Casey Nolan.
Yes, hello and good evening. My name is Casey and I'm president of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association for 2020 to 2021. I'm here tonight to voice some of the concerns expressed by our members about the emergency ordinance against sidewalk crowding. Let me start by saying that the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association wholly supports the county's endeavors to stop the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. These are unprecedented times, and we recognize that this has inspired the county board to take some unprecedented steps with the purpose of improving the safety of all residents. However, we have concerns about the creation and rollout of this ordinance, as well as its continuation. In addition to the thoughts expressed in a letter we sent to the county board on August 31st, there are two main concerns I would like to express tonight. First, that the overly broad wording of the ordinance does not target the main causes of a lack of social distancing. The county has pointed to very specific instances of a lack of social distancing in their reasoning for passing this ordinance. Most, if not all of them, tied to overcrowded restaurants and bars which spill out onto the sidewalks. We fully recognize that these crowds do put people at risk of contracting and spreading COVID-19. However, these crowds are primarily the result of poor management on the part of restaurants, as the county manager alluded to this fact earlier tonight, and is also evidenced by the fact that education and outreach have been focused almost solely on restaurants, not individuals. Why then does this ordinance only apply to individuals? And why then did the county not engage and educate individuals before adopting and later moving to enforce the ordinance? Moreover, why does the language of the ordinance itself, regardless of any enforcement plans, include all people in all locations and in all situations, including members of the same household or people engaging in critical parts of their daily lives, such as catching a bus or a rideshare? We acknowledge that the narrower the language of the ordinance, the more difficult it makes enforcement. However, if the county intends not to actually enforce the ordinance, as it has said many times, then it shouldn't matter that narrowing the ordinance language makes enforcement harder. And as the speakers earlier tonight have recognized, having boundless discretion on the part of police is questionable. Second, the ordinance over-relies on one type of public safety measure to reduce the spread of COVID-19 when there may be more effective options. Although social distancing does certainly help reduce the spread of COVID-19, it is not the only option. For example, mask wearing is another effective way to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and has been used accordingly by other local governments, such as Alexandria. Furthermore, a lack of social distancing at restaurants and bars in Clarendon and Courthouse hasn't been shown to be the main driver of the spread of COVID-19. For example, while the enforcement areas for the ordinance have been focused mainly in the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood, a presentation to the Transportation Commission on August 27th shows our neighborhood, zip code 22201, as having the second lowest number of cases in Arlington County, second only to East Falls Church, which is a low density and residential area. This implies either that a lack of social distancing in nighttime crowds is not the main reason for the spread of COVID-19 in Arlington County, or that these large nighttime crowds do not come from the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood, where the brunt of the enforcement areas are located. Subsequently, we wonder why the county does not pass a measure more narrowly targeted at preventing proven causes and instances of the spread of COVID-19. For these reasons, we recommend that the county board either repeal this ordinance and pursue other measures to stop the spread of COVID-19. For example, focusing on creating a culture of compliance, as the county website says the board would like to do, or that the county board narrow the language of the ordinance before adopting it permanently. We believe that by doing so, the county board can help address the fear and confusion felt by residents when this ordinance was abruptly adopted. And we believe that the county board can rectify the broad and vague scope of this ordinance while also achieving our shared goal of containing the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Thank you for staying with us. Ms. Jacobs, why don't you just quickly run through the folks who weren't here? It could be that it's just late for them. I see if they've arrived.
Yes, I am not seeing any of the names in our virtual room here, but I will just go through just in case I'm missing a phone number or something. Okay. Brian Goldberg. Greg Cahill. Anya Adams. Okay, Madam Chair, as I suspected, I do not believe those speakers are with us this evening.
That's fine. We got a little bit late in the evening. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, I believe there are no commissions. I think that's the end of the presentation, the end of the speakers. Conversation is now with us. Would one of my colleagues like to get a motion on the table, and then we can have questions and discussion? Does that work? Mr. DeFranti, are you good to go?
Sure, I'll be happy to. Actually, I don't know if others have the motion up. I'm willing to do the motion. I just have to find it.
It could be. All right. Well,
I'll do it for the purposes of discussion.
All right,
it's fine.
for discussion.
I'll move
Thank you.
that the county board adopt the attached amendments to the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, Chapter 14.2, the section on pedestrians to obey sign signals, etc., to add a Section B to prohibit pedestrians in designated areas during a declared public health emergency from congregating in groups of 4 or more and requiring pedestrians to maintain a physical separation from others of not less than 6 feet at all times. And that is contained in the board report dated September 5th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. DeFranti, would you like to second that?
Sure.
Thank you. All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. Mr. Dorsey, you said it was for discussion purposes only, so I don't know if you would like to speak to your motion, but I'll ask you first.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to get some questions out there. So sure. During this period of time that we have had this emergency ordinance in effect, how many people have been fined or have been issued a citation?
Zero.
Zero. Okay. Is that zero as in none?
Yeah, that would be the number between -1 and 1.
Okay. And so an additional question for Chief Penn, if you wouldn't mind. Can you just describe some of the challenges that you have had operationally in deploying your officers to provide that level of education to keep lines distance per the ordinance that was adopted?
Sure. Am I on?
You are.
Go on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've had several different struggles. One, my understanding from a lot of staff is sometimes when people have been encountered, the response has often been not favorable or contentious because people are indicating that that's not really a police matter. That's created concern for our staff. It's definitely challenging times in law enforcement across the United States, and it's created additional anxieties with people in engaging in something that people sometimes react very negatively towards.
So is it fair to say that officers have taken the approach that they are not going to escalate encounters where there is resistance to officers dutifully applying the ordinance that was adopted?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the entire question. Can you repeat it?
So from the purposes of, you referenced the national conversation, and it seems like officers are making the concerted effort not to create an escalation of tensions with people who they may determine are subject to the provisions of the ordinance.
Yes, that's fair.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think I'll go to Mr. DeFranti, who is next, and then Ms. Crystal. Mr. DeFranti.
This question is actually for Dr. Varghese. It concerns the public health moment that we were in when we passed this initially, and then the updated graph. I was 3 weeks or a month ago, every day we were getting stories from Florida and Arizona, and we were also, I know you have your graph that showed the increase in the 20s, in the 20 to 29, I believe, or maybe 20 to 39 range that was trending pretty high up about a month ago. I guess my impression is that the updated graph has less of a trend up, but I wanted to ask if you think that things have shifted either in Arlington or Northern Virginia with respect to the incidence of cases that are coming from those in that younger than I am, the 20 to 39 age range. It may be that you just don't have enough data to conclude, but I wondered if you see any different moment in the region or in Arlington with respect to the incidence of cases at this time.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. I'm going to see if I can share my screen and find the appropriate graph. If you could just nod with your head, you are seeing it, I hope.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what the graph, and I'm only going to focus on the period from July onward. People have seen it before, but I'm happy to go through it if you'd like me to. The groups since July, after the reopening under the governor's executive order that allowed the Commonwealth to go into phase 3 on July 1, allowed groups up to 250 people to congregate. Previously, it had gone in phase 1 up to 10, phase 2 was 50, and then phase 3 went to 250. It was after going up to 250 that Arlington and the rest of Northern Virginia have seen the increase in the age group 18 to 29 years, as well as those 30 to 39, a little bit less, and the 40 to 64 year group. And so, as I've said before, we can't say causation or correlation is causation, but causation cannot occur without correlation in this respect. So we have seen in the region and in the state, the other health directors have seen an increase in these age groups. So I think the point would be that after allowing for larger groups to congregate in general, it should not come as a surprise that it's hard when you have allowed 250 people or more to congregate to be able to actually maintain 6-foot distances. And the number one way to prevent the spread of this virus, other than a very effective vaccine, is actually staying at home or maintaining 6-foot distances. Staying at home is just the most severe way to have a 6-foot distance being recommended. So just to remind people that crowding will lead to the potential germ spread, because we know that asymptomatic germ carriage has actually been documented with this virus. So happy to answer any other questions.
Well, just one more follow-up, which is we've talked a number of times about how all of the shaded areas in gray should not yet be considered because more cases might be reported. A time period has not occurred. But prior to that, you see the yellow line going more prevalent than the red line, which I think the red is the 18 to 29-year-old age group. I guess it may be that it's still premature to say, even in the non-shaded areas, that we're seeing a slight decrease. It's the sample size seems so low that, and you've said again and again that regional is the way to look at it, but I don't know if you yet have a conclusion as to whether in the region or overall we're seeing less prevalence in recent weeks that are not where we have more complete data.
Sure. Thank you for that opportunity to explain to people the areas, first of all, in gray. People may be surprised, but can take up to 3 weeks later for the health department at the state level to receive complete data on all of the testing that's been done. It's just that not every lab has an electronic feed to state health departments. And so until that happens, there actually can be a delay up to 3 weeks to getting complete data. So in week 36 that's listed here, even though there's been more time passed, there still could be data points that are missing at this point. So your observation is correct, and it's the same observations we have in the Northern Virginia area, Virginia, and across the nation as a typical rule of about data reporting. And so what I rely on, as you know, we look at the regional information, and my colleagues have reported similar findings with their data as well. And when we've discussed it on statewide calls, we've seen similar trends in the data reported across Virginia. So I think it's reasonable to say that we've seen it after the change in the phase allowing 250 people or less to gather. And what I'd like to end with is reminding people that the governor's executive order had, in a sense, almost two principles. There were the public health principles of 6-foot distances and trying to allow more of society to actually come together. But the inherent problem is when you try to bring 250 people together, it is quite difficult to actually maintain 6-foot distances.
Okay, thanks. I'll yield. That helps to give me just a little sense. It's very difficult with these to know precisely with this granular data. But thank you, Madam Chair. And
Dr. Varghese, just because I can't let it pass, you haven't said the word face covering at all. I believe that's another thing that people should be doing. It would help a lot.
So face coverings are important, but if I had to choose, and that's going to be the important point, physical distancing actually is the most effective way to prevent germ transmission. As I've said, staying at home was the ultimate in physical distancing. Face coverings, and here's a different way of looking at it. When CDC asks us to consider who's at risk for being a close contact of a case, it's the 6-foot distance we pay attention to. If you're wearing a face covering but are within 6 feet and have spent 15 minutes or more, it doesn't matter in our world about whether or not they were wearing a face covering. It's the equivalent at that point of you weren't wearing a face covering. The real issue is the 6-foot distance. So I know I've advised the board of what your options are. If you have to choose, 6-foot distances from a public health perspective is probably the most egalitarian thing, because we do know that there are people with medical conditions who will not be able to wear a mask safely, but there is no reason from a public health perspective that anyone in theory should not be able to maintain 6-foot distances.
Thank you. And I'll just point out, that's why we're all doing this virtually, all in our individual homes to maintain distancing. Thank you. Ms. Crystal, I think you're next.
Thanks so much. And I'd love to just put an exclamation mark on that comment that we just heard from our public health director, because I know we have heard a lot of interest from folks in passing something like a mask ordinance, but I think the focus on physical distancing through policy or through practices like providing people what they need through eviction prevention and other supports, that they can maintain those physical distances and stay home. I did have a question for Chief Penn. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I think I shared a question that Mr. Dorsey had, and I thought you answered that well, about the potential for increased confrontation and the way officers are dealing with it by frankly not engaging. You described some of the ways in which the Arlington Restaurant Initiative partner restaurants are now helping manage the lines, whether it's having the staff out in front, which you noted was really helpful, working with the police on setting up bollards and direction so that people can form those longer lines, but those better spaced out lines. In your estimation, would we be seeing that partnership from the restaurants without the ordinance? Is it the ordinance, in other words, that sort of brought folks to the table, or can we anticipate that they may have come anyway because of the longstanding relationships with the Arlington Restaurant Initiative?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can say definitively, because we've collectively worked really hard to form a really productive relationship. So I wouldn't say that they couldn't have been done without the ordinance, but I think that, the ordinance is always a driver, but I really would go back to the relationship piece is what's been key. And the restaurant owners and managers have, according to staff who are deeply involved in ARI, have been very willing to help in many different areas to help us be as successful as we can.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know that I can say definitively one way or another without the ordinance. I think the relationship piece is key, though.
Yeah, I know I've seen that relationship, and I think my colleagues have had opportunities too in the before times, right? In the way that worked through training and bar staff training before things got quite so dire. My only other question is for Dr. Varghese, which is a tough one, I think. But when we talk about that spike that we saw with the sort of younger crowd, are we able to crosswalk that data or information to get a better beat on what the demographics are of that younger group? I've expressed before that I wonder if you could tell a different story, which is to say the reason we saw an uptick with our 20 and 30-year-olds is that there was increasingly sort of a need to go back to work. Those who had maybe not essential jobs, but jobs that were essential to them to pay the bills, right? And so that could have driven the uptick. Is there any data that we have, or it's sort of not possible to get a beat on who exactly in that age cohort is contracting COVID?
Sure. Excellent question. We don't have that level of granularity in the data system at present. We are working with the Department of Technology Services to see if we can modify. It's a local system that we have compared to the state, where we may be able to add that sort of granularity to see where people have been in the 2 to 14 days before that sort of symptomatology. So we're working to be able to collect that data going forward, but we have to get that system created to do that. So
got it. Okay. That's really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. That's my questions for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Varghese, we saw, though, that the yellow line, if I remember correctly, I don't have your slide in front of me right now, the yellow line was increasing. So this is the 40 to 64, correct?
40 to 64, correct.
Would you say that because you are also inspecting, the reason why we have this ordinance is because the availability of seats inside the establishments is limited, right? So, and we have to manage the lines that are outside. So would you say that that right now the compliance, what is the level of the quality of compliance inside the businesses right now?
Sure. We've been increasing our visits. We've hired additional staff to be able to go into the establishments, typically Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We've been in the evenings, but we've also been working with the establishments during the daytime to help them understand what the requirements are under the executive order from the governor, because we're actually enforcing all 35 health districts, including Arlington. We're part of the state system just as much as we are part of the local system, and we are obligated to actually enforce the governor's executive orders to reduce the risk of germ transmission. And so they are supposed to meet certain occupancy requirements, Mr. Karantonis, and likewise, they have to also deal with maintaining the level of distance that's necessary in the establishments, maintaining 6-foot distances from across parties, not having seating in the bar areas, for example, and so on. So those are some of the things that we are looking for. Overall, most establishments, we actually have not seen violations of the governor's order. That's a positive. Having said that, since September, since we've stepped up these visits and so on, we have seen a total of 6 violations across all sites, not just in Clarendon, but also in 23rd Street and so on. So from that perspective, and our staff are not lightweights. They are not trying to give people passes, and yet at the same time, they're not going to cite one specific incident as much as the whole pattern, what they're seeing at a point. And they're really been very few violations when we're present, but we're also increasing our presence, basically having people going from 8 to 2 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings, not just at limited times, so that people are aware that we're coming, and we know the establishments know we're coming, and that's okay. We want to catch them in their successes in complying. So I hope the public and the restaurants realize we're trying to capture them in successes, and actually the vast majority have been successful, and we're working with them to come into compliance. And if it's absolutely necessary, I and my 34 other colleagues across the state have the authority to actually issue suspensions. But our goal isn't to suspend for very long. We're asking for corrective action plans. If they can get something in that satisfies us, they can be reopened the very next day. Our goal is to reopen. Our goal is to keep them open. And in fact, my goal and my staff's goal is not to close places down. We know how important our businesses are. We know that they are trying to do the right thing. So we don't just jump to the conclusion that people aren't trying to do their best. My staff are very professional, and they are doing what they're required to do to actually improve the health and safety of Arlington County residents.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. Just a short question for Chief Penn. So, Chief, I was out with our officers. I saw how they worked with certain establishments and how difficult it is to enforce and to educate and to keep people apart, etc. I noticed that sometimes it feels like a Sisyphean task, because the moment that the officers are there and they're helping, and with the help of security or restaurant employees, they get this compliance or the discipline. But right after they leave, it falls apart. People congregate again. What is the experience with that? And the second that's related to that, do you feel that in the sidewalks that we have now regulated or signed, but there is enough space? Don't we? Isn't it sometimes really very, very tight quarters anyway? The way we have signed and put cones.
Sure. So the first part of you're right. I mean, if the officers are at one establishment and ask people and educate and people separate, one of the challenges is the lines turn over. So if you go away for 10 minutes, it's likely to be people that may not have been there the last time you were there. So it's a consistent challenge. And the officers also have the important task of making sure that we're maintaining order and doing all the other things that we need to be doing in the entertainment area on a Friday and Saturday night. So there's competing challenges, but your observation is certainly accurate that, you can be in one place and everything can be great. And then, 10, 15 minutes later, it's, it can be very different. But I think that's always going to be a challenge because the lines are always turning themselves over. I'm sorry, I think I talked too much and forgot the second part of your question. Can you remind me?
Whether you feel that there is enough space. I've noticed in certain places that there was definitely, the cones were extended on the street. The street wasn't very safe anyway, and we need also space for those who are, walkers, not just pedestrians, etc. This sometimes it was really very, very tough to design this waiting space to be enough and spacious enough to, to make it easy to be compliant with the ordinance.
No, I understand that. I mean, there are certainly areas where the sidewalks are certainly narrower or, can become crowded. That was the goal with the stickers and directing lines in different directions, was to try to help mitigate that concern by trying to spread people, have people go in different directions, have the lines bend around where they could. But, I understand what you're saying. There are some areas where, the sidewalk's not incredibly large, but I think the stickers and moving people in different directions is been the best that we can do with that.
All right. Thank you. I actually had some questions, and then I'll go start around again with Mr. DeFranti. And I'm sorry, Chief Penn, I know we're grilling you a lot here. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah. So with the restaurant initiative, so I want to just follow up a little bit on Ms. Crystal's questions. The restaurants started helping, right? Then they're hiring more people. That was part of our presentation. Did that happen before we had this ordinance, or we're talking about doing this ordinance? Did that just happen, or was it the ordinance that prompted those efforts? Do you know?
I can't answer that with any confidence, but I do know from personal experience that, even as far back as when I was a district commander, it was not uncommon for security to really take an active role in managing the patrons that were in their lines. And so we're talking about 6 or 7 years ago, and I know that many of the businesses have monitored their lines and helped throughout that time frame, but I don't think I can answer that specifically about when staff were increased or more staff were hired in correlation to the ordinance.
Okay, I'll just say I've heard, it seemed to me in briefings we've been told that actually more that there was, in fact, it was complimenting the establishments, that they seem to be making a greater effort, and some of them, I think Mr. Freshman actually even said that they were hiring more people. And
well, I definitely would agree with that. That's the message I've heard from staff. I don't know if they've increased staff numbers, but I know that my staff have worked with several of the restaurant owners and managers, and their staff have been helping with the lines, particularly since the ordinance. I know they have been engaged and helping with that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a better answer to the question.
That's very helpful, because I really feel it wasn't until we started talking about this ordinance that people started to really focus and pay attention. Folks got upset, but they started taking actions that I think were beneficial. And what I think I've heard from you and maybe Mr. Schwartz reporting from what he'd heard, that there really was improvements been seen, that people have been doing better with all of this effort, that people have been doing better. And I think I'll follow up. The next question might be for Mr. Schwartz. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I think that's where I should go next. And thank you. Sure. Mr. Schwartz, so if we adopt this, what's going to change? Like Mr. Freshman said, no, any more restrictions would be really hard, and I absolutely agree. But we're not talking about any more restrictions, are we? I mean, is my assumption is you're asking us to adopt again what we adopted on an emergency basis, and it's just to continue the way we've been continuing.
Yeah, no, I think that. Yeah, well, and I had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Freshman, and I do want to acknowledge, and I've talked with a few other people, that the concern is that perhaps it was with a comment I made, which is that if the quote, I'm going to paraphrase it, things don't get better on the sidewalks, we may have to look at doing something more drastic. And I think that has raised the level of concern on the part of a lot of restaurant owners. So, yeah, I think if the board takes action tonight to confirm my recommendation, nothing specific about hours or anything else is going to change related to the restaurants.
And then another hypothetical, and I'm not sure anyone could answer this. So if we don't adopt it, personally, my worry is there's going to be, all right, we don't have to worry. And I'm a little worried that what's going to happen is we're going to step back, but I don't know if we have any indication, and I don't know if anyone even wants to opine on that. But that would be sort of my concern. I don't want to put on any more restrictions. I don't want to make things difficult. But I actually think we've been getting people paying attention and doing more what they should do, and that's a good thing. And I'm worried if we just kind of decide, well, we're not going to worry about it, that might not be helpful. And I don't know if anybody wants to opine. Don't all speak at once. I'll go around.
Madam Chair, could I maybe put a different point on that, which is to say, is this ordinance working? I mean, I heard our manager and our police chief at the start of this talk about that thousands of examples of violations. Have we seen those numbers of violations decrease since the ordinance was put into place?
That's a good question. And that is what I'm trying to get at. What is the effect, and if we remove it, my sense is people are paying better attention, but I could be wrong. Thank you for the question. I don't know if we have that data at all. Do you want to ask your question again? Yeah.
I don't have specific data. I mean, the data I had from the one weekend is what I shared. We had a specific focus in people capturing data, which is, it's a lot of extra effort to try to capture the data in the middle of a crowd of people. But from casual observations, from what I've heard from staff is, it's similar to what Mr. Caratonis said is, when people spread out, the line turns over. Sometimes it works great, sometimes it doesn't. But what's been reported back to me is that the same problems are still occurring.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I'll go to, if you're done, I'll go to Mr. DeFranti again and then back to Mr. Carantonis, if that's okay. Mr. Dorsey, raise your hand if you have something. Mr. DeFranti.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that your sense is kind of where I am. I feel certain that if the burden of proof and evidence is as Ms. Crystal described it, that's not where we're going to be. And I'm also mindful of what I think we've heard in the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks in individual briefings that have said, it's hard to do a granular data question. I guess this question is for the chief one more time. Given that Montgomery is 10 p.m. and that DC is midnight, I'm just curious, you may not have granular data. It sort of conflicts in the sense that we want our businesses to thrive, we want our restaurants to thrive, but there is some level at which I would be concerned if Arlington in this moment, in this pandemic, became a late night destination. And I don't know if you have any sense of whether over the last month or so, whether you may not see a big uptick in that sort of congregating, but I wondered if you had any sense.
I've had this conversation with MPO Mastoris, who you all know, and he works in the Clarendon area and at all the restaurants across the county. That's his primary function. His general observation is there seems to be an increase, but I don't think that can be correlated specifically to the closures, in that people seem to be getting more comfortable and coming out from, the initial quarantines of the pandemic. But his casual observation to me was that he does seem to see more people, but I don't know if that's correlated directly to the Montgomery County and DC closures, or just people are starting to venture out of their homes more.
Great. That the latter seems likely. I don't know that, but I appreciate the comments, and I do wonder if the efforts to organize here may have been helpful, but I'm also mindful that precise targeting here of trying to prevent interactions where there's congregating that could lead to increased infections is very difficult. I guess one thought that has been occurring to me is whether deferral, not for just to provide additional data, might be possible for a week or 2 weeks, but I don't know if that's possible.
All right, thank you. I'll see if that's possible and ask that question. I've got Mr. Carantonis, Mr. Dorsey, and then we are approaching 11 o'clock. I think we've been doing this a lot. It's really late. We need to stop. I think we need to bring the meeting to a close. So, Mr. Schwartz, do you want to answer the question about deferring at all?
The basis for deferral would be to gather additional information on counts and behavioral changes. And I think that I'm not in a position to comment on that, other than to say maybe Chief Penn would want to elaborate. The resources required with that could be, somewhat significant. But I personally don't think that the conversation is going to change much over the next couple of weeks. That's just my view.
I think that's wise. I don't think it's really changed since the summer in some ways. Thank you. All right. I'm going to go to Mr. Dorsey and then Mr. Carantonis. Mr. Dorsey. Yeah, you're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is really a tough one because, the public health basis for what we're doing is sound, despite some of the testimony that we heard this evening. We cannot control what people do within their own car. We cannot control what people do within a private establishment, but we not only can, but are honor bound to control what happens in our public right of way. particularly as it affects the health and safety of the pandemic. So I was very much interested in our exploring all tools to deal with this issue as it manifests from many, many, many observers, both in our public and both in official capacities. That said, you go ahead and you try and do something to control the spread of a virus, which has the potential to jeopardize a great many in our community, and we give it our earnest effort to educate and to enforce and engender a culture of compliance. And here we are after a period of many weeks and considerable efforts, and it hasn't worked. And that's really the bottom line. It's not that, we're going to be subjecting people to encounters with police that can turn hostile. Clearly, that hasn't happened. It's not like we're subjecting people who are walking with their families to police action. That hasn't happened. We've structured the law to have as minimal impact beyond the problems that were observed as possible. And frankly, it just hasn't worked. It's not an indictment of anyone. It just is what it is. And at the end of the day, I don't see any reason to continue having something on the books that just doesn't work. Certainly, I don't feel like I need to make myself feel good for having done something. We want to be effective in fighting the spread of this virus. And if this is not doing it, then we have to either go back to the drawing board, but at the very least, we shouldn't double down on something that isn't work. That's my opinion. So I'll be voting no on extending this ordinance.
All right, thank you. Mr. Karantonis. You're muted.
I had actually one last question for our county attorney, and the question was whether the limitation to whether tailoring or amending the ordinance, as Mr. Owen suggested, to make it enforceable only at certain times or basically at night, whether this is at all a possibility and what this entails.
Madam Chair, Mr. Karantonis, I mean, it is possible to draft an ordinance that way if the conclusion was the behavior that is regarded as, risking the spread of the virus is only occurring in the night hours or whatever hours you might select. The ordinance is really crafted in a way to be mobile. You apply it to a set of circumstances when those circumstances arise, and you do that through signage. So this is not an ordinance that is of sort of general applicability throughout the county. It's only going to be in those places where you actually set up a specific area within which it will be applied and potentially enforced. So I think that given that that is the nature of it, there isn't really a reason to begin to try to identify the hours during which this kind of behavior typically occurs and then narrow it to that.
Okay.
Yep.
And just to conclude, Madam Chair, I'm also not very inclined to continue with the ordinance. I've seen how police has been working outside. I've seen how people have been complying and not complying, how businesses have been trying to help here. I do believe that we need to be more, we have to go back to the drawing board, as Mr. Dorsey suggested, and look at other things. Neighboring jurisdictions are thinking a little bit different. Alexandria just approved a mask ordinance. I think this is worth discussing at the very least. What I don't want to send a message to anybody is that we are giving up here. This is a very serious situation. It's a very serious threat, and we have to really appeal to all Arlingtonians to comply with the 6 feet distancing and with the mask wearing, and this throughout. Any failure or even the indication of failure of that would have to trigger, more drastic measures.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to be the third vote in opposition, and I'm actually pleased to see a majority of the board shaping up to that. I think this was worth trying. As I've suggested before, I think mask ordinances are probably not likely to be effectual. And speaking of things that will require a lot of enforcement resources, I'm also very concerned about the idea, particularly I think as Mr. Freshman compellingly put it, of making it harder for our businesses to continue to stay even afloat during these times with more severe measures to limit hours, et cetera, as Montgomery County has done. And so I thought this was a relatively narrow way of trying to address the actual problem that we were seeing, and a problem I think that is undermining our community's confidence in the message that we are in this together. I know my colleagues and I have probably heard some variation on the question, why are bars open and schools aren't, hundreds of times at this point. The answers are complex, have a lot to do with how alcohol is regulated in Virginia and the fact that we have restaurants and we cannot target alcohol service without targeting many other smaller, more restaurant-like functions. But nevertheless, I think when people see long queues outside of bars at a time when cases are increasing and at a time when schools remain closed, it has undermined folks' confidence in a public health message and in a willingness to sacrifice. All of which is to say, I think this was worth trying, but I think Mr. Dorsey put it well, it's not succeeding. I think that it is worth sort of taking another stab to see what we can do, but maybe more what it's worth doing is letting our processes continue to work. If what has enabled the dispersion of people in these lines is those relationships that the Arlington Restaurant Initiative has built, let's give that time to work. You know, if we know that Dr. Varghese' talented team is out there making these assessments, could possibly use, you know, some backup in making good decisions about which bars actually are violating occupancy or distancing. Let's give that an opportunity to work. You know, I think some of the comments, I've been a little disappointed. I think perhaps this ordinance was easy to misinterpret. I've been a little disappointed to see that those who have regular access to the county board and the county manager to talk in depth about what this ordinance was and wasn't out there kind of leading the charge on that misinformation. So ultimately, you know, I land exactly where Mr. Dorsey said, you know, it's not regrettable that we made an attempt, but that attempt isn't working. And so I'm not here to extend it.
All right. Mr. DeFranchi, did you have any concluding comments?
Sure. So I think that I respect the views that colleagues have expressed. I actually think it's, for me, there's two different buckets of evidence. There's the evidence about the actions that have been taken by our public health employees and our police. And I'm just very grateful for both groups, all you've done. I'm not sure that without this ordinance, I'm not sure that would have occurred. So I think that's a positive and it's consistent with what colleagues have said about the effort here. I think that certainly there's not evidence that shows that we have actually changed circumstances. The graph that Dr. Varghese pointed to is way too rough and causation is way too hard to prove. I guess I'd say that evidence is a little bit inconclusive. I am thrilled that we do see our positivity rate under 4 many days this week. I'm fine with letting this lapse. I do wonder if the signs on the ground could be kept. Perhaps not the signage. Of course, not the signage if we let the ordinance lapse. But the signs on the ground might be helpful. The signs saying it's prohibited in certain areas would have to be taken down. I also just am very hopeful that the phenomenal efforts of our police department on this issue and really the public health team can continue in a constructive way. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. This probably will not surprise anybody. I reached a different conclusion. And in fact, for all those reasons that you said, Ms. Crystal, we want to, make sure that we aren't undermining things, whatever. I think we need to continue. I feel like we may undermine some efforts. And I'm not convinced, Mr. Dorsey is not the only one. I'm not convinced we're not accomplishing anything. I actually think we have. As I said, I guess we don't have the specific data, but we kept hearing about how people are trying harder, they're doing it, and people were upset about it, but they were trying. And I'm really worried that this will cause a lot of backsliding. We can have another emergency meeting and bring it in force again if we have to. I appreciate the manager bringing it forward. This has been a very painful process. That's part of, I have to remind myself, that's part of the whole innovation. We're trying something new. But I really think it's very hard to prove something didn't happen. And I actually think, so we're going to do an experiment because I can see how this vote is going to go. And if we start to find that people are not trying very hard and we're getting back to even a worse situation, I'm hoping my colleagues will reconsider and we will look at it again. And I'm pleased we're going to keep the medallions on the sidewalk. Please do everything that we can. I guess we have to take down the signs. Please don't throw them away. I think we might need them again. I hope not. But I think we probably might. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye. And I will start with Mr. DeFranti.
Nay.
Uh-huh. Ms. Crystal.
No.
Yep. Mr. Dorsey.
No.
Uh-huh. Mr. Carantonis.
No.
Okay. Ms. Garvey. Yes. All right. Motion passes, fails. Excuse me. 4-1. Got to keep it straight. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, everybody. It's been really, it's late. We've got one more item that we need to take up quickly under new business. But I really appreciate everybody trying, and we need to finish up this meeting, get everybody resting a little bit. You're saying something. Yes, Mr. Dorsey. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to provide clarity for anybody who may be paying attention to this item, maybe Mr. McIsaac can clarify. Our action tonight means that effective September 29th or 30th, whatever the operative date is, this ordinance lapses. It's not like it's immediately repealed. Is that right?
Mr. Dorsey, that is correct. It'll remain in effect for the remainder of the 60-day period.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Dorsey. I think that's helpful. I'm sure there's some people watching and paying attention. All right. Colleagues, this one is actually an easy one. We've apparently had a settlement that'll bring some money to the county board, but we need to vote on that. So I move that the county board authorize the acceptance of $151,706 to resolve the county's January 10, 2019 property damage claim for damage to a traffic signal post near the intersection of Fort Myer Drive and Wilson Boulevard, and authorize the risk manager to sign a release to effectuate settlement in a form approved by the county attorney. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. I don't think we need to have any discussion. Your hand is still up, Mr. Dorsey. Are we good?
Yes.
Both hands are up. I'm excited.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Aye. All right. Everybody, that passes 5-0. I believe there's nothing left to come before the board for tonight. Is that correct, Ms. Jacobs?
That is correct.
All right, colleagues, everybody get some rest. Thank you, and staff too. Everybody get a break, get some rest. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
Thank you.